Chapter 14. Dwayne's old man was sober for the rest of the week. It wasn't exactly a record, but it made Dwayne's first full week of summer vacation a lot happier. On Thursday, the 9th of June, and the day after the trip to Bradley U's library, Uncle Art had called and left the message that he was hunting for Dwayne's bell. Don't worry, he'd find out something about it. Later that evening he called back and spoke to Dwayne in person, telling him that he'd called Elm Haven's mayor, Ross Catton, but neither the mayor nor anyone else Art had contacted remembered anything about a bell. He'd even asked Miss Moon, the librarian, who'd asked her mother and then called back. Miss Moon said that her mother would only shake her head no, but had grown very agitated at the question. Of course, she added, a lot of things made her mother agitated these days. That same evening the old man came home from a run into the A&P. Dwayne had been holding his breath to see if the A&P was the real destination. But the old man came in sober, and while they were storing the flour and canned goods, he said, "Oh, I heard from Mrs. O'Rourke that one of your classmates got arrested yesterday." Dwayne stopped in mid-motion, a heavy can of lima beans in his right hand. With his free hand he pushed his glasses up. "Oh?" The old man nodded, licking his lips and scratching at his cheek, the way he tended to do when he was sober and hurting a bit. "Yes, someone named Cordy. Mrs. O'Rourke said that she was a year ahead of her son Mike." He looked up at Dwayne. "That puts her in your class, right?" Dwayne nodded. "Anyway," continued the old man, "she wasn't exactly arrested. Barney caught her walking around town with a loaded shotgun. He took it away from her and brought her home. She wouldn't say what she was doing, except it had something to do with her brother Tubby." He scratched his cheek and seemed surprised to find that he'd shaved that day. "Isn't Tubby the kid who ran away a couple of weeks ago?" "Yeah." Dwayne resumed unloading the box of canned goods. "Have any idea why his sister's stalking around town with a shotgun?" Dwayne paused again. "Who was she stalking?" The old man shrugged. "Nellie Rourke said that the principal, what's-his-name, Mr. Roon, called Barney with a complaint. Said that the little girl was hanging around the school and outside his rented room with a gun. Now, why would a kid do that?" Dwayne nodded. Realizing that the old man was curious and obviously determined to stand there staring until he heard some comment from his son, Dwayne finished setting the cans on the cupboard shelves, turned from where he was standing on a chair near the counter, and said, "Cordy's all right, but she's a little crazy." The old man stood there a minute, nodded, as if accepting the answer, and went into his workroom. On Friday, Dwayne hiked back to Oak Hill, leaving right at sunrise so that he could get home by mid-morning. He wanted to check the books and newspapers there against the notes he'd taken at Bradley, but there was nothing new. The New York Times article about the 1876 party for the bell was interesting, external proof that the thing really existed outside of Elm Haven, but he couldn't find any other references to it. He tried getting the Ashley Montague's phone number from the librarian there, saying that he couldn't finish his school paper without seeing the Historical Society books that had been willed to the family. But Mrs. Fraser said that she had no idea of what their number was. Rich families were always unlisted, which Dwayne had found out was the truth, at least with this rich family. And then she took a playful swat at Dwayne's head and said, "It's not healthy to be doing school things in the summer anyway. Now go on with you. Get out in the sunlight. Get into something cooler and go play. Honestly, your mother should still be dressing you. Imagine, with the temperature in the 90s today." "Yes, ma'am," Dwayne had said, and adjusted his glasses and left. He was home in time to help the old man load 4 of the pigs and take them over to the Oak Hill market. Dwayne sighed as he watched the landscape of his 4-hour hike repeated in 10 minutes of driving. Next time, he'd check out the old man's schedule before heading off on foot. On Saturday, the second free show of the summer featured Hercules, an older movie that Mr. Ashley Montague obviously had held over from one of the 3-feature Peoria drive-in bills. Duane rarely went to the free show for the same reason he and the old man owned a television set but never turned it on, primarily because they found books and radio shows more pleasing to the imagination than movies and TV shows. But Duane liked Italian muscle man movies. There was something about the dubbing that he loved, the actors' mouths moving like mad for 2 minutes, and then a few syllables coming from the soundtrack. Also, Duane had read somewhere that one old guy in a Rome studio did all of the sound effects for these films. Footsteps, sword fights, horses' hooves, volcanoes erupting, everything, and that idea delighted him. But that wasn't the reason he found himself walking into town on Saturday evening. Duane wanted to talk to Mr. Ashley Montague, and this was the only place he knew he could catch him. Duane would have asked his father for a ride, but the old man had started tinkering with one of his learning machines after dinner, and Duane didn't want to tempt the fates by suggesting a ride into town past Carl's Tavern. The old man didn't glance up from his soldering when Duane told him where he was going. "Fine," he said, his face obscured by the wraiths of smoke rising from the circuit board, "but don't be walking home after dark." "Okay," said Duane, wondering how the old man thought he was going to get home. It turned out he didn't have to walk the entire way. He'd just passed Dale Stewart's Uncle Henry's house when a pickup pulled out of the drive, carrying both Uncle Henry and Aunt Lena. "Where you going, boy?" Uncle Henry knew Duane's name, but called every male under 40 boy. "Into town, sir." "Going to the free show?" "Yes, sir." "Hop in, boy." Aunt Lena held open the door of the old International truck while Duane clambered in. It was a tight fit. "I'll be happy to ride in back," offered Duane, aware that he was taking up half of the upholstered bench. "Nonsense," said Uncle Henry. "Makes it cozier. Hang on." The truck began the roller coaster dip of the first hill, rattling through the darkness at the bottom and climbing toward the summit of the Calvary Cemetery hill. "Stay to the right, Henry," said Aunt Lena. Duane imagined that the old lady said that every time they had come this way, which is every time that they went to town or almost anywhere else. And how many times would that be over 60 years? 1,000,000? Uncle Henry nodded attentively and stayed right where he was, in the middle of the road. He wasn't going to relinquish the ruts to anybody. It was lighter up here, although the sun had set 20 minutes earlier. The truck rattled more loudly on the washboard ruts near the top, and then roared into the darkness below the trees above Corpse Creek. Fireflies blinked against the blackness of the woods on either side. The weeds along the roadside were covered with a day's worth of dust and looked like some sort of albino mutations. Duane was glad that somebody had offered him a ride. Heading toward the water tower, Duane glanced sideways at Henry and Lena Nyquist. They were in their mid-70s. Duane knew that they were really Dale's great-uncle and aunt, related on Dale's mother's side, but everyone in Creve Coeur County called them Uncle Henry and Aunt Lena. They were an attractive couple, carrying as they did that Scandinavian dispensation from the worst of the ravaging effects of old age. Aunt Lena's hair was white, but full and long, and her face held a certain rosy-cheeked firmness amidst the wrinkles. Her eyes were very bright. Uncle Henry had lost some of his hair, but a shock still hung down over his forehead and added to an expression that could only be described as that of a mischievous boy who suspects that he might soon be caught by the authorities. Duane knew from his father that Uncle Henry was an old-style gentleman who nonetheless liked to swap bawdy stories over a beer. "Isn't that where you almost got run over?" said Uncle Henry, gesturing toward a patch of field where the scars were still visible. "Yes, sir," said Duane. "Keep both hands on the wheel, Henry," said Aunt Lena. "They caught the fellow who done it?" Duane took a breath. "No, sir." Uncle Henry snorted. "I'd lay 5-to-1 odds that it was that no-good Carl Van Syke. Son of a—" The old man caught his wife's admonitory glance. "Son of a gun never was worth hiring for anything, much less as school custodian and caretaker out to the cemetery. Why, we can see over there through the winter and much of the spring, and that fellow Van Syke isn't never there. The place would go to weed and ruin if it wasn't for the helpers who come out from St. Malachi's every month." Duane nodded, not wanting to say anything. "Hush, Henry," Aunt Lena said softly. "Young Duane doesn't want to hear your blather about Mr. Van Syke." She turned toward Duane and touched his cheek with her rough, wrinkled hand. "We were sorry to hear about your dog, Duane. I remember helping your daddy choose him from Vira Whittaker's dog's litter before you were born. The puppy was a gift for your mother." Duane nodded and looked away toward the city ballpark passing on their right, studying it earnestly as if he had never seen it before. Main Street was crowded. Cars were already slanting in on the diagonal parking, families moving toward Bandstand Park with their hampers and blankets. A group of men sat on the high curb outside of Carl's, holding bottles of Pabst in their reddened hands and talking loudly. Uncle Henry had to park all the way down by the A&P because of the crowd. The old man grumbled that he hated sitting on the folding chairs they'd brought along. He preferred staying in the truck and pretending it was a drive-in. Duane thanked them and hurried toward the park. It was already too late to get much time alone with Mr. Ashley Montague before the movie started, but he wanted to catch him for at least a minute. Dale and Lawrence hadn't planned on going to the free show, but their father was home. He'd taken the Saturday off, which was a rarity. Gunsmoke and all the evening shows were reruns, and both parents wanted to go to the movies. They brought a blanket and a big bag of popcorn and walked downtown through the soft twilight. Dale noticed a few bats flitting above the trees. But they were only bats. The previous week's fright seemed a bad and distant dream. There was a larger-than-usual crowd at the show. The grassy areas east of the bandstand and right in front of the screen were almost filled with blankets, so Lawrence ran ahead to claim a place near an old oak. Dale looked for Mike, but remembered that he was watching his grandmother tonight, as he did most Saturdays. Kevin and his folks never came to the free show. They had a color television, one of only 2 in town. Chuck Sperling's family had the other one. It was in that hush after real darkness had fallen, and before the first cartoon began, that Dale saw Duane McBride climbing the steps to the bandstand. Dale muttered something to his folks and ran across the park, jumping over extended legs, and at least one teenage couple sprawled full length on their blanket. Leaping to the top step of the bandstand, which was usually reserved just for Mr. Ashley Montague and whoever he brought along to act as projectionist, Dale started to say hello to Duane, but saw that the bigger boy was talking to the millionaire by the projector. Dale leaned against the railing, said nothing, and listened. "And what use would you have for such a book, if it existed?" Mr. Ashley Montague was saying. Next to him, a young man in a bow tie had finished plugging in the extension speakers and was threading the short reel of the cartoon. Duane was a broad silhouette next to the town's benefactor. "As I said, I'm doing a paper on the history of Old Central School," Mr. Ashley Montague said. "School is out for the summer, son," and turned toward his assistant. He nodded, and the screen on the side of Parkside Cafe leaped alight. The crowd on the lawn and in their trucks and cars shouted the countdown as the leader flicked down from 10 to 1. A Tom and Jerry cartoon began. The assistant focused the picture and adjusted the sound level. "Please, sir," said Duane McBride, taking a step closer to the millionaire, "I promise I'll return the books safely. I just need them to complete my research." Mr. Ashley Montague sat on the lawn chair his assistant had set out for him. Dale had never been this close to the man before. He'd always thought of Mr. A.M. as a young man, but in the light from the side of the projector and reflected from the screen, he could see that the millionaire was at least 40 years old, maybe older. His bow tie and sort of prissy way of dressing made him look older. Tonight he was wearing some kind of white linen suit that almost glowed in the dusk. "Research," chuckled Mr. Ashley Montague. "How old are you, son? 14? 12 in 3 weeks, said Duane. Dale hadn't known that his friend's birthday was in July. 12, said Mr. Ashley Montague. 12-year-olds do not do research, my friend. Look up whatever you need for your school report in the library. I've used the library, sir, said Duane. Despite the use of sir, Dale could hear no real deference in Duane's voice. It was as if one adult were talking to another. It didn't have the necessary data. The Oak Hill librarian said that the rest of the County Historical Society materials had been willed to you. It would seem to me that the Historical Society documents are still for public use, and all I ask is a few hours to look over the material that relates to Old Central. Mr. Ashley Montague crossed his arms and watched the screen, where Tom was clobbering Jerry. Or maybe it was Jerry clobbering Tom. Dale could never keep the cat's and mouse's names straight. Finally, the seated man said, "And what precisely is the nature of your report?" Duane seemed to take a breath. "The Portia Belle," he said at last. Or Dale thought he heard him say. At that second, an explosion of noise from the Tom and Jerry cartoon almost drowned out the words. Mr. Ashley Montague shot up out of the chair, grabbed Duane's upper arms, released them, and stepped back as if embarrassed. "There's no such thing," Dale heard the man say under the machine-gun sounds from the speaker. Duane said something was lost as a giant firecracker under the cat exploded. Even Mr. Ashley Montague had to lean forward to hear Duane. "There was a bell," the millionaire was saying when Dale could hear again, "but it was removed years ago, decades ago, before the First World War, I believe. It was a fraud, of course. My grandfather was taken, I believe the word is, conned, defrauded." "Well, that's the kind of stuff I need to end my report," said Duane. "Otherwise, I'd have to hand in an essay saying the present whereabouts of the bell is a mystery." Mr. Ashley Montague walked back and forth beside the projector. The cartoon was over, and his assistant was rushing to cue up the short subject, a 20th century newsreel about the spread of communism, narrated by Walter Cronkite. Dale glanced up to see the dark-haired reporter sitting at a desk. The short subject was in black and white. Dale had seen it at school last year in a special presentation. Suddenly a map of Europe and Asia began to turn black as the communist threat spread. Arrows plunged into Eastern Europe, China, and other places Dale couldn't quite name. "There's no mystery," snapped Mr. Ashley Montague. "I remember now. Grandfather's bell was taken down and stored sometime after the turn of the century. It couldn't even be rung, I believe, due to cracks in it. It was taken out of storage, melted down, and the metal used for military purposes early in the Great War." He stopped, turned his back, and sat down again, as if the conversation were at an end. "That'd be great if I could quote that from the book and maybe photograph a couple of old pictures for my report," said Duane. The millionaire sighed, as if in response to the spreading ocean of communist domination on the screen. Walter Cronkite's voice boomed as loud as the Tom and Jerry cartoon. "Young man, there is no book. What Dr. Priestman willed to me amounted to a mass of unrelated, uncollated, and unmarked materials. Several cartons full, if I remember correctly. I assure you, I did not keep them." "Could you tell me where you donated them?" began Duane. "I did not donate them," said Mr. Ashley Montague, his voice rising almost to a shout. I burned them. I supported the good professor's researches, but I had no use for them. I assure you, there is no mystery volume which will conclude your report. Quote me, young man. The bell was a mistake, one of many white elephants grandfather brought back from his honeymoon tour of Europe. It was removed from Old Central sometime around the turn of the century, stored in a warehouse, somewhere in Chicago, I believe, and melted down for bullets or some such in 1917 when we entered the war. Now, that is all. The 20th century piece had ended. The assistant was hurriedly putting on the large first reel of Hercules, and several heads turned to look up at the bandstand as Mr. Ashley Montague's voice boomed through the relative silence. "If I could just—" began Duane. "There is no just," hissed the millionaire. "There is no more conversation, young man. There is no bell. Now, that is all." He gestured toward the bandstand steps with what Dale thought was a rather feminine swish of his wrist. Another gesture brought the assistant over, the movie now starting with a shouted leader countdown from the crowd, and Duane was staring at a 6-foot-tall man with his sleeves rolled up. The assistant could have been a butler, a bodyguard, or a flunky from one of Mr. A.M.'s movie theaters, for all Dale knew. Duane seemed to shrug and turn away, ambling down the stairs at a much slower speed than Dale would have used if an adult had shouted at him. Realizing that he was inconspicuous in the back corner of the bandstand while hidden by darkness, Dale nonetheless vaulted the railing and landed in the grass 4 feet below, almost stumbling onto Uncle Henry and Aunt Lena as he landed. He ran to catch up to Duane, but the heavier boy had left the park and was strolling down Broad Avenue, his hands in his pockets, whistling a tune, and evidently heading for the ruins of the old Ashley place, 2 blocks south. Dale was no longer afraid of the night. That nonsense was past. But he didn't really want to go walking in that darkness under the old elms down there. Besides, the music and dubbed dialogue was swelling behind him, and he wanted to watch Hercules. Dale turned back to the park, figuring that if he didn't talk to Duane later that night, then, well, he'd talk to him sometime in the next few days. There was no hurry. It was summer. Duane walked west on Broad Avenue, too agitated to pay attention to the Hercules movie. Leaf shadow lay heavy on the street. Streetlights along lanes running to the south were obscured by branches and leaves. To the north there was a single row of small homes, their undecorated lawns sprawling into one another and devolving into weeds where the train tracks curved a bit south and then swept off into the cornfields where the road ended. Only the old Ashley Montague place, what people still called the Ashley Mansion, lay down that final dark lane. Duane stared at the curved driveway, now turned into a tunnel by overhanging branches and untended shrubbery. Little remained of the place except the charred remnants of 2 columns and 3 chimneys, a few blackened timbers tumbled into the rat-infested cellar. Duane knew that Dale and the other kids often made a game of riding down that lane, sweeping past the front porch, leaning far out to touch the columns or porch steps without dismounting or slowing. But it was very dark. Not even fireflies illuminated the brambled depths of the circular drive. The noise and light and crowds of the free show were 2 blocks behind and made more distant by intervening trees. Duane was not afraid of the dark, not really, but he had no interest in walking down that lane tonight. Whistling, he turned south along a gravel path to intersect the new streets where Chuck Sperling lived. Behind him, in the darkness where the driveway was most overgrown, something stirred, moved branches, and scuttled around the periphery of a fountain long forgotten amidst the weed and ruin. Chapter 15. Sunday, the 12th of June, was warm and hazy with cloud cover that turned the sky into an inverted gray bowl. It was 80 degrees by 8 a.m., into the 90s by noon. The old man was up early and out in the fields, so Duane put off reading the New York Times until after some work was done. He was walking the rows of beans back behind the barn, pulling the stalks of pioneer corn invading there, when he saw the car turn into the long drive. At first he thought it was Uncle Art, but then he realized that it was a smaller, white car. Then he saw the red bubble on top. Duane came out of the fields mopping his face with the tail of his open shirt. It wasn't Barney's constable car. The green letters on the driver's side door read, Creve Coeur County Sheriff. A man with a lean, tanned face, with eyes hidden by reflecting aviator's sunglasses, said, "Mr. McBride here, son?" Duane nodded and walked to the edge of the bean field, put 2 fingers in his mouth, and whistled loudly. He could see the distant silhouette of his father pause, look up, and begin walking in. Duane half expected Wittgenstein to come hobbling from the barn. The sheriff was out of his car now. A big man, Duane noticed, at least 6'4", perhaps more. He'd put on his broad-brimmed county mountie hat now, and the full effect of the man's height, lantern jaw, sunglasses, gun belt, and leather boots made Duane think of a recruiting poster. The effect was only slightly marred by the half-moons of perspiration soaked through the khaki shirt under the arms. "Something wrong?" asked Duane, wondering if Mr. Ashley Montague had somehow sicked this cop on him. The millionaire had been visibly upset the night before, and hadn't been at the free show when Duane returned to get a ride home with Uncle Henry and Aunt Lena. The sheriff nodded. "Afraid there is, son." Duane stood there, sweat dripping from his own chin, until the old man strode down the last 30 feet of row. "Mr. McBride?" said the sheriff. The old man nodded and made a swipe at his sweaty face with a kerchief, leaving a muddy streak in gray stubble. "That's right. Now, if this is about that goddamn telephone thing, I told Ma Belle—" "No, sir. There's been an accident." The old man froze as if he'd been slapped. Duane watched his father's face, seeing the second of hesitation and then the impact of certainty there. Only one person alive would carry the old man's name on an in-case-of-emergency card in his billfold. "Art," said the old man. It was not a question. "Is he dead?" "Yes, sir." The sheriff adjusted his sunglasses at almost the same instant that Duane touched his middle finger to the bridge of his own glasses. "How?" The old man's eyes seemed to be focused on something in the fields behind the sheriff. "Or on nothing." "Car accident, about an hour ago." "Where?" The old man was nodding slightly as if receiving expected news. Duane was familiar with the nod from when they listened to news on the radio or when the old man was talking about corruption in politics. "Jubilee College Road," said the sheriff, his voice firm but not as flat as the old man's. "Stone Creek Bridge, about 2 miles from—" "I know where the bridge is," the old man interrupted. "Art and I used to swim there." His eyes gained some focus, and he turned toward Duane as if he were going to say something, do something. Instead, he turned back to the sheriff. "Where is he?" "They were removing the body when I left," said the sheriff. "I'll take you there if you like." The old man nodded and got into the passenger seat of the sheriff's car. Duane rushed to jump in the back. "This isn't real," he thought, as they roared past Uncle Henry's and Aunt Lena's, hit the first hill doing at least 70, and roared up past the cemetery. Duane's head almost banged the ceiling as they dove down into the woods again. "He's going to kill us, too." The speeding sheriff's car threw dust and gravel 30 feet into the woods. All along the roadside, as they climbed toward the black tree, trees, weeds, shrubs, and branches were gray-white, as if they were covered with powdered chalk. Duane knew that it was just dust from previous vehicles, but the gray foliage and the gray sky made him think of Hades, of the shades of the dead waiting there in gray nothingness, of the scene Uncle Art had read to him when he was very little, about Odysseus descending into Hades and braving those gray mists to meet the shade of his dead mother and former allies. The sheriff didn't slow for the stop sign at the intersection of County 6 and Jubilee College Road, but turned in a controlled broad slide onto the harder packed gravel. Duane realized that the light above them was flashing, although there was no siren sound. He wondered what the rush was. Ahead of him the old man's back was perfectly straight, head forward, moving only to the turns of the car. They roared the 2 miles east. Duane looked across fields to his left to see where the long stretch of woods began, where Gypsy Lane lay hidden. Then there were cornfields on either side, except for the patches of timber at the bottom of the hills. Duane counted dips, knowing that the 4th small valley held Stone Creek. They dipped the 4th time, braked hard, and the sheriff pulled to the left side of the road, parking faced toward oncoming traffic. There was no traffic. The bottom land and sparsely wooded hillside was silent with a Sunday morning hush. Duane noticed the other vehicles parked along the shoulder near the concrete bridge. A tow truck, J.P. Congdon's ugly black Chevy, a dark station wagon he didn't recognize, another wrecker from Ernie's Texaco station on the east end of Elmhaven. No ambulance. No sign of Uncle Art's car. Maybe it was a mistake. Duane noticed the damage to the bridge railing first. The old concrete had been set 40 or 50 years earlier, with balustrade-like gaps beneath the 3-foot-high shelf. Now a 4-foot chunk of that concrete had been broken off on the east end. Duane could see rusted iron reinforcement bars trailing from the concrete like some weird sculptured hand pointing down the embankment. Duane stood next to the old man and looked over the railing. Ernie from Ernie's Texaco was down there, along with 3 or 4 other men, including the rat-faced justice of the peace. So was Uncle Art's Cadillac. Duane saw at once what had happened. Art had been forced far enough right while barreling across the single-lane bridge that the concrete railing had struck the left front of the big car, smashing the engine back through the driver's side and sending the caddy spinning out over Stone Creek like a twisted toy. Then 2 tons of automobile had hit the trees on the other side, shearing off the saplings and a 10-inch oak before being bashed around by the larger elm on the hillside. Duane could see the deep gash there, the 3-foot scar in the bark still bleeding sap. He wondered idly if the elm would live. After having the right rear door and quarter panel caved in by the second impact, the caddy had rolled uphill 30 or 40 feet, taking out shrubs and small trees and bounding over a boulder. The windshield had popped out at this point and lay shattered just beyond the rock, before gravity and or collision with another large tree had sent the wreck rolling back down the hillside into the creek. It lay there now, upside down. The left front wheel was missing, but the other 3 seemed strangely exposed, almost indecent. Duane noticed that there was plenty of tread left. Uncle Art worried about worn tires. The exposed undercarriage looked clean and new except where part of the transaxle had been torn away. One door of the caddy was open and bent almost in half. The passenger compartment was not submerged, although it lay in a foot or so of water. Bits and pieces of metal, chrome, and glass glinted across the hillside, despite the lack of bright sunlight. Duane saw other things: an argyle sock lying on the grass, a pack of cigarettes near the boulder, road maps fluttering in the bushes. "They took the body away, Bob," called Ernie. barely glancing up from where he was attaching a cable to the front axle. "Donnie and Mr. Mercer rode in with the—" "Oh, hello there, Mr. McBride." Ernie looked back at his work. The old man licked his lips and spoke to the sheriff without turning his head. "Was he dead when you got here?" Duane saw the woods and ridge line reflected in the sheriff's glasses. "Yes, sir. He was dead when Mr. Carter drove by and saw something down the hill about half an hour before I got here. Mr. Mercer, he's the county coroner, you know, he said that Mr. your brother died instantly upon impact." J.P. Congdon came puffing up the slope, stood wheezing whiskey fumes on them, and hitched up his baggy overalls. "Real sorry about your—" The old man ignored the justice of the peace and started down the steep slope, sliding where the hillside was muddy, hanging onto branches to get to the bottom. Duane followed. The sheriff picked his way down cautiously, careful not to get burrs or mud on his pressed brown slacks. The old man crouched at the edge of the stream, staring into the wrecked caddy. The roof had been caved in, and water rose to the upside-down dashboard. Duane saw that the ray gun automatic dimming device had been torn free. The passenger's side was relatively unbattered. Even the collapsed roof had spared it. But the seat bench on the driver's had been driven back through the back seat cushions. There was no steering wheel, but the shaft still hung there, dripping into the water 2 feet below. In front, where the driver would have been, a mass of twisted engine metal and torn firewall filled the space like the corpse of a murdered robot. The sheriff hitched up his pants and crouched, keeping his shined boots out of the mud and murky water. He cleared his throat. "After he lost control, your brother hit the guardrail on the bridge, and, as you can see, the impact must have killed him right off." The old man gave the same nod as before. He was squatting with his feet and ankles in the stream and his wrists on his knees. He looked down at his own fingers and stared at them as if they were alien things. "Where is he?" "Mr. Mercer took him into Taylor Funeral Home," said the sheriff. "He has, a few things to finish up. Then you can make arrangements with Mr. Taylor." The old man shook his head gently. Art never wanted a funeral, and definitely not at Taylor's. The sheriff adjusted his glasses. "Mr. McBride, was your brother a drinking man?" The old man turned and looked at the sheriff for the first time. "Not on Sunday morning, he wasn't." His voice held the perfectly flat, calm tone that Duane knew threatened fury. "Yes, sir," said the sheriff. They all had to back out of the way as Ernie began cranking up the cable with the winch on the wrecker. The front of the caddy rose, dripped water from the windows, and began turning slowly toward the embankment. "Well, maybe he had a heart attack, or a bee got into the car. A lot of people lose control because of insects in the car with them. You'd be surprised how many people—" "How fast was he going?" asked Duane. He was amazed to hear his own voice. The old man and the sheriff both turned to stare at him. Duane noted how pale and fat he looked in the sheriff's glasses. "We figure about 75 or 80, said the sheriff. "I've only looked at the skid marks, not paced 'em off, but he was moving." "My brother didn't like to speed," said the old man, his face close to the sheriff's. "He had a real thing about obeying the law. I always told him it was foolish." The sheriff stood face to face with the old man for a moment and then glanced up at the broken bridge. "Yeah, well, he was speeding this morning. That's why we have to do some tests to see if he was drinking." "Look out!" shouted Ernie, and the 3 of them backed away as the caddy rose vertically from the water. Duane saw a crawdad tumble out with the dirty water and soaked maps. He remembered hunting for crawdads here with Dale and Mike and the town kids a couple of summers ago. "Could someone have forced him off the road?" asked Duane. The sheriff stared at him for a long moment. "No sign of that, son. and no one reported the accident." The old man snorted. Duane walked closer to the caddy, now twisting so that they could see the driver's side. He pointed to a red gash just visible on the mangled driver's side door. "Couldn't this paint be left by the vehicle that forced Uncle Art's car into the bridge railing?" The sheriff stepped closer, bringing his sunglasses right up to the dripping wreck. "Looks old to me, son, but we'll look into it." He stepped back, set his hands on his gun belt, and chuckled. "Not many vehicles could force a caddy this size off the road if it didn't want to go." "Something the size of the rendering truck could," said Duane. He looked up the bank and saw J.P. Congdon staring down at him. "Y'all need to get out of there while we crank this goddamn thing up," shouted Ernie. "Come on," said the old man. These were the first words he'd spoken to Duane since the sheriff had come. The two started up the steep bank, feet sliding. Then the old man did something he had not done for 5 years. He took Duane's hand in his own. The farm seemed different when they returned. The overcast was breaking up a bit, and a rich light fell across the fields. The house and barn seemed freshly painted, the old pickup in the drive magically renewed. Duane stood by the kitchen door and thought, while the old man listened to a few last words from the sheriff. When the car left, it brought Duane up out of a numb reverie. "I'm going into town," said the old man. "Wait here until I get back." Duane started walking toward the pickup. "I'm going too." His father stopped him with a gentle hand on his shoulder. "No, Duaney, I'm going into Taylor's before that damn vulture can start cosmetizing Art, and I have questions to ask." Duane started to protest, and then noticed his father's eyes and realized that the man wanted to be alone, needed to be alone, even if for the few minutes it took to drive into town. Duane nodded and went back to sit on the stoop. He thought about finishing walking the rows, but decided against it. He realized with a pang of guilt that he felt hungry, even though there was a burning in his throat much worse than with Vit, and his chest seemed ready to explode from a great pressure building there. Duane was hungry. He shook his head and ambled into the house. Munching on a liverwurst, cheese, bacon, and lettuce sandwich, he wandered through the old man's workroom, wondering where he'd left the New York Times, even as a major part of his mind ran replays of the tortured Cadillac, the scattered chrome and glass, and the streak of red paint on the driver's door. The green light was blinking on the old man's phone-answering device. Absently, still munching and thinking, Duane rewound the small reel-to-reel tape and pushed play. "Darren? Duane? Damn it, why don't you disconnect that damn machine and answer your phone?" said Uncle Art. Duane froze in mid-bite and punched the playback to stop. His heart seemed to pause, then pound once loudly, then lurch with a great ache. Duane swallowed with difficulty, took a breath, and pushed the rewind and play buttons. "And answer your phone. Duane, this call's for you. I found what you're looking for, the bell thing. It was in my library the whole time." "Duane, it's astounding. It really is. Incredible, but unsettling. I've asked about 10 of my older friends in Elmhaven, but none of them can remember a bell. It doesn't matter. What this book says is, well, I'll show you myself. It's, about 9:20 now. I'll be there before 10:30. See you, kiddo." Duane played the tape twice more, then turned off the machine, felt behind him, found a chair, and sat down heavily. The pressure in his chest was too strong to resist now, and he let it out, the tears running down his cheeks, an occasional silent sob shaking him. Once in a while he would remove his glasses, rub his eyes with the back of his hand, and take another bite of sandwich. It was a long time before he got up and went back into the kitchen. There was no answer at the listed number for the sheriff's office, But Duane finally got in touch with the man at his home. Duane had forgotten it was Sunday. "Book?" said the sheriff. I didn't see any book. Is it important, son?" "Yes," said Duane, and added, "to me." "Well, I didn't see it at the accident site. Of course, the whole area hasn't been cleaned up yet, and it could have been in that mess. It could have been in the car." "Where's the car now? Ernie's?" "Yeah, Ernie's or J.P. Congdon's place." "Congdon?" Duane tossed the crust of his bread into the garbage. "Why would it be at Mr. Congdon's place?" Duane heard the sheriff let out a breath that might have been a soft sound of disgust. "Well, J.P. hears about road accidents on his police band radio. Then he does a deal with Ernie sometimes. J.P. pays Ernie for the wreck and sells it to the auto salvage yard over at Oak Hill. At least, that's what we think he does with them." Like most of the kids in town, Duane had heard adults talking about the rumors that the justice of the peace dealt in stolen cars. Duane wondered if parts from these wrecks would be useful in such a racket. He said, "Do you know where it went today?" "Nope," said the sheriff. "Probably down to Ernie's lot, though, since he had to get the wrecker back. He's the only one on duty on Sunday, and his wife hates pumping gas. But don't worry, son. Any personal possessions we find will be given to you and your dad. You are next of kin, aren't you?" "Yes," said Duane, thinking about what an ancient and honorable word kin was. He remembered reading Chaucer, Uncle Art's copy, where the word was C-Y-N. Uncle Art was kin. "Yes," he said again softly. "Well, don't you worry, son. Any book or anything else that was in the car will come to you folks. I'll go to Ernie's in the morning and check on it myself. Meanwhile, I may need to check some things for the report I'm writing. You and your dad be home tonight?" "Yes." The house seemed empty after the conversation ended. Duane heard the ticking of the big clock over the stove and the cattle lowing far out in the west pasture. The clouds had moved in again. Despite the heat, there was no real sunlight whatsoever. Dale Stewart heard about Duane's uncle's death late that afternoon from his mom, who'd been talking to Mrs. Grumbacher, who had heard it from Mrs. Sperling, who was good friends with Mrs. Taylor. He and Lawrence were making a model Spad when their mother told them, her voice soft. Lawrence's eyes had filled, and he'd said, "Gosh, poor Duane. First his dog, and now his uncle." Dale had punched his brother hard on the shoulder then. He wasn't sure why. It had taken him a while to work up the courage, but then he went to the phone in the hall and called Duane's number, letting the party line phone ring twice the way he was supposed to. There was a click, and that weird recording machine came on and said in Duane's emotionless voice, "Hi, we can't answer the phone right now, but whatever you say will be taped and we'll get back to you. Please count to 3 and speak." Dale counted to 3 and hung up, face burning. He'd have enough trouble talking to poor Duane right now. Expressing his condolences to a tape recorder was beyond him. Dale left Lawrence working on the model, his brother's tongue sticking out and eyes almost crossed with concentration, and rode down the street to Mike's. "Ee-aw-kee!" Dale let out the shout, hopped off the bike and let it glide a few yards on its own before crashing onto the grass. "Kee-aw-wee!" Mike's answering shout came from the giant maple that overhung the street. Dale jogged back, climbed the few remaining rungs to the lower treehouse 15 feet up, and then continued climbing through branches toward the higher secret platform 30 feet higher. Mike sat with his back to a bole of one of the diverging trunks, his legs dangling over the 3-board platform. Dale pulled himself up and sat back against the other trunk. He looked down, but the ground was lost behind leaves, and he knew that they were invisible from the ground. "Hey," he said, "I just heard—" "Yeah," said Mike. He was chewing on a long piece of grass. "I heard a little while ago, too. I was going to come over to talk to you after a while. You know Duane better." Dale nodded. He and Duane had become friends through discovering a common interest in books and rocketry in 4th grade, but Dale had dreamed of rockets. Duane had built them. Dale's reading was precocious. He'd read Treasure Island and The Real Robinson Crusoe by 4th grade, but Duane's reading list was beyond belief. Still, the two had stayed friends, spending recesses together, seeing each other a few times over the summer. Dale thought that he might be the only person whom Duane had told about his ambition to become a writer. "There's no answer," said Dale. He made an awkward gesture. "I called." Mike studied the piece of grass he was chewing and dropped it into the layer of leaves 15 feet below. "Yeah, my mom called this afternoon, too. Got that machine. She's going out there later with a bunch of ladies bringing food. Your mom will probably go." Dale nodded again. A death in Elmhaven or the outlying farms meant a battalion of women descending like Valkyries bringing food. Duane told me about Valkyries. Dale couldn't quite remember what Valkyries did, but he remembered that they came down when someone died. He said, "I've only met his uncle a couple of times. He seemed real nice, smart, but nice, not touchy like Duane's dad." "Duane's dad is an alcoholic," said Mike. His voice said that it wasn't a judgment or criticism, merely a statement of fact. Dale shrugged. "His uncle had white hair and used to wear a white beard. I talked to him once when I was out at the farm playing, and he was funny." Mike plucked a leaf and began stripping it. "I heard Mrs. Somerset tell my mom that Mrs. Taylor said that he was torn apart when a steering wheel thingy went through him. She said Mr. Taylor said that no way could they have an open coffin. She said that Duane's dad came in and threatened to rip Mr. Taylor a new asshole if he touched his brother's body. Mr. McBride's brother's body, I mean." Dale found a leaf for himself. He nodded. He'd never heard the phrase, "rip him a new asshole," before, and he had to fight to keep from smiling. It was a good phrase. Then he remembered what they were talking about, and any threat of a smile fled. "Father Kavanaugh went over to the funeral home," Mike was saying. "Nobody knew what religion Mr. McBride, the uncle Mr. McBride, was, so Father C. gave him extreme unction just in case." "What's extreme whatever?" asked Dale. He finished with the leaf and started on another. Some girls skipped by far below, never guessing that people were talking softly 40 feet above them. "The last rites," said Mike. Dale nodded, although he understood no better than before. Catholics had lots of weird things that they assumed everybody knew about. Dale had watched in 4th grade when Jerry Daysinger had made fun of Mike's rosary. Jerry had stuck it around his own neck and danced around with it, accusing Mike of carrying a necklace around. Mike hadn't said anything. He'd merely pounded Daysinger's face in, sat on his chest, and carefully removed the rosary. No one had teased Mike about it since. "Father C. was there when Duane's dad came in," continued Mike, "but he didn't want to talk or anything. He just told Mr. Taylor to keep his ghoul's hands off his brother and told him where to send the body for cremation." "Cremation," whispered Dale. "That's when they burn you instead of bury you." "I know that's stupid," snapped Dale. "I was just surprised." And relieved, he realized. In the past 15 minutes, part of his mind had been imagining going down to Taylor's to the funeral, having to see the body during the visitation, sitting with Duane. But cremation, that meant no funeral, didn't it? "When's it going to be?" he asked. The cremation. It was such an adult and final word. Mike shrugged. "You want to go out and see him?" "See who?" asked Dale. He knew that Digger Taylor sometimes snuck his friends into the coffin room before the viewing, showing them corpses. Chuck Sperling once bragged that he and Dicker had seen Mrs. Dugan when she was laid out naked in the embalming room. "Who?" "Duane, of course," said Mike. "Who else do you think we ought to go see, dipstick?" Dale grunted, crumbled the last of the leaf, and tried to brush sap from his hand. He squinted up at the sky through the thinning canopy above them. "It'll be dark pretty soon." "No, it's not. We've got another couple of hours. The days are longer this week than any time in the whole year, dopehead. It's just cloudy this evening." Dale thought about the long pedal out to Duane's house. He remembered Duane talking about the time the rendering truck had tried to run him down. They'd be on the same road. He thought of having to talk to Mr. McBride and whatever other grown-ups were out there. What could be harder to do than visit someone after a death? "Okay," he said, "let's go." They climbed down, grabbed their bikes, and headed out of town. The sky in the east was almost black, as if a storm were coming. The air was dead calm. Halfway to County 6, a truck became visible ahead of them as a cloud of dust. Dale and Mike pulled far to the right, almost into the ditch to let it pass. It was Duane and his dad going the other way in their pickup. The truck did not stop. Duane saw his two friends on their bikes and guessed that they were probably headed out to the farm to see him, and he glanced over his shoulder in time to see them stopped and standing, staring after the truck for the few seconds before the cloud of dust enveloped them. The old man hadn't even noticed Mike and Dale. Duane said nothing. It hadn't been easy convincing the old man that the book was important enough to go hunting for tonight. Duane had played the tape. "What the hell is all this about?" the old man had asked. He'd been in a murderous depression since he'd returned from Taylor's. Duane hesitated only a second. He could tell the old man everything, just as he'd explained it to Uncle Art, but the time seemed all wrong. The stuff about a Borgia bell seemed idle nonsense in the face of the reality of loss the old man and he were feeling. Duane explained that he and Uncle Art had been researching this bell, an artifact one of the Ashley Montagues had brought back from Europe, and which seemed to have been forgotten by everyone. Duane made it sound like a lark, one of the uncountable projects he had shared with Uncle Art, like the times they had gone buggo on astronomy and built their own telescopes, or the autumn they had tried to build every device Leonardo da Vinci had designed. That kind of thing. The old man understood, but he didn't see the urgency in driving into town to stare at the wreck of the Cadillac again that night. Duane knew that the old man's temporary sobriety was tearing at him like steel pins. He also knew that if he let the old man get out of his sight into Carl's or the Black Tree, it would be days before he saw him again. The taverns were officially closed on Sunday, but certain patrons found their way in the back door easily enough. "Maybe I could go check for the book, and you could pick up a bottle of wine or something," Duane said. "You know, have a toast tonight in Uncle Art's memory." The old man glared at him, but slowly relaxed his features. He rarely settled on a compromise himself, but he knew a good one when he heard it. Duane knew that the old man had been warring between the necessity to stay sober until the arrangements for Uncle Art were concluded and the absolute requirement to tie one on. "Okay," said the old man, "we'll take a look, and I'll pick up something to bring home. You can lift a toast to him, too." Duane nodded. The one thing in life that he was terrified of, until now, was liquor. He was afraid that the disease ran in the family, and that one drink would send him over the edge, creating the craving in him that had driven the old man for 30-some years. But he had nodded, and they had left for town after staring at a dinner neither one of them touched. Ernie's Texaco was closed. It usually shut down at 4 p.m. on Sunday, and today was no exception. There were 3 wrecks around back, but no caddy. Duane told the old man what the sheriff had said about Congdon. The old man turned away, but not before Duane heard him muttered, "Goddamn thieving capitalist son of a bitch." Old Central was in shadows as they rolled up 2nd Avenue past it and turned down Depot Street. Duane saw Dale Stewart's parents sitting on their long porch and saw their posture change as they recognized him. They continued west on Depot past Broad. Congdon's black Chevy wasn't in the yard or parked on the muddy ruts that might have been a driveway around the side of the shabby house. The old man pounded at the door, but there was no response except for the frenzied barking of what sounded like a very large dog. Duane followed the old man around back, across a weedy lot filled with springs, beer cans, an old washing machine, and an assortment of rusted things out behind a small shed. There were 8 cars there. 2 were up on blocks and looked as if they might be rebuilt some day. The others were sprawled in the high weeds like metal corpses. Uncle Art's Cadillac was the closest to the shed. "Don't get into it," said the old man. There was something strange about his voice. "If you see the book in there, I'll get it out." On its wheels again, the damage was even more obvious. The roof was smashed down almost to the level of the doors. Even from the passenger side where they stood, it was obvious that the heavy car had been twisted on its own axis by the collision with the bridge. The hood was gone, and Congdon, or someone, had already spread engine parts across the grass. Duane walked around to the driver's side. "Dad?" The old man came around and stared with him. Both the driver's and left rear doors were missing. "They were there when they fished the car out," said Duane. "I pointed the red paint out to the sheriff." "I remember." The old man found a metal tie rod and started poking through the waist-high weeds as if he would find the doors there. Duane crouched and peered in, then went around back to look in through the opening where the rear window had been. He pried open a back door on the right side and leaned into what was left of the back seat. Twisted metal, torn upholstery, springs, fabric, and insulation from the roof hanging like stalactites. Broken glass, the smell of blood, gasoline, and transmission fluid. No book. The old man came back through the woods. "No sign of the doors. Find what you were after?" Duane shook his head. "We've got to go back to the accident site." "No." Duane heard a tone in his father's voice that said there would be no discussion. "Not tonight." Duane turned, feeling a deep depression drop on his shoulders, something even heavier than the sharp-edged grief he already felt. He started back around the shed, thinking about the evening ahead with the old man and a bottle. The trade had been for nothing. His hands were in his pockets when he came around the corner of the shed. The dog was on him before he could pull his hands free. At first Duane didn't know it was a dog. It was just something huge and black and growling with a sound unlike anything Duane had ever heard. Then the thing jumped. Teeth gleamed at eye level, and Duane fell back across springs and broken glass, the mass of the dog's body going over him and twisting, growling, lunging to get at him. In that second, lying on the littered ground, hands free now but scraped and empty, Duane knew again what it meant to face death. Time seemed to freeze, and he was frozen in it. Only the huge dog could move so fast that it was little more than a black blur, and it moved toward Duane, towering over him, nothing but teeth and flying saliva, as it opened its huge mouth to rip at Duane McBride's throat. The old man stepped between the dog and his fallen son and swung. The tie rod caught the Doberman in the ribs and flung it 10 feet back toward the house. The animal let out a screech that sounded like stripped gears. "Get up," panted the old man, crouching between Duane and the dog, which already had scrambled to its feet. Duane didn't know whether his father was talking to him or the Doberman. Duane was on his knees when the animal lunged again. This time the thing had to go through the old man to get to the boy, and it showed every intention of doing so, leaping with a growl that made Duane's bowels go loose. The old man pirouetted, gripped the tie rod in both hands, let the dog fly by him, and swung the metal bar upward. Duane thought he looked like a batter hitting pop flies to a distant outfield. The bar caught the Doberman under the jaw, snapped his head back in an impossible position, and caused the animal's body to do a perfect backflip before it crashed into the shed wall and slid down. He got to his feet and staggered away from the animal, but the Doberman wasn't getting up this time. The old man walked over and kicked the beast under the jaw, and the thing's head bobbled like something attached by loose string. Its eyes were wide and already clouding with death. "Gosh," said Duane, feeling that if he didn't try to make a joke, he'd just lie down again and start bawling. "Mr. Congdon's going to be surprised." "Fuck Congdon," said the old man, but there was no passion in his voice. He sounded almost relaxed for the first time since the sheriff's car had pulled up the drive 8 hours earlier. "Stay close." Still holding the tie rod, the old man led the way around the house on blocks and went up to pound on the front door. It was still locked. No one answered the knocking. "Hear that?" The old man stood tapping the metal rod. Duane shook his head. "Neither do I." Duane understood then. Either the dog inside was suddenly deaf, or it was the same one lying dead in the backyard. Someone had let it out. The old man walked to the curb and looked up and down Depot Street. It was almost dark under the trees. A rumble from the east promised a storm. "Come on, Duaney," said the old man. "We'll find your book tomorrow." They were almost to the water tower, and Duane had almost stopped shaking when he remembered. "Your bottle," he said, hating himself for reminding the old man, but figuring that he deserved it. "Fuck the bottle." The old man looked at Duane and smiled very slightly. "We'll toast Art with Pepsi. That's what you and he used to drink all the time, isn't it? We'll toast him and tell tales about him and hold a real wake. Then we'll get to bed early so we can get going tomorrow and fix some things that need fixing, okay?" Duane nodded. Jim Harlan came home from the hospital on Sunday, exactly 1 week after he'd been hospitalized. His left arm was in a clumsy cast. His head and ribs were still bandaged. He had raccoon eyes where the blood had drained, and he was still on medication for the pain. But his doctor and mother decided that it was time for him to go home. Harlan did not want to go home. He did not quite remember the accident. He remembered more than he admitted. Sneaking off to the free show that Saturday, following old Doublebutt, even deciding to climb the school to get a peek inside. But of the actual fall, or what caused it, Harlan could not remember. Each night in the hospital he awoke from nightmares, panting, heart and head pounding, grasping the metal rail of the bed for support. Those first nights his mother had been there. After a while he learned to ring for the nurse, just to have a grown-up in the room. The nurses, especially Mrs. Carpenter, the older one, humored him and stayed in the room, sometimes stroking his short hair until he fell asleep again. Harlan didn't remember the dreams that sent him screaming up from sleep, but he remembered the feeling that they gave him, and that was enough to make him sick and goose-fleshy. He had the same feeling about going home. A friend of his mother's, whom Harlan had never met, drove them home. Harlan stretched out in the rear of the man's station wagon. He felt foolish and awkward in the cast and had to lift his head from the pillows just to see the landscape go by. Each mile of the 15-minute trip from Oak Hill to Elmhaven seemed to absorb light, as if the car were moving into a zone of darkness. "Looks like it might rain," said his mother's boyfriend. "Heaven knows the crops need it." Harlan grunted. Whoever this dipshit was, Harlan had already forgotten the name his mother twitted at him during the introduction, so carefree and casual, as if this guy was an old family friend whom Harlan should know and love. Whoever he was no farmer. The clean and waxed station wagon, a Woody, and the man's soft hands and tweedy, citified suit proved that. This bozo probably didn't know or care whether the crops needed rain or manure. They arrived home about 6. His mother was supposed to pick him up at 2, but was hours late, and Bozo made a big production of helping Harlan up to his room, as if it had been his legs broken rather than his arm. Harlan had to admit that the exercise of climbing the stairs made him dizzy. He sat in his own bed, looking around at his room, seeming very strange and alien, and tried to blink away his headache while his mother ran downstairs for the medication. Harlan could hear hushed conversation and then a long silence. He imagined the kiss, imagined Bozo getting the old tongue in there, and his mother bending her right leg up and back, long-heeled shoe dangling the way it always did when she gave her bozos their good-night kiss, while Harlan watched from the window in his room. A sick yellow light coming through the window filled the room with a sulphurous tint. He realized suddenly why his room seemed so weird. His mother had cleaned it up. Cleaned up the piles of clothes, the heaps of comics, the toy soldiers and broken models, the dusty junk under his bed, even the heap of old boy's life that had sat stacked in the corner for years. With a rush of warm guilt, Harlan wondered whether she'd cleaned deep enough in his closet to find the nudie magazines. He started to get up to check, but the dizziness and the headache pulled him back to the pillow. Fuck it. To add to the chorus of pain, his arm kicked in with its evening bone-deep ache. They had put a steel pin in it, for Christ's sakes. Harlan closed his eyes and tried to imagine a steel nail the size of a railroad spike driven through his splintered humerus. Nothing humorous about my humerus, thought Jim Harlan, and realized that he was perilously close to tears. Where the fuck is she? Or maybe, where is she fucking? His mother came into the room all a-twitter with good spirits and pleasure at having her little Jimmy at home. Harlan saw how thick the makeup was on her cheeks, and her perfume wasn't the soft, flowery scent of the nurses who checked on him at night. She smelled like some musky, night-burrowing animal. A mink, maybe, or a weasel in heat. "Now take your pills, and I'll get busy making dinner," she chirped. She gave him the bottle of pills rather than the little cup the nurses used to dole out prescribed doses. Harlan swallowed 3 of the codeine pills rather than the one he was supposed to take. Fuck this pain stuff. His mother was too busy flitting around the room, fluffing pillows and unpacking his hospital suitcase to notice. If she was going to make a big deal out of the dirty magazines, Harlan realized she was saving it for another day. That was fine with him. She could go down and burn whatever dinner she was planning. She cooked about twice a year, and it was always a disaster. Harlan already felt the numbing buzz of the medication and was ready to drift into that nice, warm, wall-less space where he'd spent so much time the first few days in the hospital when they'd given him the stronger stuff for the pain. He asked his mother something. "What, dear?" She paused in hanging up his robe, and Harlan realized that his voice had sounded pretty slurry. He tried again. "My friends come over?" "Your friends?" "Why, yes, dear, they're very worried and said to wish you their best." "Who?" "Pardon, dear?" "Who?" snapped Harlan, and then worked to control his voice. "Who came over?" "Why, you said that nice farm boy, what's his name, Donald, came to the hospital last week." "Dwayne," said Harlan, "and he's not a friend, he's some farm kid with straw behind his ears. I mean, who came over to the house?" His mother frowned and fluttered her fingers the way she did when she was flustered. Harlan thought that the bright red nail polish made her white fingers look like they ended in bloody stumps. The idea amused him somehow. "Who?" he said. "O'Rourke, Stewart, Daysinger, Grumbacher?" His mother sighed. "I can't remember your little friends' names, Jimmy, but I did hear from them, at least from their mothers. They're all very worried. That nice lady who works at the A&P was especially concerned." "Mrs. O'Rourke," sighed Harlan. "But Mike or the guys haven't come by?" She folded up his hospital pajamas under her arm as if cleaning them was a priority, as if his dirty pajamas and underwear hadn't laid around on this very floor for weeks before he went into the hospital. "I'm sure they have, darling, but I've been, well, busy, naturally, what with spending so much time in the hospital and having to look after other things." Harlan tried to roll over on his right side. The cast was an awkward protuberance on his left arm, bent at the elbow but heavy and stiff. He felt the codeine beginning to carry him away. Maybe he could con her into leaving the whole fucking bottle so he could take care of the pain himself. The doctors didn't care if you hurt. It was no skin off their noses if you woke up in the night scared and hurting so bad that you wanted to piss your pajama bottoms. Even the nice nurses who smelled so good didn't really give a shit. They'd come when called, all right, but then they squeaked their shoes down the tile hall, went off duty, and went to screw some guy at home. His mother kissed him, and he smelled Bozo's cologne on her. He pulled his face away before her cigarette breath, and Bozo's spoor made him sick. "You sleep well now, dear." She tucked him in like he was a baby, except the cast didn't fit under the blankets, and she had to sort of poke the covers around it like a Christmas tree skirt. Harlan was floating on the sudden release from pain, the numbness that made him feel more alive than he had been all week. It wasn't dark yet. Harlan allowed himself to fall asleep when it was daytime. It was the goddamn dark he hated. He could nap a bit before he woke to his silent sentinel duty, trying to be alert in case it came. In case what came? The medication seemed to free his mind, as if the barriers to what had happened, what he saw, were ready to come down, the curtains ready to open. Harlan tried to roll over, came up against the cast, and moaned fitfully, feeling the pain as some detached thing, like a small but persistent dog pulling at his sleeve. He wouldn't let the barriers come down, the curtains open. Whatever it was that woke him every night, sweating, heart pounding, he didn't want it to come back. Fuck O'Rourke and Stewart and Daysinger and the rest. Fuck them all. They weren't real friends anyway. Who needed them? Harlan hated this whole fucking town, with its fat fucking people and its fucking stupid kids. And the school. Jim Harlan fell into a fitful doze. The sulphury yellow light shifted to red on his wallpaper before fading to darkness as the storm growled its approach. Several blocks east on Depot Street, Dale and Lawrence sat on the porch railing an hour after nightfall and watched the heat lightning illuminating the dark sky. Their parents relaxed in their wicker porch chairs. Every time the silent lightning flashed, Old Central would be revealed through the screen of elms across the street, its brick and stone walls painted an electric blue by the strobe. The air was still, the wind in front of the storm having not yet arrived. "Doesn't feel quite like tornado weather," said Dale's dad. Their mother sipped her lemonade and said nothing. The air was thick, heavy with the approach of storm. Each time the silent lightning illuminated the school and playground and 2nd Avenue stretching south toward the hard road, she flinched slightly. Dale was fascinated by the sudden explosions of light and by the strange color they imparted to the grass, homes, trees, and asphalt of the streets. It was as if they were watching their black-and-white Sylvania halo-light TV, and suddenly it had begun transmitting, at least intermittently, in color. The lightning rippled around the eastern and southern horizons, flickering above the treetops like a fierce aurora borealis. Dale remembered stories his Uncle Henry had told about artillery barrages in the First World War. Dale's dad had served in Europe in the more recent war, but never spoke about it. "Look," said Lawrence softly, and pointed toward the schoolyard. Dale bent closer to follow his brother's pointing arm. When the heat lightning flashed, he saw the furrow across the playground ball diamond. There had been a few such furrows visible there since school had let out, as if someone had been laying pipe, but neither Dale nor anyone else in the family had seen men working in the schoolyard during the day. And why would they lay pipe to a school that was going to be torn down any day? "Come on," whispered Dale, and he and his brother jumped from the railing to the stone steps, from the steps to the front lawn. "Don't go far," called their mom. "It's going to rain." "We won't," Dale called over his shoulder. They jogged across Depot Street, jumping the low, grassy ditches on each side, which substituted for storm sewers in town, and ran beneath the outstretched branches of the giant sentinel elm across the street from their house. Dale looked around, realizing for the first time what a solid barrier the giant elms made. While it was simple to walk between them onto the playground, the effect was a bit like passing through a fortress wall into the courtyard of a castle. And Old Central looked every bit the brooding castle this night. Lightning flickered and was reflected from the unboarded windows on the high dormers. The stone and brick looked oddly greenish in the light. The arched entranceway shielded only darkness. "There," said Lawrence. He had stopped 6 feet from the mole-burrowish furrow which cut right across the playground. It was as if someone had laid a pipeline from the school. Dale could see where the mound touched brick near a basement window, straight through second base toward the pitcher's mound. But they had stopped halfway across the playground. Dale turned and looked down the direction the furrow would take if it were extended further. He was staring at his own front porch, 30 yards away. Lawrence let out a shout and jumped back. Dale wheeled. In the brief explosion of light from the sky, Dale watched as the ground buckled. Sods of dirt were pushed up, grass still intact, and the long line of mounded earth extended another 4 feet, then stopped less than a yard from his sneakers. Mike O'Rourke was feeding Memo while the lightning pulsed beyond the curtain. Feeding the old lady was not pleasant. Her throat and digestive system worked after a fashion, otherwise they couldn't take care of her at home, and she would have been in an Oak Hill nursing home. But she could only eat strained baby foods, and her mouth had to be opened and closed before and after each mouthful. Swallowing appeared to be more an act of choking it down than anything else. Invariably much of the food ended up on his grandmother's chin and the wide bib they tied around her neck. But Mike went through the process patiently, speaking to her of small things, delivering the Sunday papers, the coming rain, his sister's exploits, during the long intervals between spoonsful. Suddenly, between bites, Memo's eyes became very wide, and she began blinking quickly, trying to communicate something. Mike often wished that she and the family had learned the Morse code before her stroke, but why would they have thought they needed it? Now it would have come in handy, as the old woman blinked, paused, blinked repeatedly, paused again. "What is it, Memo?" whispered Mike, bending closer and cleaning her chin with a napkin. He glanced over his shoulder, half expecting to see a dark shape at the window. Instead, there was only the darkness between the curtains. Then a sudden ripple of heat lightning, which revealed the leaves of the linden tree in the fields across the street. "It's okay," Mike said softly, and offered another spoonful of strained carrots. It obviously wasn't okay. Memo's blinking became more agitated, and the muscles of her throat worked so rapidly that Mike feared she was going to regurgitate the evening meal. He bent closer to make sure that she wasn't choking, but it seemed she was breathing all right. The blinking became a frenzied staccato. Mike wondered if she were having another stroke, if she were actually dying this time. But he did not call his parents. Something about the pre-storm stillness outside had invaded his motions and emotions, freezing him in his chair as he bent toward Memo with spoon extended. The blinking stopped, and Memo's eyes grew very wide. At the same instant something scratched against the floorboards of the old house. Mike knew that there was nothing but a low crawl space there. The scratching audible under the floor of the kitchen on the southwest corner of the house, and then moving, scurrying, quicker than a cat or dog would run, across the kitchen, across the corner of the living room and the bit of hallway, under the floor of the parlor, of Memo's room, under Mike's feet and the massive brass bed where the old lady lay. Mike looked down beneath his still extended arm, between his sneakers on the frayed rug. The scratching was as loud as if someone on a railed dolly had slid under the house with a long knife or metal rod, clawing at every cross brace and stud under the old floorboards. Now it became a pounding, a chipping away, as if that same blade were being used to hack away at the boards between Mike's sneakers. He stared down, open-mouthed, waiting for whatever it was to rip its way through the floorboards, imagining bladed fingers emerging and seizing his leg. One glance told him that Memo had quit staring and had closed her eyes as tightly as they could shut. Suddenly, immediately, the clawing stopped. Mike found his voice. "Mom! Dad! Peg!" He was shouting, not quite screaming. His hand holding the spoon was still extended, but shaking now. His father came in from the bathroom just across the hall, suspenders hanging loose, his massive belly and undershirt far out over the waistband of his trousers. His mother came in from their room, belting her old robe. A clatter on the stairs announced not Peg, but Mary, leaning on the doorframe and peering into the parlor. There was a cluster of questions snapped at him. "What in the hell are you screaming about?" his father repeated when there was a pause. Mike looked from face to face. "You didn't hear it?" "Hear what?" asked his mother, in her voice that was always harsher than she meant it to be. Mike looked down at the carpet between his sneakers. He could feel whatever it was down there, waiting. He glanced back at Memo. Her eyes were still shut tightly, her body rigid. "A sound," said Mike, hearing how lame his voice sounded. "A terrible sound from underneath the house." His father shook his head and lifted a towel to dry his jowls. "I didn't hear anything in the bathroom. Must be one of those He glanced at his frowning wife. "One of those darned cats again. Maybe another skunk. I'll go out with a flashlight and broom and shoo it away." "No!" cried Mike, much louder than he had meant to. Mary made a face, and his parents looked at him quizzically. "I mean, it's going to rain," he said. "Let's wait till tomorrow when it's light, and I'll go in there and get it out." "Watch for the black widow spiders," said Mary with a shudder, and pounded back up the stairs. Mike could hear rock and roll music from her radio. His father went back into the bathroom. Mike's mother came in, patted Memo's head, felt her cheek, and said, "It looks as if Mother has drifted off to sleep. I'll wait here to feed her when she wakes up if you want to go up and get ready for bed." Mike swallowed and lowered his shaking arm, bracing it on a knee that wasn't that steady. He could feel something down there, separated just by 3/4 of an inch of wood and a 40-year-old carpet. He could feel it down there in the dark, waiting for him to leave. "No," he said to his mother, "I'll stay and finish it." He gave her a smile. She touched his head and went back into her room. Mike waited. After a moment, Memo opened her eyes. Outside, the heat lightning flashed silently. Chapter 16. It did not rain on Sunday night, nor on Monday, although the day was gray and thick with humidity. Dwayne's father had set Wednesday for Uncle Art's cremation in Peoria, and there were details to be taken care of, people to notify. At least 3 people, an old army buddy of Uncle Art's, a cousin he had known well, and an ex-wife insisted on coming, so there was to be a short memorial service after all. The old man arranged it for 3 o'clock in Peoria, at the only mortuary which did cremations. The old man tried to call J.P. Congdon through much of Monday, but the man was never home. Duane stood in the doorway and eavesdropped that afternoon when Constable Barney drove up with a complaint. "Well, Darren," Barney had said to the old man, "J.P.'s telling everybody that you killed his dog." The old man had shown his teeth. "The goddamn dog was attacking my boy. It was a big, stupid Doberman with a microscopic little brain about the size of Congdon's dick." Barney shuffled his hat in his hands, running his fingers along the slick sweatband. "J.P. says that the dog was inside his house, that he found its body in the house, that somebody broke in and killed it." The old man spat in the dust. "God damn it, you know that's as much of a lie as most of J.P. Congdon's traffic arrests. That dog was inside when we knocked. Then when my boy and I came back around the shed after looking at Art's Cadillac, which by all rights shouldn't be there, you know. It's illegal for a third party to buy a wrecked vehicle before the accident's completely investigated. Anyway, the dog jumped Duane after we went into the backyard, which means that piss-ant Congdon let it out, knowing that it would attack us." Barney looked the old man in the eye. "You don't have any evidence of that, do you?" The old man laughed. "Why did he send you after me? Does Congdon have evidence that I was the one who killed the Doberman?" "He said that the neighbors saw you." "Bullshit. Mrs. Dumont lives next to Congdon, and she's blind. The only other folks on that block that'd know me is Miss Jensen, and she's up in Oak Hill with her boy Jimmy. Besides, I had a legal right to be on that property. Congdon illegally impounded my brother's car and then tore the doors off it, so the true nature of his accident wouldn't be revealed." Barney set his hat on his head and tugged at the bill of it. "What are you talking about, Darren?" "I'm talking about 2 missing doors on the driver's side of that Cadillac that hold evidence of the accident. Red paint. Red paint like the paint on the truck that tried to run my boy down a week ago today." Barney removed a notebook from his pocket, wrote in it with a stubby pencil, and looked up. "Did you notify Sheriff Conway?" "You're goddamned right I called him," said the old man. He was agitated, rubbing his cheeks. He had shaved that morning, and the absence of stubble there seemed to disconcert him. "He said he'd look into it. I told him he'd damn well better look into it, that I was going to file charges against him as well as Congdon if they didn't carry out a thorough investigation." "So you think there was a second vehicle?" The old man glanced back at Duane standing in the doorway. "I know that my brother didn't drive that Cadillac into the bridge at 70 miles an hour on his own," he said to Constable Barney. "Art was a damned fool about obeying speed limits, even out on shitty roads like Jubilee College Road. No, somebody ran him off the road." Barney walked back to his car. "I'll call Conway and tell him I'm checking into it as well." Behind the screen door, Duane blinked. The town constable had no part in investigating deaths on county highways. What he was doing was a favor, pure and simple. "Meanwhile," said the constable, "I'll tell our justice of the peace that his neighbors must have been mistaken. Perhaps the dog died of natural causes. The mean son of a bitch has gone after me a few times." He extended his hand to the old man. "I'm damned sorry about Art, Darren." Surprised, the old man shook the constable's hand. Duane stepped out and stood next to his father while they watched the car recede down the long drive. Duane thought that if he turned to look at his father right then, he would find tears in the old man's eyes for the first time since the accident. He did not turn to look. That evening they went to Uncle Art's home to get a suit to take into the Peoria mortuary the next morning. "Damn fool thing," muttered the old man as they drove the 4 miles in the pickup. "They're not going to show him off, just incinerate him and the coffin. Art might as well be nude, for all it matters to him or us." Duane recognized the grumbling as the sign of another day without alcohol, as much as grief or general bad temper. The old man was nearing a record for the past couple of years. This trip was what Duane had been waiting for. He hadn't wanted to make a big deal out of searching for signs of whatever book Uncle Art had found and was bringing over to share when he was killed, but he knew the old man would have to go over there before the funeral. It was dark when they arrived. Uncle Art lived in a small white farmhouse set back several hundred yards from the road. He leased the house from the family who still farmed the surrounding fields, set in beans this summer, and only the vegetable garden behind the house was Uncle Art's handiwork. The old man looked at the garden a moment before they went in the back door, and Duane knew what he was thinking about, how they'd have to come over and tend it. In a few weeks they'd be eating the tomatoes that Uncle Art loved so much. The house wasn't locked. Duane blinked and adjusted his glasses as he entered, feeling the grief and sense of loss strike him anew. He realized that it was the scent of Uncle Art's pipe tobacco in the still, trapped air. In that second, Duane realized how temporary life was, how fleeting any person's presence was. A few books, the scent of tobacco that a person would never enjoy again, a few clothes that would be used by others, the inevitable snapshots, legal papers, and correspondence that would mean so much less to someone else. A human being on this world, Duane realized with a shock of recognition approaching vertigo, made no more permanent impression than does a hand thrust in water. Remove the hand, and water rushes in to fill the void, as if nothing had ever been there. "I'll be just a minute," said the old man, almost whispering for a reason neither understood, but both obeyed. "You can stay in here." They had walked through the kitchen into the darker study. Duane snapped on a light and nodded. The old man disappeared into the bedroom. Duane heard the closet door being opened. Uncle Art's house was small, only a kitchen, a study converted from the unused dining room, a living room barely big enough to hold a barca-lounger, many bookshelves, 2 armchairs on either side of a table with a chessboard. Duane recognized the game he and Uncle Art had been playing 3 weekends earlier, and a large console television set. The small bedroom was the last room. The front door opened onto a small cement porch that looked out on about 2 acres of yard. No visitors ever entered or left by the front door, but Duane knew that Uncle Art had enjoyed sitting on the front porch in the evening, smoking his pipe and looking out north over the fields. One could hear traffic on Jubilee College Road easily enough, but the cars were not visible because of the hillside. Duane shook himself out of his reverie and tried to concentrate. Uncle Art once had mentioned that he kept a journal, had kept one every year since 1941. Duane thought that whatever book he had mentioned on the phone was gone, taken by Congdon or whoever, but there might be some mention of it. He clicked on the lamp on Art's cluttered desk. The dining room had been the biggest room in the house, and the study was floor-to-ceiling bookcases, holding mostly hardcover editions, and more low shelves in the center of the room, on either side of the huge door, Art had used as his desk. The desk held bills, the telephone, stacks of correspondence, which Duane only flicked through, clippings of chess columns from Chicago and New York papers, magazines, cartoons from the New Yorker, a framed photograph of Art's second wife, another frame holding a drawing by Da Vinci of a helicopter-like machine, a jar of marbles, another jar of red licorice. Duane had raided that jar for as long as he could remember, and scraps of paper holding old shopping lists, lists of fellow union members from the Caterpillar plant, lists of Nobel Prize winners, and a myriad of other things. No journal. The desk had no drawers. Duane looked around the room. He could hear the old man going through drawers in the bedroom, probably finding underwear and socks. It would only take another minute. Where would Uncle Art keep a journal? Duane wondered if it was in the bedroom. No, Art wouldn't write in bed. He'd fill his daily entry here at his work desk. Only there was no book here. No drawers. Books. Duane sat in the old captain's chair, feeling how the varnish had been worn away by his uncle's arms. He would write in the journal every day, probably every evening, sitting here. Duane extended his left hand. Uncle Art was left-handed. One of the low bookshelves near the left trestle base of the big door of a desk was within reach. It was actually a double shelf, with books facing outward, and others, more than a dozen untitled volumes, facing inward, almost invisible in the darkness under the desk. Duane pulled one of the books out. Leather-bound, heavy, quality paper, about 500 pages. There was no printing within, only a tight script written with an old-fashioned pen. The script filled each page, and was not only illegible, it was unreadable. Literally. Duane spread the volume open and leaned closer under the lamp, adjusting his glasses as he did so. The entries were not in English. The tightly scrawled pages looked as if they had been written in some hybrid of Hindi or Arabic, a solid wall of scribbles, loops, arabesques, and squiggles. There were no separate words. The lines were one inseparable, indecipherable tangle of unknown symbols. But at the top of each column of text there were numbers, and these were uncoded. Duane looked at the top of this page and read 19 period, 3 period, 57 period. Duane knew that Uncle Art had often said that Europe's and most of the world's way of writing the date with the day, then the month, then the year, made more sense than the American way. Littlest to biggest, he'd said to his nephew when Duane was 6, makes a hell of a lot more sense that way. Duane had always agreed. He was looking at his uncle's journal entry from March 19th, 1957. He set the book back, pulled out the one set farthest to the left, the one easiest to reach. The first page of scribbles read 1 period, 60. The last page, unfinished, lay under a heading of 11 period, 6 period, 60. Uncle Art had not made an entry on Sunday morning, but he had written in his journal on Saturday evening. All set? The old man was standing in the doorway, holding a suit still in the dry cleaner's cellophane, with Uncle Art's old gym bag in the other hand. He stepped into the circle of light near the desk and nodded at the book, which Duane had instinctively closed. "Is that what Art was bringing you?" Duane hesitated only a second. "I think so." "Bring it along, then." The old man went out through the kitchen. Duane turned out the light, stood thinking about the other 18 years of personal thoughts held in the volumes under the desk, and wondered if he was doing the wrong thing. Obviously, the journals were in some sort of personal code, but Duane was good at breaking codes. If he broke this code, he would be reading things that Uncle Art had not meant for his eyes, or any eyes, to see. But he wanted me to know what he found. He sounded excited about it. Serious, but excited, and perhaps a little scared. Duane took a breath and lifted the heavy book, sensing his uncle's presence all around him now, in the smell of tobacco, the familiar mustiness of the hundreds and hundreds of books, the scent of leather on the cover, even the slight pleasant scent of his uncle's perspiration, the clean smell of a working man's sweat. It was very dark in the room now. The sense of Uncle Art's presence was a bit unnerving, as if the ghost of the man were standing there behind Duane, urging him to take the book, urging him to sit down there now, turn on the light, and read it with the spirit leaning over him. Duane half expected a cold touch of a hand on his neck. Walking, not hurrying, Duane went out through the kitchen to join his father in the truck. Dale and Lawrence had played ball all day, despite the threatening clouds and cloying humidity, and by dinner-time they were saturated with dirt that had turned to mud where their sweat had run in rivulets. Their mother saw them coming out the kitchen window and made them stand in the back stairway and strip to their jockey shorts before she'd let them enter. Dale got the job of carrying the clothes down to the back room of the basement where the washing machine sat. Dale hated the basement. It was the one part of their big old house that made him nervous. It was okay in the summer, when he almost never had to come down here, but in the winter it was his job to come down every evening after dinner and shovel coal into the hopper. The stairs to the basement were each at least 2 feet high, made for someone with a greater-than-human stride. The huge concrete stairs wound to the left as they went down, between the outside and the kitchen walls, and the effect was that the basement seemed much farther down than it should be. Dungeon stairs, Lawrence called them. The naked bulb at the top of the stairs shed almost no light down here, where the corridor ran back to the furnace. There was another light beyond the furnace, but it had to be turned on by a hanging cord, as did the one in the coal bin. Dale glanced to his right at the opening to the coal bin as he passed it. It was not a door, really, just a 4-foot opening in the wall, stepping up to the higher level of the bin. From floor to ceiling it was only 5 feet in the little room, and Dale knew how hard it was for his father to crouch in there and shovel coal. The hopper, door now closed, angled from the corridor to the bin, so that one shoveled down into its waiting maw. Behind the hopper, seeming to fill the end of the short corridor where Dale now stood, was the ancient furnace itself, a huge and scabrous hulk of metal, with its tentacles of pipe running every which direction. What Dale hated most about the coal bin on those winter nights when he had to shovel down here wasn't the work, although he had calluses on his hands through the winter, or the coal dust taste that lingered in the back of his mouth even after he brushed his teeth. No, it was the crawl space at the back of the bin. The far wall ran about 3 feet from the cement floor and ended just a couple of feet below the ceiling, revealing a dirt and stone floor, water pipes, and a glimpse of cobwebs. Dale knew that the space ran under much of the room that his father used as an office when he was home, and continued on under the huge front porch. He could hear mice and larger rodents scurrying in there when he was shoveling coal, and one cold night he had turned quickly to see small red eyes staring out at him. Dale's parents often complimented him on how diligently he filled the hopper, how quickly he worked. For Dale, those 20 or so minutes every winter night were the worst part of his day, and he was willing to work at breakneck speed just to get the damned hopper filled and to get out. He loved it when the coal bin had just been filled, and he had only to stand near the hopper and shovel. Later in the month, when the coal was reduced to a low heap in the far corner, he had to walk the width of the bin, lift the load, carry it 9 feet across the room, and dump it in, with his back to the crawl space. Not shoveling coal was one of the reasons Dale loved summer. One glance now told him that there was only a tiny heap of black anthracite in the far corner. Light from the top of the stairs barely cast a glow in the bin. The crawl space was utter blackness. Dale found the first light cord, blinked in the sudden glare, went around the massive furnace into the second room, used for nothing but holding the furnace, passed through the third room, where his dad had a workbench with only a smattering of tools, and curved right again into the far room, where his mother kept the washer and dryer. His father had said that it was a bitch to get those machines down here, and that if and when they moved, the washer and dryer stayed. Dale believed him. He remembered his dad, the delivery guys from Sears, Mr. Somerset, and 2 other neighbor men wrestling with those machines for well over an hour. This back room had no windows. None of the basement rooms did, and the light cord dangled in the center. Near the south wall, a circular pit with a 3-foot diameter seemed to drop into darkness. It was the huge sump pump that kept water out of a downstairs set too deep for the local water table. Still, the basement had flooded 4 times in the 4.5 years they had lived here, and Dale's dad once had to wade back here in water over 2 feet deep to fix the pump. Dale tossed the filthy clothes onto the top of the washing machine, tugged the light out as he passed, and moved quickly. Back room to workroom to furnace room to corridor, not looking into the coal bin this time. Then the 10 giant steps up and around to the top step. It was so cool and damp in the basement that it came as a shock to feel the clammy air through the back screen door and to see the soft twilight above Grumbacher's house to the west. Dale padded quickly through the kitchen, embarrassed to be wearing just his underpants. Lawrence was already splashing in the tub and making submarine attack noises. Luckily, Dale's mom was out on the front porch, so he half-skated down the hallway in his bare feet, ran up the stairs, circled the landing, and went into his room to get his robe before his mom came back in. He lay on his bed with the little reading lamp on, skimming through an old copy of Astounding Science Fiction until it was his turn to take a bath. Once alone downstairs in his quiet and lighted corner of the basement, it took Duane McBride less than 5 minutes to crack the code. Uncle Art's journal looked as if it had been kept in Hindi, but it was simple English. There weren't even any transpositions. Of course it helped that Duane had shared his uncle's fascination with Leonardo da Vinci. The Renaissance genius had kept his own diary in a simple code, writing reversed so that it could be read in a mirror. Duane brought a hand mirror over to his work table, and there was the entry in English, running from right to left. Uncle Art had run the words together so that the code would not be too obvious. He'd also connected the letters at the top, which gave the line of print its oddly Arabic or Vedic look. Instead of periods, he'd used a symbol which looked like a reversed capital F with 2 dots before it. A reversed F with 1 dot was a comma. Duane saw that the page and passage he'd opened to dealt with problems at work, a union foreman who was under suspicion of skimming union funds, and a dialogue reproducing a political argument between Art and his brother. Duane glanced at the passage, remembered the argument in question. The old man had been quite drunk and calling for the violent overthrow of the government. And then he hurried on to the final entry. 11/6/60. Found the passage on the bell Duane's been hunting for. It was in the Apocrypha, Additions to the Book of the Law by Aleister Crowley. I should have realized that it would be Crowley, that self-appointed mage of our age who would know something about all this. Spent a couple of hours tonight out on the porch thinking. At first I was going to keep this to myself, but little Duane's worked hard on researching this local mystery, and I decided that he has a right to know. Tomorrow I'll take the book over and share the whole section on familiars with him. The Borgia section makes for weird reading. A couple of the pertinent sections. Quote, Where the Medicis favored the traditional animal familiars for their bridge to the world of magic, it is said that the Borgia family, during those most productive centuries of the Renaissance, from the point of view of practicing the art, chose an inanimate object as their talisman. Legend had it that the great stele of revealing, the iron Egyptian obelisk in the shrine of Osiris, had been stolen from its rightful place in the 5th or 6th century, Christian reckoning, and had long been the source of power for the Borja family of Valencia, Spain. In 1455, when a member of that ancient family of sorcerers became pope, a great irony, since his political rise had occurred due to the dark powers in this pre-Christian symbol, his first act was to commission the construction of a great bell. There is little doubt that this bell, brought to Rome about the time of this Borja pope's death, was the stele of revealing, melted down and recast into a more palatable form for the masses of Christians awaiting its arrival. This bell was said to be much more than another magical object of the form found in almost every Moorish or Spanish royal household in those days. The Borjas looked upon it as the all-devourer, all-begetter. In the Egyptian, the stele of revealing was known as the crown of death, and its transmogrification had been foretold in the Book of the Abyss. And, unlike organic familiars, which act merely as medium, the stele, even in its incarnation as a bell, demanded its own sacrifice. Legend says that Don Alonso y Borja offered a newly born granddaughter to the bell before going to Rome for the conclave of 1455, which, against all odds, elected him pope. But Don Alonso, now known as Pope Calixtus III, either lacked the stomach to continue the schedule of sacrifices, or believed that the stele's power had been profitably spent by his mere accession to power. For whatever reason, the sacrifices were discontinued. Pope Calixtus died. The bell was installed in the palace tower of Don Alonso's nephew, Rodrigo y Borja, Cardinal of Rome, successor to the Archbishopry of Valencia, and the first true heir to the Borgia dynasty. But, legend tells, the stele, or bell as it was now disguised, had not finished with its own demands." Unquote. After his bath, Dale Stewart went up to his bedroom. Lawrence was in his own bed. Or rather, he was on it, sitting cross-legged in the center of the bed. There was something odd about his expression. "What's the matter?" said Dale. Lawrence was so pale that his freckles stood out. I don't know. I came in to turn the light on, and, well, I heard something." Dale shook his head. He remembered the time a couple of years before when they'd been alone watching TV while their mother went shopping. It was a winter afternoon, and they'd watched The Mummy's Revenge on the Saturday afternoon creature feature. As soon as it was over, Lawrence had heard something in the kitchen, the same slow, sliding step that the lame mummy had made in the movie. Dale had joined his little brother in panic then. They'd loosened the storm window and jumped into the front yard as the steps came closer. Their mother had come home to find them standing on the front porch in their socks and T-shirts, shivering. Well, Dale was 11 now, not 8. "What'd you hear?" he asked. Lawrence looked around. "I don't know. I didn't exactly hear it. I sort of felt it, like someone else was in the room." Dale sighed. He tossed some dirty socks in the hamper and tugged off the overhead light. The closet door was open a bit. Dale pushed it shut as he walked toward his own bed. The door did not click shut. Thinking a slipper or something was in the way, Dale paused and pushed harder. The door pushed back. Something inside the closet was pushing to get out. In his basement, Duane mopped his face with a bandana. It was usually cool down here, even on the hottest days of summer, but he found that he was sweating freely. The book lay open on his study desk, made out of a door on trestles. Duane had been copying pertinent information into his notebook as quickly as he could, but now he laid aside his pencil and just read. His uncle's backward script almost made sense without the mirror now, but Duane still held the book up to the glass. The stele of revealing, now cast in its disguise as a bell, had been partially activated by the sacrifice of the first Borgia Pope's granddaughter. But, according to the book of Ottaviano, the Borgias feared the stele's power and were not prepared for the apocalypse which, according to legend and lore, went with the stele's full awakening. As recorded in the Book of the Law, the stele of revealing offered great power to those who served it. But at the same time, when the proper sacrifices were completed, the talisman became the knell of the final days, a harbinger of the final apocalypse, which would follow the quickening of the stele by 60 years, 6 months, and 6 days. Rodrigo, the next pope of the Borgia dynasty, had the bell taken to the tower he had added to the Vatican complex. There, in the Torre Borgia, Alexander, as Rodrigo Borgia called himself as pope, was said to have kept the stele from its quickening by the mystical murals of a half-deranged dwarf of an artist named Pinturicchio. These grotesques, designs taken from the grottos beneath Rome, served to contain the stele's evil while allowing the family to benefit from the talisman's power. Or so Pope Alexander thought. In both the Book of the Law and Ottaviano's secret books there are hints that the stele began to dominate the lives of the Borgias. Years later, Alexander had the bell moved to the massive and impenetrable Castel Sant'Angelo, but even burying the artifact in that sepulchre of stone and bones did not lessen the thing's power over the human beings who had attempted to control it. Ottaviano's shortened account tells of the madness that gripped both the Borgias and Rome during those decades. The murders and intrigues, terrible even by the brutal standards of the day, accounts of demons roving the catacombs beneath Rome, of things less than human moving through Castel Sant'Angelo and the streets of the city, and tales of the domination of the stele of revealing as it worked toward its own quickening. From this point, after the terrible death of Ottaviano, the legend of the stele moves into darkness. The destruction of the House of Borgia is record. It is said that a generation later, when the first Medici pope ascended to the throne of St. Peter's, his first papal command was to have the bell removed from Rome, melted down, and the accursed metal buried in sanctified ground, far from the Vatican. Today, no clue to the whereabouts or fate of the stele of revealing has survived. The legend of the stele's power as all-devourer, all-begetter, continues in necromancy to this day. Duane set Uncle Art's book aside. He could hear the old man fumbling around upstairs in the kitchen. Then there was a mumbling, the slam of the screen door, and Duane heard the pickup start with a grind and move down the driveway. The old man's fast from booze was over. Duane hadn't heard whether the old man was heading toward Carl's or the Black Tree, but he knew that it would be hours before his father would return. Duane sat in the circle of lamplight a few minutes looking at the book and the notes he had taken. Then he went up to lock the screen door. The closet door was slowly opening. Dale leaned into it, stopped the slow opening with a 4-inch gap showing into darkness, and turned to look at Lawrence. His brother was staring at him with wide eyes. "Help!" whispered Dale. There was renewed effort from the other side, and the door opened another inch as Dale's socks slid on the bare wood floor. "Mom!" screamed Lawrence as he jumped from his bed and ran to Dale's side. Together the two boys put their shoulders against the door, forcing it 2 inches closer to being shut. "Mom!" they were shouting in unison now. The door stopped. Pressure built on the yellow-painted boards, and it began opening again. Dale and Lawrence stared at each other, their cheeks against the rough boards, feeling the terrible force being transmitted through the wood. The door opened another 3 inches. There was no noise of any sort from the interior of the closet. Here on the outside, though, both boys were puffing and gasping, Dale's socks and Lawrence's bare feet scrabbling on the floor. The door opened another few inches. There was a gap a foot wide now, and from it a cold breeze seemed to be blowing. "Jesus, can't hold it," gasped Dale. His left thigh was braced against their old dresser, but he couldn't get enough leverage to move the door back. Whatever was in there had at least the strength of a grown-up. The door opened another 2 inches. "Mom!" screamed Lawrence. "Mom, help! Mom!" There was some sort of reply from the front porch, but Dale realized that they could never hold the door long enough for their mother to arrive. "Run!" he gasped. Lawrence looked at him, his terrified face only inches away, and let go. He ran, but not out of the room. With 2 steps and a huge bound, Lawrence leaped for his bed. Without Lawrence's help, Dale couldn't hold the door. The pressure was unrelenting. He went with it, jumping onto the top of the 4-foot-high dresser, pulling his legs up. The dresser lamp and some books crashed to the floor. The door smashed open against Dale's knees. Lawrence screamed. Dale heard his mother's footsteps on the stairs, her voice calling a question. But before he could open his own mouth to shout back a response, there was a wave of cold air, as if they had opened a door to a meat locker, and then something came out of the closet. It was very low and long, at least 4 feet long, and as insubstantial as a shadow, but much darker. It was a blackness, sliding along the floor like some frenzied insect that had just been freed from a jar. Dale could see leg-like filaments whipping wildly. He lifted his feet onto the dresser top. A framed photograph crashed to the floor. "Mom!" he and Lawrence had screamed in unison again. The black thing moved across the floor in a blur. Dale thought that it was like a cockroach, if cockroaches were 4 feet long, a few inches high, and made out of black smoke. Dark appendages whipped and scrabbled on floorboards. "Mom!" The thing rushed under Lawrence's bed. Lawrence made no noise as he leaped to Dale's bed, on his feet now, bouncing like a trampoline acrobat. Their mother stood in the doorway, looking from one screaming boy to another. "It's a thing from the closet. Went under the bed. Black thing. Big." Their mom ran to the hall closet, returned with a broom. "Out," she said. She tugged on the overhead light. Dale hesitated only a second before hopping down, getting behind his mother, running to the doorway. Lawrence bounced from Dale's bed to his bed to the doorway. Both boys skidded into the hallway and went crashing into the banister. Dale peeked in the room. His mom was down on all fours, lifting the dust ruffle under Lawrence's bed. "Mom, no!" shouted Dale, and rushed in to try to pull her back. She dropped the broom and took her oldest son by the upper arms. "Dale, Dale, now stop! Stop! There's nothing there. Look!" Between gasps, quickly turning to sobs, Dale peeked. There was nothing under the bed. "It probably went under Dale's," said Lawrence from the doorway. With Dale still clinging, their mom went around and lifted the dust ruffles from Dale's bed. Dale's heart almost stopped when she went down on all fours, the broom in front of her. "See," she said, rising and brushing at her skirt and knees. "There's nothing there. Now, what do you think you saw?" Both boys gabbled at once. Dale listened to his own voice and realized what their description sounded like. Something big, black, shadowy, low. It had pushed the closet door open and ran under the bed like a giant bug. "Uh-huh. Maybe it's back in the closet," suggested Lawrence, barely holding back tears and gasping for breath. Their mother looked at them a long second, but went over and pushed the closet door wider. Dale cringed back toward the doorway to the hall as his mom shifted clothes on the rack, kicked tennis shoes aside, and glanced around the edges of the doorframe. The closet was not deep. It was empty. She folded her arms and waited. The boys stayed in the doorway, glancing over their shoulders at the landing and the dark openings to their parents' room and the extra room, as if the shadow would come scrabbling across the hardwood floors after them. "You guys have been scaring each other, haven't you?" she asked. Both boys denied it and began babbling, describing the thing again, Dale showing how they had tried to hold the closet door shut. "And this bug pushed it open?" Their mom had a slight smile. Dale sighed. Lawrence looked up at him, as if to say, "Somehow it's still under my bed. We just can't see it." "Mom," said Dale as calmly as he could, his voice conversational, reasonable, "can we sleep in your room tonight? In our sleeping bags?" She hesitated a second. Dale guessed that she was remembering the time they locked themselves out because of the mummy, or perhaps the time last summer when they'd sat out in the fields near the Ball Diamond at night, trying to telepathically contact alien spaceships, and had come home terrified when a plane's lights had gone over. "All right," she said. "You get your sleeping bags and the fold-up cot. I have to go out and tell Mrs. Somerset that my big boys interrupted our conversation with screams because of a shadowy bug." She went downstairs with both her sons within arm's length. They waited until she came back inside before they went upstairs again, having her wait at the doorway to the extra room while they scrounged around for the sleeping bags and the cot. She refused to leave even the hall light on all night. Both boys held their breath when she went into their room to tug off the overhead light, but she returned all right, leaving the broom by the headboard like a weapon. Dale thought of the pump-action shotgun his father kept in a closet next to his own Savage over and under there. The shells were in the bottom drawer of the cedar chest. Dale had his cot so close to the edge of the bed that there was no gap there at all. Long after their mother had fallen asleep, Dale could feel his brother's wakefulness, intense and watchful as his own. When Lawrence's hand crept out from under the blankets onto Dale's cot, Dale didn't push it away. He made sure it was indeed his brother's hand and wrist, not something from the darkness below the bed, and then he held it tightly until he finally fell asleep. Chapter 17. On Wednesday, June 15th, after he'd done his paper route and before he went to St. Malachi's to help Father C. say Mass, Mike went under the house. The morning light was rich, the sun already high enough to build shadows under the elms and peach trees in the yard, when Mike pried off the metal access panel to the crawl space. Everybody else he knew had basements. Well, he thought, everybody else I know has indoor plumbing, too. He'd brought his Boy Scout flashlight, and now he shone it into the low space. Cobwebs, dirt floor, pipes, the dark wood 2x4s under the floor, more cobwebs. The space was barely 18 inches high, and it smelled of old cat urine and fresh soil. There were more spider webs than cobwebs. Mike tried to avoid the solid, massy, milky webs he knew meant black widows, as he crawled and wiggled toward the front of the house. He had to pass under his parents' room in the short hall to get there. The darkness seemed to stretch on forever, the faint light from the opening behind him fading. In a sudden panic, Mike wriggled around until he could see the rectangle of sunlight, making sure that he could find his way out. The opening looked very far away. Mike continued forward. When he figured that he had to be under the parlor, he could see the stone foundation 3 yards ahead. Mike stopped, turned on his side, and panted. His right arm was touching a wooden cross brace under the floor. His left hand was tangled in spider webs. Dust rose around him, getting in his hair and making him blink. The powdery stuff floated in the narrow flashlight beam. "Geez, I'm going to be in great shape to help Father C. serve Mass," he thought. Mike wiggled left, the flashlight beam finding the north wall 15 feet away. The stone looked black. What the heck was he looking for? Mike squirmed and began moving in a circle, checking the dirt for signs of its being disturbed. It was hard to tell. The stone and dirt floor had been gouged by weather and pawed by generations of the O'Rourke cats, as well as other animals seeking shelter here. A few dried cat turds littered the area. It was a cat or skunk, thought Mike, with a mental sigh of relief. Then he saw the hole. At first it was just another shadow, but its blackness did not diminish with the flashlight beam playing across it. Mike wondered if it was a circle of dark plastic, some tarp or something his dad had left down here. He wiggled 4 feet closer and stopped. It was a hole, perfectly round, perhaps 20 inches across. Mike could have gone down it head first if he'd wanted to. He did not want to. He could smell it. Mike blinked away his revulsion and moved his head closer. The stench came out of the tunnel like a breeze from a charnel house. Mike lifted a stone and tossed it into the hole. No noise. Panting slightly, his heart pounding so loudly he was sure that Memo could hear it through the floor, he raised his flashlight to the 2x4s, thrust it forward, and tried to shine a light down the hole. At first he thought the walls of the tunnel were red clay, but then he saw the ribbed walls like blood-red cartilage, like the inside of some creature's gut, like the tunnel in the cemetery shed. Mike backed away, kicking up a cloud of dust in his retreat, plowing through spiderwebs and cat turds in his panicked flight. For an instant, turning, he lost the rectangle of light and was sure that something had sealed the entrance. No, there it is. Mike crawled on his elbows and knees, batting his head against 2x4s, feeling the webs on his face and not caring. The flashlight was half under his body now, illuminating nothing. Mike thought that he saw more tunnel openings, a few yards to his left, under the kitchen, but he didn't crawl that way to find out. A shape moved into the crawl space opening, blocking the light. Mike could see 2 arms, legs with what might be puttees. He rolled onto his side, lifting the iron bar. The shape crawled half into the opening, blocking the light. "Mikey?" It was his sister Kathleen's voice, soft, pure, innocent in its slow way. "Mikey, Mom says that you have to get going if you're going to get to church." Mike half collapsed in the moist dirt. His right arm was shaking. "Okay, Kathy, move back out so I can get through." The shadow unblocked the entrance. Heart actually aching from its exertion, Mike clambered through and out. He sealed the panel, pounding the nails through the top of the tin rectangle. "Gee, you're a mess, Mikey," said Kathleen, smiling at him. Mike looked down. He was covered with gray dust and cobwebs. His elbows were bleeding. He could taste the mud on his face. Impulsively he hugged his sister. She hugged him back, apparently not caring at all if she got dirty too. More than 40 people showed up for the private memorial service at Peoria's Howell mortuary. Duane thought that the old man seemed almost disappointed by the turnout, as if he had wanted to keep his brother's final services to himself. But the notice in the Peoria paper and the few phone calls the old man had made brought people from as far away as Chicago and Boston. Several of Uncle Art's co-workers at the Caterpillar plant showed up, and one of them wept openly during the brief service. There was no minister present. Uncle Art had held fast to the family tradition of being militantly agnostic, but short eulogies were given by several people. The co-worker who had cried, and who cried again during his talk, their cousin Carol, who had flown in from Chicago and who had to return that evening, and an attractive middle-aged woman from Peoria named Dolores Stevens, whom the old man had introduced as a friend of Uncle Art's. Duane wondered how long she and Uncle Art had been lovers. Finally, the old man had spoken. Duane found it a powerfully moving eulogy. There was no talk of an afterlife or rewards for a life well spent, only the grieved tones of a brother's loss, leavened by a description of a personality bowing to no false icons, but dedicated to treating other people decently and well. The old man ended by reading Shakespeare, Uncle Art's favorite writer, and although Duane expected, "And flights of angels bear thee to thy rest," knowing that Uncle Art would have appreciated the irony, what he heard was a song. The old man's voice threatened to break several times, but he kept going, his voice strengthening by the strange ending. "Fear no more the heat of the sun, nor the furious winter's rages. Thou thy worldly task hast done, home art gone, and ta'en thy wages. Golden lads and girls all must, as chimney-sweepers, come to dust. Fear no more the frown of the great, thou art past the tyrant's stroke. Care no more to clothe and eat, to thee the reed is as the oak. The sceptre, learning, physic, must all follow this, and come to dust. Fear no more the lightning flash, nor the all-dreaded thunderstone. Fear not slander, censure rash, thou hast finished joy and moan. All lovers young, all lovers must consign to thee, and come to dust. No exorciser harm thee, nor no witchcraft charm thee. Ghost unlaid forbear thee, quiet consummation have, and renowned be thy grave." There were sobs in the chapel. The old man had recited the verse without notes or book, and now he lowered his head and returned to his seat. Someone in the curtain-covered alcove began playing an organ. Slowly, in small clusters or singly, the small group dispersed. Cousin Carol and a few others waited, chatting with the old man, patting Duane on the head. The buttoned collar and tie felt alien to him. He imagined Uncle Art stepping into the chapel and saying, "For heaven's sakes, kiddo, take off that silly thing. Ties are for accountants and politicians." Finally, only Duane and the old man remained. Together they went down into the basement of the mortuary, where the powerful crematory furnace was, to watch as Uncle Art was consigned to the flames. Mike waited until Father C. had invited him over to the rectory to eat their usual post-communion breakfast of coffee and bagels before talking about the thing in the crawlspace. Mike had never seen a bagel before Father Kavanaugh started serving them to the few reliable altar boys 3 years earlier. Now he was an expert, spreading lox or cream cheese with abandon. It had taken a while to convince the priest that it was all right for an 11-year-old to drink coffee. Like calling the diocese car the Pope-mobile, it was a secret the two kept between them. Mike munched on the bagel and wondered how to phrase his question. "Father C., I'm having a little problem with a sort of dead soldier tunneling under my house and trying to get at my grandma. Does the church have anything that might help?" Finally he said, "Father, do you believe in evil?" "Evil?" said the dark priest, looking up from his paper. "You mean evil in the abstract?" "I don't know what that means," said Mike. He often felt stupid around Father C. "Evil as an entity or force separate from the works of man?" asked the priest. "Or do you mean evil like this?" He held up a photo in the paper. Mike looked. It was a picture of some guy named Eichmann, who was a prisoner in a place called Israel. Mike didn't know anything about that. "I guess I mean the separate kind," he said. Father Kavanaugh folded the paper. "Ah, the ancient question of evil incarnate. Well, you know the Church's teachings." Mike blushed but shook his head. "Tut, tut," said the priest, obviously teasing now. "You're going to have to resume your catechism lessons, Michael." Mike nodded. "Yeah, but what does the Church say about evil?" Father Kavanaugh removed a pack of Marlboros from the pocket of his work shirt, shook a cigarette free, and lit up. He picked a bit of tobacco off his tongue. His voice turned serious. "Well, you know that the Church recognizes the existence of evil as an independent force." He glanced at Mike's incomprehending stare. "Satan, for instance, the devil." "Oh, yeah." Mike remembered the smell coming up out of the tunnels. Satan. Suddenly the whole thing seemed a little silly. Aquinas and other theologians have dealt with the problem of evil for centuries, trying to understand how it can be a separate force while the dominion of the Trinity can be the all-powerful, unchallenged force Scripture says that it is. The answers are mostly unsatisfactory, but certainly the dogma of the Church tells us to believe that evil has its own dominion, its own agents. Are you following this, Michael? "Yeah, sort of." Mike wasn't quite sure. "So there can be evil powers, sort of like angels?" Father Kavanaugh sighed. "Well, we're getting into some medieval mindsets here, aren't we, Michael? But yes, essentially that's what the tradition of the Church teaches." "What kind of evil powers, Father?" The priest tapped his long fingers against his cheek. "What kind? Well, we'd have demons, of course, and incubi and succubi, and Dante categorizes whole families and species of demons, wonderful creatures with names like Dragignazzo, which would mean like a large dragon, and Barbariccia, the curly bearded one, and Graffiacane, he who scratches dogs, and—" "Who's Dante?" interrupted Mike, excited at the prospect of someone living around here who would be an expert in such things. Father C. sighed again and stubbed his cigarette out. "I forgot that we were depending upon the educational system here in the seventh circle of desolation. Dante, Michael, is a poet who lived and died some 6 centuries ago. I'm afraid I digressed from the substance of our discussion." Mike finished his coffee, brought the mug to the sink, and carefully washed it. "Do these things, these demons, do they hurt people?" Father Kavanaugh frowned at him. "We're talking about the intellectual creations of people who lived in an ignorant time, Michael. When people were ill, they blamed it on demons. Their only medicine was attaching leeches." "Bloodsuckers?" Mike was shocked. "Yes. Demons were blamed for illness, mental retardation." He paused, possibly remembering that his altar boy's sister was retarded. "Apoplexy, bad weather, mental illness, anything that they couldn't explain, and there was very little that they could explain." Mike turned back to the table. "But do you think these things exist? Do they still go after people?" Father Kavanaugh folded his arms. "I think the Church has given us some wonderful theology, Michael. But think of the Church as a giant steam shovel, searching the river bottom for gold. It brings up a lot of gold, but there has to be some muck and refuse from all that scooping. Mike frowned. He hated it when Father C. got into comparisons like that. The priest called them metaphors. Mike called it dodging the question. Do they exist? Father Kavanaugh opened his hands, palms up. Possibly not in the literal sense, Michael. Certainly in the figurative. If they did exist, persisted Mike, would church stuff stop them the way it does vampires in the movies? The priest smiled slightly. Church stuff? You know, crosses, the host, holy water, stuff like that. Father C. raised his dark eyebrows as if he were being teased. Mike, waiting for the answer, did not notice. Of course, said the priest, if all that church stuff works on vampires, it would have to work on demons, wouldn't it? Mike nodded. He decided that he'd learned enough for now. Father C. would think he was daffy if he started talking about the soldier after all this stuff about demons and vampires. Father C. invited Mike to a bachelor dinner at the rectory on Friday, something he did about once a month, but Mike had to decline. Dale had invited him out to Uncle Henry's farm on Friday to search for the bootlegger's cave they'd been hunting for since he'd first met the Stewart family. Mike suspected that there was no bootlegger's cave, but he always enjoyed playing in Uncle Henry's fields. Plus, dinner at Dale's Uncle Henry's always meant great food, even if Mike couldn't eat the steak on Friday, with lots of vegetables fresh from the garden. Mike said his goodbyes, found his bike, and pedaled like mad for home, wanting to get the yard mowed and all the other household chores done by early afternoon so he could play. Passing Old Central, he remembered that Jim Harlan had been home for several days, and realized with a pang of guilt that he and the other guys hadn't stopped by to see him yet. That thought led to the memory that today was Dwayne's uncle's funeral in Peoria. The thought of death made Mike think of Memo, possibly home alone this time of day, except for Kathleen, of course. Mike pedaled faster, past the school, toward home. Dale called Dwayne McBride on Wednesday evening, but the conversation was short and painful. Dwayne sounded tired beyond imagining, and Dale's expressions of sympathy embarrassed them both. Dale told the other boy about Friday night's get-together at Uncle Henry's and pressed him until Dwayne said that he would try to be there. Dale went up to bed depressed. "Do you think the thing's still under the bed?" whispered Lawrence an hour later. They'd left the nightlight on. "We checked," Dale whispered back. "You saw nothing's there." Lawrence had insisted on holding hands. Dale had compromised by allowing his little brother to hang on to the sleeve of his pajamas. "But we saw it. Mom says we saw a shadow or something." Lawrence made a rude sound. "Was it a shadow that pushed against the door?" Dale felt a chill. He remembered the insistent, unrelenting pressure of the closet door pushing against him. Whatever had been in there had refused to stay closed in. "Whatever it is," he whispered, hearing the edge in his own voice, "it's gone now." "No, it isn't." Lawrence's voice was barely audible. "How do you know?" "I just do." "Well, then, where is it?" "Waiting." "Where?" Dale looked across the short gap of the bed and saw his brother staring at him. Without his glasses, Lawrence's eyes looked very large and dark. "It's still under the bed," his brother whispered sleepily. He closed his eyes. Dale allowed him to hold his hand rather than his sleeve. "It's waiting," mumbled Lawrence, drifting off to sleep. Dale looked at the 10-inch gap they'd left when they shoved their beds closer. They'd wanted to push the beds together, but their mother said it was too hard to vacuum when they were that way. 10 inches was easy enough to reach across, small enough that nothing huge could come up at them. But an arm could, a hand with claws, maybe a head on a long neck. Dale shivered again. This was silly. Mom was right. They'd imagined this thing the way they'd imagined the mummy's footsteps a couple of years ago, or the UFO coming to get them. But we didn't see those other things. Dale closed his eyes, but a final thought before drifting off brought him awake again, blinking, staring down into the dark between the beds below where his exposed hand still touched Lawrence's. Damn! If our beds are this close, then it can get under mine without me seeing. It could raise those black legs on both sides of our beds and get both of us at once. Lawrence was snoring softly, drooling a bit onto his Roy Rogers pillowcase. Dale stared at the far wall, counting the spars and masts on the ships repeated in the wallpaper there. He tried not to breathe too loudly, the better to listen, the better to hear something if it made a sound before it struck. Chapter 18. On Thursday, the old man had to go back to Uncle Art's house to dig out some legal papers, and Dwayne went along, despite his father's unease at having him there. The old man was edgy and irritable, obviously on the verge of falling off the wagon in a serious way. Dwayne knew that he had held on this long out of love for his brother and a real need not to disgrace himself in front of the family. Part of the old man's anxiety had come from his indecisiveness about what to do with Uncle Art's ashes. He had been appalled when the mortuary people had given him the heavy decorative urn which had ridden back from Peoria with them like a silent and unwanted passenger. After dinner on Wednesday evening, before Dale Stewart called, Dwayne had gone in to peek inside the urn. The old man had come into the room at that moment, lighting his pipe. "Those white chunks that look like bits of broken chalk are bone," the old man had said, puffing the pipe alight. Dwayne had resealed the lid. "You'd think that when they put a body in a furnace approaching the temperature of the surface of the sun," his father said, "that there'd be nothing left but ash and memories. But bones are persistent things." Dwayne had sat on a seldom-used chair near the fireplace. Suddenly his legs had felt both heavy and weak at the same time. "Memories are persistent things, too," he'd said, wondering aloud why he'd chosen a cliché. The old man had grunted. "I don't have the damnedest idea where to spread those. Barbaric custom when you think about it." Dwayne had glanced at the urn. "I think you're supposed to scatter them at some place important to the person's life," he said softly. "Some place they were happy." The old man grunted again. "You know that Art left a will, Dwayne, but he damn well didn't tell me where to toss his ashes. Some place where he was happy." He fell into musing, puffing at the pipe. Dwayne said, "The main reading room of the Bradley Library would be a good place." The old man guffawed. That'd make Art laugh, too. He removed the pipe and stared away for a moment. "Any other ideas?" "He used to love fishing along the Spoon." Dwayne felt the scalding peristalsis of grief seize his throat and heart again. He went into the kitchen for a glass of water. When he returned, the old man's pipe had gone out, and he was cleaning it, tapping ashes into the fireplace. Ashes. "You're right," the old man said suddenly. "That was probably the place he most enjoyed. He and I used to fish there even before Art moved down from Chicago. He used to take you there all the time, didn't he?" Duane nodded, using a sip of the water as an excuse not to talk. Just then the phone had rung with Dale's call, and when Duane returned, the old man had gone into his workroom to putter around with the Mark V learning machine. They'd gone to the river just after sunrise, when the fish were rising to the surface to feed with great ripples, making Duane wish he'd brought his pole. There was no real ceremony. The old man had held on to the vase for a moment, as if suddenly reluctant to release the contents, and then, as sunlight first illuminated the cypress and willows above them, he'd sprinkled the ashes, tapping the bottom of the vase until the final remnants had dropped away. There were bones, making small splashes that attracted catfish, and at least one bass that Duane could see in the shallow water near the shore. The ashes stayed together at first, forming a gray film that followed the currents and whirled around the snags that Duane knew so well from fishing here over the years. Then the faster current downstream toward the bridge caught them, and the line of gray was torn apart, whirled under, and mixed with the waters of the river. Duane tossed a rock in, remembering the times he'd done that when he was bored as a little kid, probably scaring all the fish away that Uncle Art had been trying to catch. His uncle had never complained. Then he had brushed his hands and followed the trail up the steep bank toward the car, noticing as he climbed how thin his father had grown over recent weeks, and how sunburned and lined the back of his neck was. With his new growth of gray stubble, the old man finally looked old to Duane. Uncle Art's house had lost the smell of the man, and now merely smelled musty and unused. As the old man went through the drawers and file cabinet, Duane surreptitiously checked old notepads and went through the wastebasket. Like Duane himself, Uncle Art had been a compulsive note-taker, reminder writer, and record-keeper. Bingo. The crumpled paper in the wastebasket had been lying beneath a cigar wrapper and some other junk. It had probably been written on Saturday night, the night before the accident. 1. The damned Borgia bell, or stele of revealing, or whatever it is, survived after all. Mention of it in the Medici section of the Book of the Law. 2. 60 years, 6 months, 6 days. Assuming that the absurd and impossible has become reality, that the events Duane's talking about are because the thing has been activated after all these centuries, then the sacrifice would have been made around the turn of the century, sometime after New Year in 1900. Check in town. Find people who would remember. Don't talk to Duane until there are some answers. 3. Crowley says the bell, the stele, used people and summoned agents from the dark world, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. Recheck the accounts of things in the streets of Rome in the time of the Borgia Pope and the Medici section. 4. Get in touch with Ashley Montague. Make him talk. Duane took a breath, folded the paper into the pocket of his flannel shirt, and went out onto the porch. The grass of the lawn was growing wild. Insects hopped. Somewhere along the edge of the tree line, cicadas made a loud buzzing that made Duane a bit dizzy. He sat in the metal chair, lifted his legs to the low railing, and stared out at nothing, thinking. It wasn't until the old man came out onto the porch and paused with his hand still on the screen door that Duane realized what he looked like in this chair, this posture, who he must have looked like. The old man had found the papers. They took care closing the house up, knowing that it might be weeks or even months until they came to clean it out before the auction. Duane didn't look back as they bumped down the lane. Duane chose Mrs. Moon. The librarian's mother was in her 80s, had lived in Elm Haven all of her life, and had resided across the street from Old Central on the southeast corner of Depot and 2nd since she was a young woman. Duane knew her only slightly, mostly from seeing her with Miss Moon on their walks when he was visiting town. Miss Moon he knew well. Duane had been 4 when Uncle Art had taken him into town to get a library card. Miss Moon had frowned slightly, shaken her head, and peered at the chubby little boy in front of her desk. "We have very few picture books, Mr. McBride. We prefer that the parents of, pre-readers use their own cards when checking out books for the little ones." Uncle Art had said nothing. Pulling the nearest volume off the shelf, he had handed it to 4-year-old Duane. "Read," he'd said. "Chapter 1, I Am Born," read Duane. "Whether I shall turn out to be the hero of my own life, or whether that station will be held by anybody else, these pages must show. To begin my life with the beginning of my life, I record that I was born, as I have been informed and believe, on a Friday at 12 o'clock at night. It was remarked that the clock began to—" "Okay," Uncle Art had said, and returned the book to its shelf. Miss Moon had frowned and fussed with the chain of her glasses, but she'd written out a lending card to Duane McBride. For years that card had been Duane's prized possession, despite the fact that Miss Moon always treated him with a chilliness bordering on resentment. Finally, she had defined her role as one of limiting the number of books the overweight little boy could check out, remonstrating firmly with him when he returned something late, not, as it turned out, because he had tarried in reading it, but almost always because he had devoured the stack of books during the first few days after returning to the farm, then waited weeks for the old man to find time to drive him into town again. When, in 2nd grade, Duane had gone on a Nancy Drew mystery binge, alternating the female detective's adventures with C.S. Forrester and everything by Robert Louis Stevenson, Miss Moon had pointed out that the Nancy Drews were girls' books, her term, and she asked pointedly whether Duane had a sister. Duane had grinned at her, adjusted his glasses, and said, "Nope," checking out his limit of 5 books, all Nancy Drews. When that series was finished, he'd discovered Edgar Rice Burroughs and spent a delirious summer traversing the steppes of Barsoom, the jungles of Venus, and, most eagerly, swinging from the middle terrace of Lord Greystoke's jungle. Duane wasn't quite sure what the middle terrace was, but he'd tried to simulate it in the low oaks down by the creek, Vip watching him with a cocked head and puzzled eyes, while Duane swung from limb to limb and ate lunch in the branches. The following summer, Duane was reading Jane Austen, but Miss Moon said nothing this time about girls' books. Duane hiked into town just after he finished his morning chores. The old man had been tilling less and less acreage every year, leasing out most of the 340 acres to Mr. Johnson, so there wasn't too much to do. Duane still watched over the livestock, made sure they had water in the back pasture, but they were much less of a problem now that they were out of the barn. The dreaded manure hauling had been completed in May, so Duane didn't have to worry about that. This morning he had finished the maintenance work on the 6-row cultivator. The hydraulic lift on the rear gangs was lowering too quickly, so Duane had adjusted the portable hydraulic lift cylinder and oiled and tightened the implement-setting frame. All the while Duane had been working on the cultivator, the big combine with the corn-picker husker had been hovering over him in the barn. The old man had driven the thing into the central maintenance area to fiddle with the picker unit. He was always trying to improve the things, always modifying, adapting, and converting something on the farm machinery until they barely resembled the factory units. With the corn picker, Duane noticed the old man was doing something with the corn head attachments. The shields were off each of the 8-row units, and Duane could look in and see the bright steel of the snapping rolls, conveyors, and gather chains. Most of the farmers in the area dragged corn picker units behind their tractors or bought a self-propelled one, but the old man had bought an old, full-size combine and attached the 8-row corn head to it. It meant fast work in high-yield years, but mostly it meant lots of maintenance, keeping the old combine running and modifying the threshing, husking, shelling, and cleaning parts of the huge machine. Sometimes Duane thought that the old man only stayed in farming to tinker with the machinery. That morning Duane had finished with the cultivator and turned to look at the combine looming behind him, snapping rolls reaching toward him like augured sword blades in the circle of light from overhead, and he'd considered doing some of the obvious modification himself as a surprise for his father. Then he'd decided not to spoil the old man's fun. Besides, he had more animals to feed and rows to hoe in the garden before breakfast, and he wanted to get into town before 10. Duane would have liked to have waited for a ride. He still didn't like walking that last mile and a half down Jubilee College Road, but he knew the old man had held off all week to start his serious binge on Friday night at Carl's or the Black Tree, and Duane didn't want to ride with him then. So he walked. The day was bright and clear and stiflingly hot. Duane unbuttoned the top 3 buttons on his plaid shirt, seeing where the darkly tanned skin ended in a sharp V and his pale flesh began. He paused by Mike O'Rourke's house on the edge of town. Mike wasn't home, but one of his older sisters said that it was all right for Duane to get a drink from the backyard pump. Duane drank deeply, tasting the iron and other elements in the water, and then splashed his head and forearms liberally. When he tapped on Mrs. Moon's screen door, the old lady hobbled toward the light with her 2 canes and retinue of cats. "Do I know you, young man?" Duane thought that Mrs. Moon's voice sounded like a parody of an old lady's voice, high, quivery, sliding the scale of inflection. "Yes'm, I'm Duane McBride. I've been over a few times with Dale Stewart and Michael O'Rourke when they came over to take you for a walk." "Who did you say?" Duane sighed and repeated everything in a louder voice. "I'm not ready for my walk. I haven't eaten supper yet." Mrs. Moon sounded querulous and a bit doubtful. The mob of cats brushed around her canes and rubbed up against swollen legs, wrapped in flesh-colored tape. Duane thought of the soldier with his puttees. "No, ma'am," he said. "I just wanted to ask you some questions about something." "Questions?" She took a step back into the dimness of her parlor. The old house was small, white frame, and smelled as if it had been home to uncounted generations of cats that never went outside. "Yes'm, just a couple." "What about?" She peered myopically at him, and Duane realized that he must be only a rounded shadow filling her doorway. He took a step back, the clever salesman's move, showing deference and a lack of threat. "Just about the old days," he said. "I'm writing a school paper about what life was like in Elmhaven around the turn of the century. I wondered if you'd be so kind as to give me some atmosphere." "Some what?" "Some details," said Duane. "Please?" The old woman hesitated, turned with a stiff movement of both canes, and receded with her retinue of cats, leaving him standing there alone. Duane hesitated. "Well," came her voice from the darkness, "don't just stand there. Come on in. I'll put on tea for us." Duane sat and sipped tea and munched cookies and asked questions, and listened to tales of Mrs. Moon's childhood and her father and Elmhaven in the good old days. Mrs. Moon nibbled at cookies as she spoke, and slowly but surely a small litter of crumbs had grown up on her lap. The cats took turns leaping onto the couch to eat the crumbs as she petted them absently. "And what about the bell?" he asked at last, having gotten a pretty good sounding on how reliable the elderly lady's memory was. "Bell?" Mrs. Moon paused in her munching. A cat stretched upward as if it were going to steal the morsel from her fingers. "You were mentioning some of the special things about the town," prompted Duane. "What about the big bell in the school belfry? Do you remember that being talked about?" Mrs. Moon looked flustered for a moment. "Bell? When was there a bell there?" Duane sighed. This whole mystery was nonsense. "In 1876, he said softly, "Mr. Ashley brought it back from Europe." Mrs. Moon giggled. Her dentures were a bit loose, and she used her tongue to adjust them. "You silly boy, I was born in 1876. How could I remember something from the year I was born?" Duane blinked. He thought of this wrinkled and slightly senile lady as a wrinkled baby, pink and fresh and greeting the world in the year Custer's men were slaughtered. He thought of the changes she had lived through, horseless carriages appearing, the telephone, the First World War, the rise of America as a world power, Sputnik, all viewed from beneath the elms of Depot Street. He said, "So you don't remember anything about a bell?" He was putting away his pencil and notebook. "Why, of course I remember the bell," she said, reaching for another of her daughter's cookies. "It was a beautiful bell. Mr. Ashley's father brought it from Europe on one of his voyages. When I went to school in Central, the bell used to ring every day at 8:15 and again at 3. Duane stared. He was aware that his hand was shaking slightly as he brought the notebook back out and began writing. This was the first confirmation, outside of books, that the Borgia bell existed. "Do you remember anything special about the bell?" "Oh, my dear, everything about the school and the bell were special in those days. One of us, one of the younger children, was selected to pull the rope every Friday at the start of classes. I remember I was chosen once. Oh, yes, it was a beautiful bell." "Do you remember what happened to it?" "Well, yes. I'm not certain." A strange look passed over Mrs. Moon's face, and she absently set her cookie on her lap. 2 cats devoured it as she raised trembling fingers to her lips. "Mr. Moon, my Orville, not father. Mr. Moon was not involved in what happened, not in any way." She reached over and stabbed at Duane's notebook with a bony finger. "You write that down now. Neither Oliver nor father were there when that terrible thing happened." "Yes, ma'am," said Duane, pencil stopped. What did happen? Both of Mrs. Moon's hands were fluttering now. The cats jumped from her lap. "Why, the terrible thing. You know, that awful thing we don't want to talk about." "Why would you want to write about that? You seem like a nice young boy." "Yes'm," said Duane, almost holding his breath, "but I was told to write about everything. I certainly would appreciate the help. What terrible thing are we talking about? Something about the bell?" Mrs. Moon seemed to forget he was in the room with her. She stared into the shadows where her cats were a mere whisper of movement. "Why, no," she began, voice little more than a cracked whisper. Duane could hear a truck pass on the street outside, but Mrs. Moon did not blink. "Not the bell," she said, "although they hanged him from it, didn't they?" "Hanged who?" Duane was whispering now. Mrs. Moon turned her face back in his direction, but her eyes still seemed blind. "Why, that terrible man, of course. The one who killed and—" She made a noise, and Duane realized that there were tears on Mrs. Moon's cheeks. One of them found its way down the gully of wrinkles to the corner of her mouth. "The one who killed and ate that little girl," she finished, voice stronger. Duane stopped scribbling and stared. "You write this down now. commanded the old lady, and stabbed a finger in his direction again. Her gaze had returned from wherever it had been, and now it was burning into Duane. "It's time this was written down. Take it all down. Just be sure to include in your report that neither Orville nor Mr. Moon were there. Why, they weren't even in the county when this terrible thing happened. Now you write this down now." And as she talked, in a voice which sounded to Duane like old parchment crinkling in a long, unopened book, he wrote it all down. Chapter 19. Dale went over in person to invite Harlan to Friday's outing at Uncle Henry's, and he realized how lonely their friend had been. Harlan's mother, Miss Jensen, had doubts as to whether Jimmy was well enough to go for such a long outing, but Dale had brought a note inviting her along as well, and she gave in to Harlan's pleas. Dale's dad got home about 2, and they all left for the farm at 3:30, Harlan in his bulky cast, riding in the back seat of the station wagon with his mom and Kev, while Mike and Dale and Lawrence crammed into the back. They were in a great mood, and sang as they roared up and down the hills past the cemetery. Uncle Henry and Aunt Lena had set up chairs in the shady part of the yard, and there was much greeting and chatter, while Biff, Uncle Henry's big German shepherd, danced around in an ecstasy of welcome. The grown-ups settled in the broad-bordered Adirondack chairs, while the boys grabbed shovels from the barn and headed for the back pasture. They walked more slowly than usual, opening gates for Harlan rather than clambering over fences, but the injured boy kept up well enough. Finally, in the rearmost pasture before the woods began, down along the creek that ran from the south, they found their excavation marks from previous summers and began digging for the bootlegger's cave. The bootlegger's cave had started out as a legend, had been refined as a story Uncle Henry told them years before, and now was gospel to the boys. It seems that in the 1920s, during Prohibition, and before Uncle Henry had bought the farm, the previous owner had allowed bootleggers from the next county to use an old cave in the back 40 to hide their hooch. The cave became a central warehouse. A dirt road was put in. The cave was expanded, the entrance shored up, and an actual speakeasy was created underground. A lot of them big-time gangsters used to stop by here when they was passing through from Chicago, Uncle Henry had told them. I have it on a stack of Bibles that John Dillinger was here once, and that 3 of Al Capone's boys came down to rub out Mickey Shaughnessy. But Mickey heard they was a-coming, and lit out for his sister's place over on Spoon River. So the 3 Capone boys just shot the place up with Tommy guns and stole some of the booze. The ending of the tale was the most enticing part. Legend had it that the bootlegger's cave had been raided by revenuers shortly before Prohibition ended. Rather than remove the goods, the federal men had just dynamited the entrance, collapsing the cave on the warehouse of liquor, the speakeasy with its tables and mahogany bar and player piano, even on 3 trucks and a Model A that had been parked in the warehouse section. Then they had obliterated the road, so no one would ever find the cave again. Dale and the boys were sure that the cave hadn't collapsed, only the entrance to it. Probably only 6 or 8 feet of digging separated that archaeological find from the outside world. If they could find the right part of the hillside to dig. Over the years, Uncle Henry had been a lot of help, showing the boys old tire tracks and rusting metal that he said had been left near the entrance, pointing out declivities in the hillside that were probably the entrance, or at least the emergency exits, and generally remembering new details of the story when the boys' interest flagged after long days of digging and searching in the hot sun. "Henry," Aunt Lena said once, her voice unaccustomably sharp with warning, "quit filling those children's heads with tall tales." Uncle Henry had straightened up, shifted the wad of chewing tobacco to his other cheek, and said, "Aren't tall tales, Mother. That cave's out there somewhere." It had been all the promise the kids needed. Over the years, Uncle Henry's easternmost pasture, used just for grazing the bull when he had one, began to look like the hillsides around Sutter's Creek circa 1849, as Dale and Lawrence and friends poked into every dip and shallow and grassy overhang, certain that this time they would find the entrance. Dale had often dreamed about how that last shovelful would feel as they broke through, the dark cave opening before them, perhaps with a gas lamp still burning in there, the odor of bathtub gin wafting out on a current of air that had been stilled for 30 years. Duane arrived about 6 o'clock, his father dropping him off on his way to the Black Tree, and he passed half an hour talking to the adults on the shaded lawn before heading back through the barnyard to the back pastures. No one noticed it, but he had dressed up for the occasion in his newest tan corduroy trousers and a red flannel shirt that his Uncle Art had given him for Christmas. In the last pasture he found a circle of dirty and tired boys huddled around a hole dug 3 feet into the hillside. The slope below them was littered with large rocks they had pried out. "Hi!" Duane sat on one of the larger rocks. "Think you found it this time?" The shadows were growing longer, and this part of the hillside was in shade. The stream was little more than a trickle 20 feet below, just beyond the flattened area that Dale had always been sure was the bootlegger's road. Dale mopped his forehead and left a trail of mud. "We thought so. Look, we found this old rotted wood in there behind that big rock." Duane nodded. "An old log, huh?" "No," Lawrence said angrily. His T-shirt was a mess. "It's one of the log things over the cave entrance." "Pilings," said Mike. Duane nodded and nudged the log with his black sneaker. There were stubs of branches on it. "I told him they were full of shit," said Jim Harlan happily enough. He shifted so that his cast was more comfortable. It was obvious that his arm still hurt him, and there was a bandage wrapped around his head that reminded Duane of Crane's red badge of courage. He tried to imagine Jim Harlan as Henry Fleming. "You been digging too?" asked Duane. Harlan snorted. "I never did. My job's to sell the booze when we find it." "Think it'll still be good?" Duane's voice was innocent. "Hey, it ages, doesn't it?" said Harlan. "Wine and that stuff's worth more money after a while, right?" Mike O'Rourke grinned. "We're not sure gin's the same way. What do you think, Duane?" Duane picked up a twig and drew designs in the mound of fresh dirt they'd excavated. The hole was deep enough that when Lawrence poked his head in, only his legs from the knees down stayed in the open air. Duane noticed that it wasn't really a tunnel, though. There seemed no chance of a cave-in, merely a gouge in the hillside, the most recent of many. "My guess is that you'd make more money selling the old cars that are in there," he said, joining in the game. After all, what harm was there in imagining this well-stocked cavern just a few yards away through soft soil? Was it any more fanciful than the research he'd been doing for 2 weeks? Only now Duane knew that there was nothing fanciful about his research. He touched his shirt pocket, then remembered that he'd left his notebook at home with the others in their hiding place. "Yeah," said Dale, "or make a fortune just giving tours of the place. Uncle Henry says that we can fix it up with electric lights and keep it just the way it was." "Neat," said Duane. "Oh, your mom said to tell you to come on up to the house to get cleaned up. They've got the steaks on the grill." The boys hesitated, pulled between their fading fixation and growing hunger. Hunger won. They walked back at Harlan's pace, shovels over their shoulders like rifles, talking and laughing. The dairy cattle, ambling back to the barn, looked at the group quizzically and gave them a wide berth. The 6 boys were still 100 yards away from the last fence when they smelled the aroma of sizzling steak on the evening breeze. They ate on the stone patio on the east side of the house as shadows swallowed the golden light on the lawn. Smoke rose from the barbecue pit Uncle Henry had built beyond the pump near the wooden fence. Despite Mike's protests that the corn and salad and rolls and dessert would be more than enough dinner, Aunt Lena had pan-fried 2 catfish for him, breading them until they were extra crispy. Along with the fish and steak, the boys received 2 huge baskets of onion rings to go along with the vegetables that had been picked from the garden an hour earlier. The milk was ice-cold and creamy, separated and stored in Uncle Henry's dairy barn that day. They ate as the heat of the day dissipated. A breeze had come up to give relief from the humidity and rustle the branches above the lawn. The endless cornfields on the west side of the road and to the north seemed to sigh in some silken language. The kids sat somewhat apart, perched on stone steps and flower planters. Aunt Lena had landscaped 3 acres of yard with flowers at all strategic spots, while the grown-ups sat in their circle, plates on their laps and on the broad arms of their wooden chairs. Uncle Henry had brought out a keg of his homemade beer, and the mugs had been pre-cooled in the freezer in the garage. The voices were a medley so common to Dale's ear that he could not imagine a time when all or some of them would not be there as background. Kev's rising chuckle and excited tones, Harlan's drawled sarcasm that sent them sprawling with laughter, Mike's soft asides, Lawrence speaking high and shrill as if he had to speak quickly to be heard at all, and Duane's rare comments. The grown-ups' tones were equally familiar. Uncle Henry's rasp, as he told about the 1928 Pierce Arrow hood ornament that he'd found in the back pasture just last month, a sure sign that some gangster had driven back to the bootlegger's cave and come to a bad end. Aunt Lena's husky laugh, simply the most sensual and unique human sound Dale had ever heard. His mother's and father's voices, familiar as the breeze that touched the trees. His dad, now more relaxed than usual, and telling humorous stories of life on the road. Harlan's mom's somehow adolescent giggle, rushing, excited as if she had already had too much to drink, or, like Lawrence, felt that she had to hurry to be heard. Their knives made pale red patterns on the paper plates. Everyone went back for seconds, most for thirds. The huge bowl of salad dwindled. The foil-wrapped ears of corn on the barbecue were snatched up. Uncle Henry laughed and bantered even as he put more steaks on the grill, and stood there beaming at everyone in his come-and-get-it apron, long fork in hand. After dinner the boys took their desserts of homemade rhubarb pie and chocolate cake, none chose just one, up to the deck. Uncle Henry and Aunt Lena had added on to their house over the years, never completing the remodeling, merely moving on to the next project. Dale remembered a 4-room white frame house when he had come down from Chicago for his grandmother's funeral when he was 6. Now the house itself was brick, with 4 bedrooms on the first level and a finished basement. Uncle Henry had added the garage the first year the Stewarts had moved to Elmhaven. Dale remembered playing in the framed skeleton of it as Uncle Henry raised cinder blocks to the right height. Now the garage was huge, holding 3 cars and another vehicle, built on the south side of the low hill the house was on, so that one walked from the garage directly into the basement workroom, while above it, connected to the large guest room and larger master bedroom, was the deck. The kids loved the deck in the evening, and they knew that sooner or later the adults would stir themselves from the stone patio and come up here. As large as a tennis court, although none in the group but Dale and Duane had ever seen a tennis court. Set on several levels of built-up platforms, catwalks, and steps, the deck commanded a view west to the road and Mr. Johnson's fields. South it looked out over the driveway, the swimming pond Uncle Henry had built, the woods, and even offered glimpses of Calvary Cemetery when the trees began to thin in the autumn. To the east one looked down at the barn and barnyard from the level of the hayloft, and Dale always imagined himself a medieval knight, watching from the ramparts and seeing the maze of pig pens, feedlots, chutes, chicken coops, and barnyards as the battlements in his fortress world. There were more Adirondack chairs on the deck, massive, strangely comfortable constructs of wooden planks turned out in Uncle Henry's basement workshop every winter. But the kids always opted for the hammocks. There were 3 on the southernmost platform, 2 on metal stands and 1 hooked to wooden posts which held the security lights overlooking the driveway 15 feet below. The first ones there, Lawrence, Kev, and Mike piled into that hammock and swung perilously over the railing. Mothers hated to watch them in that hammock. Fathers raised their voices in warning, but so far no one had fallen out, although Uncle Henry swore that he had dozed off in that hammock one summer evening, awakened to Ben, the biggest rooster, the next morning, taken one step toward what he thought was the bathroom, and had ended up on bags of Purina chow stacked in the back of the pickup parked below. They piled in their hammocks and rocked and talked and completely forgot that they were going back down to work some more on the bootlegger's cave. It was too dark anyway. The sky still held some pale blue, but several stars were visible, and the line of trees south of the pond had faded from separate trunks to a black silhouette. Lightning bugs began to blink against that dark background. From around the pond and farther down the hill, frogs and tree frogs began their sad chorus. Swallows fluttered unseen in the barn, and somewhere in the deeper woods an owl hooted. The coming of night seemed to quiet the adults' conversation on the back patio to a friendly hum, and even the kids' babble began to slow and then stop altogether for a while, so there was nothing but the creak of the hammock cords and the night sounds down the hill as the sky opened with stars. Uncle Henry had turned off the automatic security lights and had not turned on the deck lamps, so Dale could imagine that they were on the poop deck of a pirate ship under tropical night skies. The rows of corn across the road made a soft sound, much like the whisper of a ship's wake. Dale wished he had a sextant. He could feel the heat of the day's sun and exerted energies as a sunburned glow on his cheeks and neck, aches in his upper arms and lower legs. "Look," Mike said softly, "a satellite." All of them craned back in their hammocks. The sky had darkened perceptibly in the last half-hour. The Milky Way was easily discernible here so far from city lights, and something was moving between the stars. An ember too high and fast and faint to be an aircraft. "Probably Echo," said Kevin, using his professorial voice. He told them all about the huge reflecting balloon that the U.S. was going to orbit to bounce radio waves around the curve of the Earth. "I don't think they've launched Echo yet," said Duane in that diffident way he spoke, even when he was the only one who knew the facts. "I think it's scheduled to go up in August." "What is it, then?" said Kevin. Duane moved his glasses up his nose and looked skyward. "If it's a satellite, it's probably Tyros. Echo will be really bright as one of those stars. I'm looking forward to seeing it." "Let's come back to Uncle Henry's place in August," said Dale. "We'll have an echo-watching party and do some digging on the bootlegger's cave." There was a chorus of assent. Then Lawrence said, "Look, it's fading away." The satellite's glow was dying. They watched it track in silence for a moment. Then Mike said, "Wonder if we'll ever get people up there." "The Russians are working at it," said Duane from the depths of the hammock he had to himself. Dale and Harlan sat opposite him. "Ha, the Russians!" snorted Kevin. "We'll beat them by a mile." The dark bulk that was Duane shifted, tapping sneakers against the deck. "I don't know. They surprised us with Sputnik, remember?" Dale remembered. He remembered standing out in the backyard on an October evening 3 years before. He'd been taking the garbage out, and his dad and Mom had come out when they'd heard on the radio when the Russian satellite was supposed to pass over. Lawrence, only a little first grader then, had been asleep upstairs. Together the three of them had watched up through the almost bare branches until that tiny light had moved among the stars. "Unbelievable," Dale's dad had whispered, although whether he meant that it was unbelievable that mankind had finally put something into space, or unbelievable that it was the Russians who had done it, Dale never knew. They watched the skies for a while. It was Duane who broke the silence. "You guys have been checking out Van Syke and Roon and the rest of those people, haven't you?" Mike and Kevin and Dale exchanged glances. Dale was amazed to find that he felt guilty, as if he'd been slacking off or had broken a promise. "Well, we started to, but that's okay," said Duane. "It was sort of silly. But I've got some stuff I want to talk about. Can we get together tomorrow in the daylight?" "How about the cave?" said Harlan. The others hooted him down. "I'm not going back there," said Kev. "How about Mike's chicken house?" Mike nodded. Duane said, "Okay." 10 o'clock, said Dale. The cartoons he and Lawrence liked to watch on Saturday mornings, Heckle and Jekyll, Rough and Ready, would be over by then. "Let's make it later," said Duane. "I've got some chores in the morning. How about 1 o'clock, after lunch?" Everyone agreed to be there except Harlan. "I've got some better stuff to do," he said. "I'll bet," said Kevin. "Like having Michelle Staffney autograph your cast?" This time the grown-ups did have to come over to join them before the laughter and punching stopped. Duane enjoyed the rest of the evening. He was glad he'd put off talking about the research on the Borgia bell, especially Mrs. Moon's revelations, since the kids and grown-ups started talking about stars and space travel and what it would be like to live out there, and the hours had passed with them chatting and staring at the night sky. Dale had told his father their idea for an echo-watching party in August, when the large satellite would be visible, and Uncle Henry and Aunt Lena had endorsed the idea immediately. Kevin promised to bring a telescope, and Duane heard himself offering to bring his homemade one. The party began to break up about 11, and Duane had prepared to walk home. He knew the old man wouldn't be home until the early morning hours, but Dale's dad had insisted on them driving him the 1.5 miles. It had been a crowded station wagon that dropped Duane off outside his kitchen door. "It looks pretty dark," Mrs. Stewart had said. "You think your father went to bed already?" "Probably," said Duane. He kicked himself mentally for not remembering to leave a light on. Mr. Stewart waited until Duane turned on the kitchen light and waved to them from the window. He watched as the red tail lights receded down the drive. Knowing that he was being paranoid, Duane checked the first floor and locked the back door before going down to his basement. He got out of his good clothes and took a shower in the corner downstairs, but rather than pulling on his pajamas, Duane tugged on old corduroys, slippers, and a patched but clean flannel shirt. He was tired. The long day lay on him like a weight, but his mind was very active, and he thought he'd work on his writing for a while. With the door locked, he'd have to wait up for the old man anyway. He tuned the radio to WHO in Des Moines and went to work, or tried to work. His word sketches and notes looked childish and empty to him now. He wondered if he should try to write a complete story. No, he wasn't ready. His timeline did not permit him to attempt a complete story until next year at the earliest. Duane looked at his notebooks, full of character sketches, exercises in describing action, exercises in which he imitated various writers' styles, Hemingway, Mailer, Capote, Irwin Shaw, his heroes. He sighed and put it all away in his hiding place and lay back on his bed, slippers on the iron footboard. He'd outgrown his bed during the previous winter, so now he had to sleep diagonally, feet against the wall, or curl his legs. He hadn't told the old man yet. They couldn't afford to buy a bed right now. Duane knew that there was an extra unused bed on the second floor, but it had been his father's and mother's bed when she was alive. Duane didn't want to ask for it. He stared at the ceiling and thought about Mrs. Moon and the bell, and the literally incredible web of fact, fancy, suggestion, and inference it all added up to. Uncle Art had seen the outline of it. If he'd known about the events of January 1900, what would he have thought then? Duane wondered if he should keep it from the other kids. No, they've earned the right to know. Whatever's happening is happening to them as well. Duane was on the verge of dozing off when he heard the old man's pickup coming up the drive. Sleepily, Duane shuffled upstairs, walked through the dark kitchen, and unlatched the screen. He was halfway down the basement stairs before he realized that he could still hear the pickup's engine. The sound with the missing cylinder was unmistakable. Duane walked back up and went to the door. The pickup was parked in the middle of the lot, its driver's side door open, headlights still burning. The cab light was on, and Duane could see the truck was empty. Suddenly there was a roar from the barn that made Duane take a half step back into the kitchen. He watched as the combine came rumbling out of the big south doors, its 30-foot corn head pushing ahead of it like a bulldozer blade with sharp extensions. Duane saw the gleam of the pole light reflecting on snapping rolls and chains, and realized that the old man hadn't replaced the red metal shields on the 8 units. But he had opened the gate to the south fields, Duane noticed, as the huge machine roared across the barnyard and into the corn. He caught the briefest glimpse of his father as a silhouette in the open cab. The old man hated glassed-in booths and used one of the older open combines. And then the machine was out in the corn. Duane groaned. The old man had come home drunk and racked up the truck before, but he'd never wrecked a piece of farm machinery. A new combine or picker unit for the tractor would cost a bloody fortune. Duane ran out through the barn lot in his slippers, trying to shout over the roar of the machine. It was useless. The combine cut into the first row of corn in the field and began eating its way south. The corn was only about 20 inches high, and there were no ears yet, but the harvesting mechanism on the corn head didn't know that. Duane groaned again as he saw the tender young stalks bend and snap off, the 8 gatherer points guiding them to chains that fed them to the long metal snapper rolls. The lugged chains there dragged the stalks between the rolls and would have pinched off ears had there been any. The air filled with dust and a spray of cornstalks as the combine swerved right, then left, and then lumbered straight ahead into the field, carving a 30-foot wide path through the crop. Duane ran through the open gate and followed, shouting and waving his arms. The old man never looked back. The huge machine was almost 200 yards out into the field when it suddenly clanked to a stop. The engine died away. Duane paused, gasping to catch his breath, imagining the old man bent over the steering wheel and weeping with whatever frustration had driven him to this. Duane took a breath and jogged toward the now silent combine. The driving lights, mounted high on the cab, were off. The door was open, but the interior light was broken, and the cab was empty. Duane approached slowly, feeling the sharp stalks under his slippers. He pulled himself up onto the small platform on the left side of the cab. Nothing. Duane looked out at the field. The corn was little more than knee-high, but it spread away to the dark borders more than half a mile away in each direction, except back to the barn. The row of devastation behind the combine was visible enough even in the meager starlight. The pole light in the barnyard seemed as distant as the stars overhead. Duane's heart had been pounding during the run, and now it accelerated again. He leaned over the metal railing of the platform and looked down, half expecting to see a man-shaped indentation in the crop where the old man had tumbled off. Nothing. The corn grew very close together, the rows no longer visible, as the leaves from the stalks overlapped. Another few weeks, Duane knew, and the field would be shoulder-high, a monolith of corn. But he should be able to see the old man now. He stepped onto the front of the platform, peering out over the corn head and around the right side of the combine as far as he could manage. "Dad?" His voice seemed very small. Duane called again. No answer, not even a rustle of stalks to tell him which way the old man had walked. There was a noise from the barnyard, and Duane stepped to the rear of the platform to watch as the pickup truck became visible in the barnyard. It backed out of sight behind the house, reappeared in front of the house, and backed down the driveway. Its lights were still off, door still open. It looked like a movie being run in reverse. Duane started to shout, but realized how useless that was. He watched in silence as the truck reached the end of the long drive, then disappeared down County 6 with its lights still off. It wasn't the old man. The thought struck him like cold water being poured down his back. Duane stepped into the cab, sat on the high seat. He'd drive the goddamn thing back to the house. There was no key. Duane closed his eyes, tried to remember all the modifications the old man had made to the ignition system of this thing. He tried the starter anyway. Nothing. The combine wouldn't start without the key the old man kept on a nail in the barn. Duane flicked a toggle to turn on the bright running lights. He'd drain the battery quickly, but those lights would light up 200 feet of the field as if it were daylight. Nothing. Duane remembered the key had to be on. He stepped out onto the platform, feeling the sweat on his face, taking slow, deep breaths to calm down. The corn that had looked so short a few hours ago now seemed tall enough to hide anything. Only the 30-foot-wide path of beaten stubble winding behind the combine offered a clear path back to the barn. Duane was not ready to walk that way yet. He stepped onto a metal ledge behind the cab, pulled himself up onto the empty grain tank. The metal cover groaned a bit under his weight. Duane leaned, found a handhold, and pulled himself onto the roof of the cab. From 12 feet above everything, the field was a black mass stretching out to the edge of the world. The west pasture was half a mile to his right, the black line of Mr. Johnson's stretch of timber straight ahead several hundred yards. To his left, the corn stretched a quarter of a mile to the road where he'd heard the pickup disappear. Duane could see the pole lights of Uncle Henry's farm a mile or so to the southeast. A slight wind came up, and Duane shivered, buttoning up the top few buttons of his shirt. "I'll stay here. They'll expect me to walk back, but I'll stay here." He wondered who the "they" were, even as he thought it. Suddenly there was the slightest whisper of motion in the corn, and Duane leaned forward to watch as something moved, glided through the low stalks. There was no other word for what he saw. Something long and large slid through the corn with little more than a silky rustling. It was about 15 yards out, and only the slight motion of the stalks marked its wake. If he had been at sea, Duane thought, he would have thought a dolphin was swimming alongside the ship, occasionally breaking the water with a smooth glistening of its back. Starlight did glisten as something slid above the level of the cornstalks and then below, but the wet sheen Duane saw seemed to be a glint of starlight on scales rather than flesh. Any thought that it was the old man out there, stumbling around in the low corn, disappeared as he watched the wake of the thing, sliding counterclockwise in a huge circle, moving faster than a man could walk. Duane had the sense of a giant serpent moving through the field, a thing with a body as thick through as Duane's own, something that was many yards long. Duane made a noise like a swallowed laugh. This was nuts. The thing in the corn had circled a fourth of the circumference of its way around the combine when it reached the bare area where the machine had harvested its swath. The wake veered as smoothly as a fish reaching the end of play on a line, turned back, began swinging around to the south along the same invisible line. Duane heard a noise and shifted to the opposite edge of the roof. Something equally large and silent was sliding through the corn on the west side of the machine. As he watched, Duane realized that the circling motion moved in a foot or so each time the things reached the end of their circuit. "Ah, shit," breathed Duane in the precise tone of a prayer. He was definitely staying with the Combine. If he had started walking back when it made sense to, those things would have been sliding alongside him by now. This is insane. He curbed that line of thinking. It was insane, impossible, but it was happening. Duane felt the cool metal of the Combine roof under his palms and forearms, smelled the cool air and scent of moist earth, and knew that however impossible it was real. He had to deal with what was happening and not slide into denial. Starlight gleamed on something long and slippery as the serpent slug things wound back and forth in their tireless circling. Duane thought of a lamprey he'd caught once in Spoon River when he was fishing with Uncle Art. The thing had been all mouth, circles of teeth descending into a reddened gut, just waiting until it could latch on to something and drain its vital fluids. Duane had had nightmares for a month. He watched as the things passed each other in their sentinel slide, only the slightest rustle and hint of motion revealing their location. "I'll stay here until morning." Then what? Duane knew that it wasn't midnight yet. What would he do if he lasted the 5 hours until morning? Perhaps the things would go away in the daylight. If not, he could stand on the roof, use his shirt as a flag, and wave toward traffic on County 6. Someone would see him. Duane stepped from the cab to the grain tank, peering down behind the Combine. Nothing was close. If the swirl of motion came closer to the machine, he'd be back up onto the roof in a second. There was a noise from the driveway so far away, the sound of a truck driving, still no headlights. It was the old man. He's coming back. Duane realized that the engine sound was wrong. At the same instant, he caught a glimpse of the truck under the barnyard pole light. Red, high sides, scabrous cab. The rendering truck crossed the barnyard and drove carefully through the gate into the field. Duane jumped to the cab roof and had to sit to let the sudden nausea pass. Ah, God damn it. The rendering truck pulled 100 yards into the field, following the corridor of trampled corn, and then stopped, first pulling across the cleared strip diagonally, as if to block his way. It was still almost 100 yards away, but Duane could smell the dead things in the back of the truck as a breeze came to him from the northeast. Stay there, he mentally commanded the truck. It stayed where it was, but against the distant glow of the pole light, Duane could see movement in the back. Pale forms climbed down from the high sides, jumped down from the rear of the truck. They began shambling toward the Combine. Fuck! Duane pounded the roof with his fists. When the forms came between him and the distant light, he could see they were human-shaped, but they moved strangely, almost lurching. There were 1, 2, he counted 6. Duane swung down into the cab, pawed behind the seat for the toolbox the old man kept there. He stuck a 9-inch screwdriver in his belt, pulled out the largest and heaviest tool there, a 14-inch wrench. Hefting it, he stepped back out onto the platform. The sliding things were circling closer, less than 10 yards from the Combine. The 6 figures were moving their way up the harvested path. Duane could only see 4 of them now, but it was very dark without the light behind them. They were less than 20 yards away. "Help!" screamed Duane. "Help me!" He screamed in the general direction of Uncle Henry's house, more than a mile away. "Please, help!" He stopped. His heart was pounding so fiercely that he was sure it would rip its way out of his chest if he didn't calm down. Hide in the grain tank. No. It took too long to pull up the access panel, and it was no hiding place. Hotwire this thing. His heart lurched with hope. He went down on one knee and fumbled under the small switch panel. There was a tangle of wiring running into the steering column, all of it modified and recircuited by the old man. Without a light, there was no way that Duane could see the color of the installation, to guess which wires ran to the ignition circuits and which just supplied fans or lights or some such. He pulled 4 free at random, chewed off the insulation on the ends, and began splicing quickly. The first combination did nothing, nor did the second. He looked up from the third and leaned outside at the sound of footsteps. The human shapes were less than 20 feet from the back of the combine. The closest 2 seemed to be men. The tallest might have been Van Syke. The third shape looked like a woman in rags or a shroud. Tatters trailed behind her. Duane blinked as he realized that the starlight on her cheekbone seemed to be glinting on exposed bone. 3 other figures had moved into the knee-high corn. The closest one was shorter and wore a campaign hat that threw his features into shadow. Duane sighed and stepped out onto the platform, hefting the wrench. 6 of them, at least. He stepped over the railing and jumped to the long corn head, teetering on the narrow support bar. 8 of the picker units gleamed coldly, the long snapping rolls and gathering chains dipping to the ground, their snouts embedded in the stalks where the machine had quit feeding. Metal stairs echoed behind him as someone stepped up onto the platform. A shadow came around the right side of the combine, still a few yards out. The stench from the rendering truck was stronger than ever. Duane had been waiting until the sliding things in the corn had passed each other and were at the farthest point in their circuits. Now. He jumped out over the corn-picker heads, snapped off stalks as he hit soft soil, and rolled, and then was up, running, feeling the screwdriver where it had gouged his belly, making sure the wrench was still in his hand. Cornstalks crackled to his right and left as the lamprey things reversed course and plowed toward him. Behind him there were footsteps on metal, more crunching as corn bent. Duane ran as hard as he could, faster than he could have imagined he was capable of. The line of trees of Mr. Johnson's woods was straight ahead. He could see the fireflies winking there like eyes glowing. Something passed him to his right, a wake of bending corn curling in front of him. Duane staggered, tried to stop, almost fell on it. Once he and the old man had helped Uncle Art carry a roll of carpet into a friend's new house. The tube of carpet must have been 35 feet long, 3 feet tall when it was rolled. It weighed a ton. The thing in the corn ahead of Duane was longer than that. Duane teetered as the thing turned toward him. It had stayed beneath the level of the cornstalks only because most of it was in the moist soil, burrowing like some gigantic grub. The front of it surfaced now, and starlight glinted on teeth, just like the lamprey. The thing lunged toward Duane like a guard dog on the attack. He pirouetted like a matador, brought the wrench down hard enough to smash a skull. The thing did not have a skull. The wrench bounced off thick, moist hide. It's like clubbing an underground cable, was Duane's splinter of a thought, as the maw of the thing burrowed under the soil again, the back arched like a sea serpent's, and starlight glinted on it. Duane thought of a catfish's slimy skin. There were rapid footsteps and the sound of breaking stalks a dozen paces behind. The soldier. Pale hands coming up and forward. Duane swiveled gracefully and threw the heavy wrench. The man in the uniform made no attempt to duck. The campaign hat flew off, and there was a dull, sickening sound as the wrench struck bone. The form did not pause or stagger. The arms were extended, fingers wriggling like grubs. Someone else, a tall, dark figure, was moving to Duane's right. A third figure ran farther out to cut Duane off. There was more motion in the shadows. Duane pulled the screwdriver from his belt and crouched, shifted left, trying to stay low in the corn. He swiveled as there was a movement below and behind him, jumped to his right. Not fast enough. The slug thing had emerged, brushed against Duane's left leg, then dived into the soil again. Duane rolled through corn, struggling to get to his feet, even as he felt a tingling in his left leg, as if someone had applied an electric current to it. Staggering, screwdriver still held like a knife, he balanced on his right leg and looked down. Something had taken a hand-sized bite out of the calf of his left leg. There was a ragged hole in his corduroy pants, a more ragged hole in his calf. Duane swallowed as he realized he could see exposed muscle tissue there. The blood looked black in the starlight. Hopping on one leg, Duane pulled his bandana from his pocket and wrapped it tightly around his leg below the knee. He'd think about it later. He began hobbling toward the dark line of woods so far away. A sudden turmoil in the cornstalks ahead made him turn left toward the county road. 3 figures were waiting. Duane saw the dim light gleaming on teeth. The shortest figure, the soldier, moved forward as if he were standing on a wheeled platform that was being pulled by a cable, stiffly upright, legs hardly moving. The thing glided in a rush straight at Duane. Duane didn't try to run. As the white fingers reached for his throat, Duane made a noise, part grunt and part snarl, lowered his head, and drove the screwdriver into the man's khaki-shirted belly. The tool went in as easily as a blade would penetrate a rotten muskmelon, ramming home to the hilt and skewering something soft and yielding inside. Duane gasped and staggered back. The dark figure was still standing. Both of its hands were locked on Duane's left arm. Duane tried to pull free, could not. He slashed at the hand with the screwdriver blade. Something heavy hit the back of Duane's neck and he went down, kicking, blood from his left leg saturating his trousers now and splattering his shirt. His glasses went flying into the night. He'd lost both his slippers, and his feet were caked with mud as he kicked wildly at the forms closing around him. Something long and moist glided past his face, submerged itself in the soil. He tried to stab at it, but realized that the screwdriver had been forced out of his hand. There were many fingers grasping and pulling at his arms now. There were at least 4 holding him down. A bony hand was spread across his face, forcing his cheek into the mud. Duane bit at the hand, chewed flesh that tasted like chicken that had been lying in the sun for a week, spit it out, and felt his teeth gnawing bone. The hand did not relent. He caught a glimpse of an old woman's face, eaten with leprosy and rot. "This is a nightmare," he prayed. even as he knew it was not. Something, not the serpent thing, was chewing at his good leg, growling like a maddened dog. Vit, he thought, feeling hopelessness finally rising him like floodwater. Help me. Somebody crouched near his head and put a heavy boot on his face, driving him deeper into the loam. A shattered cornstalk gouged his scalp. There was a noise like a great cat coughing up a fur ball. Another noise. The world was roaring and circling around him now, but even as Duane teetered on the edge of consciousness, recognizing, in some removed clinical part of his mind, that it was as much from shock and fear as from the loss of blood, he recognized part of that roar. The combine had been started up. It was moving toward him in the darkness. He could hear the cornstalks being severed, chewed, dragged into the unshielded maw of the snapping rolls. The air was full of the stench of decay, warring with the scent of fresh harvested stalks. Duane struggled to rise, kicked, bit, tried to free either hand so as to gouge or claw at the shapes and dark weights holding him down. The boot on his face pressed with renewed pressure. Duane felt his cheekbones snap, but did not pause in his maddened struggles to rise, to fight these things, to get to his feet. There was a sudden movement, a shifting of the stench around him, a glimpse of the stars, and then the noise and the mass of the combine filled the entire world. The instant the boot left his temple, Duane lifted his face from the mud. There was a great tearing at his legs. An irresistible force lifted him and turned him, pulled him toward the vortex he could feel through every fiber of his body. But for that split second, that briefest of instants, he was free. He could see the stars, and he lifted his face toward them, even as he was spun away into the darkness roaring below and around him. In Elmhaven, Mike O'Rourke had fallen asleep in Memo's room, sitting in the upholstered chair by the window, a baseball bat across his knees. He awoke at a sudden sound. On the south end of town, Jim Harlan spun up out of his nightmare of the face at the window. The room was dark. His arm hurt from the bone outward, and there was a terrible taste in his mouth. He realized that it was a distant but powerful sound that had awakened him. Kevin Grumbacher had been dreaming when something brought him up in bed and gasping for air in the sterile darkness of his room. Some sound had awakened him. Kevin listened, hearing only the loud hum of the central air conditioner through the vents. Then it came, and again. Dale came awake with a start, precisely the way he did when he was falling asleep and dreamed that he was falling. His heart pounded as if something terrible was happening. He blinked at the shadowed room, peered toward the nightlight. He could feel stirrings in the bed nearby and felt Lawrence's warm fingers tugging at his pajama sleeve, asking what was wrong. Dale pushed back the covers, wondering what had frightened him awake, even as he blinked at the darkness. Then it came again. A terrible sound, deep, echoing in the confines of Dale's brain. He glanced at Lawrence, saw his brother covering his ears and looking at him with wide eyes. He hears it too. It sounded again. A bell. Louder, deeper, more terribly resonant than any church bell in Elmhaven. The first strike had wakened him. The second echoed away in the humid darkness. Then the third made Dale wince, cover his own ears, and hunker down in the bedclothes as if he could hide from the sound. He expected his mother and father to run into the room, shouts from the neighbors. But there was no noise but the bell, no response but his brother and he cowering from the awful noise. The great bell seemed to be in the room with them as it struck 4, struck again, and went on relentlessly, striking the hour toward midnight. Chapter 20. Dale was playing baseball with the guys on Saturday morning when he heard the news. Chuck Sperling and some of his friends had just ridden up on their expensive bikes. "Hey, your friend Dwayne is dead," Sperling called to Dale where he stood on the pitcher's mound. Dale stared at him. "You're nuts," said Dale at last, feeling how dry his mouth had suddenly become. Then he realized what they were talking about. "You mean Dwayne's uncle, right?" Said Sperling. I'm not talking about his uncle. That was last Monday, right? I'm talking about Dwayne McBride. He's dead as a roadkill." Dale opened his mouth but found nothing to say. He tried to spit. His mouth was too dry. "You're a fucking liar," he managed. Said Digger Taylor, the undertaker's son. "He's not lying." Dale blinked and looked back at Sperling as if the tall boy was the only one who could stop the joke. "No shit," said Sperling, tossing the ball into the air and catching it. "They called Digger's dad out to McBride's farm this morning. The fat kid fell into a combine." "A combine, for Christ's sakes." "Took him more than an hour to get his body out of the gears and stuff. Torn to shit. Your dad says it'll never be an open coffin funeral. Isn't that right, Digger?" Digger said nothing. He was looking directly at Dale with his pale gray eyes, showing nothing. Chuck Sperling continued to toss the ball to himself. "Take it back." Dale had dropped his mitt and ball and was walking slowly toward the taller boy. Sperling freed his hand and frowned. "What the hell's wrong with you, Stuart? I thought you'd want to know that—" "Take it back," whispered Dale, but he did not wait for a response. He launched himself at Chuck Sperling, charging with his head down. Sperling got his arms up and bounced a rabbit chop off the top of Dale's head as Dale got inside the other boy's reach and started swinging. He punched Sperling hard in the gut, heard the wind go out of him, and got in 3 or 4 hard punches to the ribs, landing one right above the heart. Sperling exhaled deeply and sagged back against the wire backstop. When his arms came down, Dale started punching him in the face. The second blow sent blood flying from Sperling's nose. The third crunched teeth, but Dale didn't feel the pain of his knuckles being ripped raw. Sperling began to fold up, whimpering and covering his face with his forearms, his hands on the top of his head. Dale kicked him in the side twice, very hard. When Sperling's arms came down, Dale got him by the throat and dragged him up against the wire. His left hand was choking him while his right was free and punching again, hitting him in the ear, the forehead, the mouth. There were shouts very far away. Hands pulled and tore at Dale's T-shirt. He ignored them. Sperling swung wildly, slapping at Dale's face with his open palms. Dale blinked and hit the taller boy in the left eye as hard as he could. Suddenly Dale felt a terrible pain in the kidneys. A hand grabbed under his chin and pulled him back, and he was torn away. Digger Taylor moved between him and Sperling. Dale shouted something and started to charge through the short boy. Digger dropped his shoulder and punched Dale once, very hard, just above the solar plexus. Dale went down into the dust, gasping and retching. He rolled up against the wire and tried to pull himself up. His lungs couldn't get any air, and it felt as if his heart had stopped. Lawrence came screaming off the old bench along the fence, launching himself 6 feet into the air and landing on Digger's back. Digger flipped the 8-year-old into the wire. Lawrence bounced off and landed on his feet as if the fence were a vertical trampoline. His head was down and his arms were a blur as he waded into Taylor. Digger backed away, trying to hold Lawrence's head down and away. Both of them tripped over the wailing Chuck Sperling and went down in a heap, Lawrence still swinging and flinging dirt. Barry Fussner walked in, pranced around the edge of the melee, and tried an effeminate kick at Lawrence's head. "Hey!" cried Kevin, stepping closer for the first time. He shoved Fussner away. Barry tried kicking Kevin, but Kev grabbed the heavy boy's foot and flipped him into the dirt behind the plate. Bill Fussner shouted something and pranced forward, backing away as Kevin turned to face him. Bob McCown and Jerry Daysinger shouted general encouragement. Tom Castanati had stayed where he was, in the field. Digger grabbed Lawrence by the T-shirt and swung him into the air, tossing him over the long bench. He picked Sperling up and began backing toward their two bikes. Lawrence leaped to his feet, fists clenched. Dale staggered away from the fence, still unable to get a breath, but not letting that stop him, and raised his fists. He took 3 steps toward Taylor and Sperling, knowing that this time he wasn't going to go down until they killed him or Sperling took the lie back. Heavy hands fell on Dale's shoulders from behind. He tried to shrug them off, couldn't, cursed something and kicked backward, turning to fight off this hindrance so he could get at Sperling. "Dale! Stop it, Dale!" His father loomed over him, holding him with one arm around his middle now. Dale squirmed for a second, but then he looked up at his dad, saw his father's eyes, and knew. He sagged to his knees in the dirt, and only his father's arm around him kept him from falling forward. Digger Taylor and Chuck Sperling rode off, Sperling's bike wobbling as the boy tried to ride while doubled over and weeping. The Fussners loped along behind. Lawrence was standing at the edge of the parking lot, throwing rocks after them until his father ordered him to stop. Dale never remembered the walk back to the house. Perhaps he leaned on his father's arm. Perhaps he walked alone. He remembered that he did not cry. Not then. Not yet. Mike was getting ready to serve as altar boy at an old lady's funeral mass when he heard about Duane. He'd just pulled his surplice over his cassock when Rusty Ramirez, the only other altar boy to show up that day, said, "Geez, did you hear about the kid who got killed on a farm this morning?" Mike froze. Somehow, he knew at once what farm, what kid, but he said, "Was it Duane McBride?" Ramirez told him. "They said he fell into some farm machinery, maybe early this morning. My dad's on the volunteer fire department, and they called them all out there. Couldn't do nothing for the kid. He was dead, but it took 'em a whole bunch of time to get him out of the machine and all." Mike sat down on the nearest bench. His legs and arms felt like water. The corners of his vision went sort of dark, so he lowered his head, his elbows on his knees. "You sure that it was Duane McBride?" he asked. "Oh, yeah. My dad knows his dad. He saw him at the Black Tree just last night. My dad says that the kid must have been driving this combine rigged for huskin' corn, you know? Like he was crazy or something, pickin' in June. And somehow he fell out and got in the picker part. You know, where the grinders and stuff are? Dad wouldn't tell me everything, but he said they couldn't get the kid out in one piece. And when they tried to pull the arm, 'That's enough,' snapped Father Cavanaugh from the doorway. 'Rusty, go out and get the wine and water ready. Now.' When the boy left, the priest came over to Mike and put his hand gently on his shoulder. Mike's vision was fine now, but for some reason he was shivering. He gripped his thighs tightly to stop the shaking, but he couldn't. "You knew him, Michael?" Mike nodded. "A close friend?" Mike took in a breath. He shrugged, then nodded. The shaking seemed to have moved into his bones now. "Was he Catholic?" asked Father C. Mike lowered his head again. His first response was to say, "Who the fuck cares?" "No," he said, "I don't think so. He never came to church here. I don't think he or his dad belonged to any church." Father C. made a soft noise. "It doesn't matter. I'll go out to visit him right after this service." "You can't go out there to see Mr. McBride, Father," Rusty said from the doorway. He had the small bottles of wine and water in his hands. "The cops have got the kid's dad over to Oak Hill. They think maybe he murdered him." "That's enough, Rusty," Father said in a deeper tone than Mike had ever heard him use. Then, amazingly, the priest said, "Now, get your ass out there and wait for Michael and me." Rusty's jaw dropped. He stared wide-eyed at Father C. for a second, and then he scurried out to the altar. Mike could hear the mourners for Mrs. Saranza's funeral beginning to file in. "We'll think of your friend Duane as we say Mass, and ask for God's mercy," Father Kavanaugh said softly, touching Mike's shoulder a final time. "Ready?" Mike nodded, lifted the tall crucifix that lay ready against the wall, and followed the priest out to the altar in solemn procession. Late that afternoon, Dale's father came upstairs to talk to him. Dale was lying on his bed, listening to the shouts and cries of younger children playing in the schoolyard across the street. The happy noises sounded very far away. "How you doing, Tiger?" "Fine." "Lawrence is eating some dinner. Sure you won't join us?" "No, thanks." His dad cleared his throat and sat on Lawrence's bed. Dale was lying on his back, his fingers laced on his forehead, staring at the tiny cracks in the ceiling. He listened when his dad sat down, half expecting to hear a stirring under the bed. There was only the outside noise, drifting through the screens like the heavy air. The day was gray and thick with humidity. "I called Constable Sills again," said his dad. "I finally got through." Dale waited. "It's true about the accident," said his dad. His voice sounded hoarse, strained. "There was some terrible accident with the machine they used to harvest corn. Duane, well, Barney thinks that it probably happened very quickly. In all probability, Duane didn't suffer." Dale flinched slightly, concentrated on finding a pattern in the cracks above him. "The police were out there all morning," continued his dad, evidently understanding that no matter how terrible these facts were, they were what Dale needed now. "They're going to continue the investigation, but they're pretty sure it was an accident." "What about his father?" rasped Dale. "What? Duane's father? Didn't the police arrest him?" Dale's dad scratched his upper lip. "Who told you that?" "Mike stopped by. He heard it from some kid. They said that Duane's dad had been arrested for murder." His father shook his head. "Darren McBride was questioned, according to the constable. He was out drinking until late last night and couldn't account for his actions early this morning. But both Mr. Taylor's and the coroner's report—" "Dale, you don't want to hear this." "Yes," demanded Dale. "Well, I guess they have ways of telling how long it's been since someone's passed away. At first they thought the accident had happened this morning, after Mr. McBride had gone home and gone to sleep. Passed out," said Dale. "Yes. Well, at first they thought the accident had happened this morning, but then the coroner was sure that it occurred last night, sometime around midnight. Mr. McBride had been at the Black Tree until long after midnight. There were witnesses. Also, Barney says that the man is beside himself, hardly rational." Dale nodded again. Midnight was correct. He remembered the peal of the bell toward 12, the bell that did not exist in Elm Haven. He said, "I want to go out there." His father leaned forward. Dale could smell the soap and tobacco scent of his hands and forearms. "Out to the farm?" Dale nodded. He thought he could see a pattern in the cracks now, a pattern like a large question mark made of zigzag lines. "I don't think it would be a good idea today," his dad said softly. "I'll call later, see how Mr. McBride's holding up, see if there'll be a memorial service or funeral. Then we'll take some food out. Perhaps tomorrow." "I'm going," said Dale. His father thought that he meant to the funeral. He nodded, touched his son on the head, and went downstairs. Dale lay there thinking for some time. He must have dozed, because when he opened his eyes again, the room was gray with fading light. The children's cries had been replaced by crickets and night sounds, and darkness had crept from the corners. Dale lay perfectly still, hardly breathing, waiting for a sound from under Lawrence's bed, for the peal of a bell, for something. When the rain came, opening up as fiercely and quickly as a turned tap, Dale sat by the window and watched the leaves outlined against silent lightning, heard the gurgle of water in the pipes and the pattering of rain on leaves in the cinder driveway as the downpour lessened. A flash illuminated Depot Street, wet and black in the night, the belfry of Old Central rising above the sentinel elms across the street. The breeze coming in through the screen was chilly now. Dale shivered slightly, but did not get back under the covers. Not yet. He had to think. He and Mike went out after each had gone to their respective churches the next day. Dale had found Reverend Miller's sermon a distant drone. Later, driving home, his mother had commented on how thoughtful the Reverend's comments about the McBride tragedy had been, but Dale hadn't heard them. He told his mom that he was going over to Mike's chicken house. He didn't know what Mike told his family, if anything. Dale didn't have to key. Mike was waiting under the big elm where they'd first met. Mike was wearing a rubber poncho that the Peoria Journal-Star had given him for his delivery route. "You're going to get soaked," said Mike when Dale slid to a stop on the sidewalk. Dale peered up through the branches. It was still raining hard. He hadn't really noticed, although he realized he'd pulled on a windbreaker. The bill of his wool ball cap was already dripping. He shrugged. "Let's go." Rain pattered on the knee-high corn as they pedaled out past the water tower, east on Jubilee College Road, north again on County 6. They hid their bikes in the high weeds on the hill to Uncle Henry's house. The rain was coming down harder now, and Mike fussed about the bike getting wet. "Come on," whispered Dale. They climbed the fence and went into Mr. Johnson's woods. They could see the cemetery on the next hill behind them, the black iron fence giving off a wintry feeling, outlined as it was against the gray sky. The woods dripped, and Dale felt his tennis shoes getting more soaked as he and Mike climbed up through wet umbrella plants and knee-high weeds. The hillside was slippery, and on the steeper parts they had to grab trees or weeds to pull themselves up. They came out into the narrow pasture abutting the south side of the McBride farm, and Mike led the way west toward the back field. Duane's farm was just visible across almost a mile of low corn. The sky was a mottled variety of grays that seemed to lie low as a ceiling above them. They paused at the fence. "I think this is breaking a law," whispered Mike. Dale shrugged. "Not just trespassing," said Mike. He adjusted the hood of his poncho and water slooshed off. "Messing up a crime scene or something. They said it was an accident." Dale found himself whispering, even though no one was within a mile of them. "How can there be a crime scene if it was an accident?" "You know what I mean." Mike pulled his hood off and stared out over the field. There was no sign of a combine, no sign of anything at all. The McBride barn was far away, and it looked like any other barn. "Are we going to do it or not?" asked Dale. "Yeah." Mike tugged his hood back on, and they clambered over the fence. They moved across the field in a crouch. The road was several hundred yards away, but they felt exposed in the low corn. Dale felt like he was playing soldiers, running forward in a burst of speed, crouching low, and gesturing Mike on. In that manner they crossed the field. They were more than halfway across when they saw the swath of cleared corn. It was like someone had taken a lawnmower to the field, gouging out a drunken path of stubble through the green shoots. Then they saw the yellow tape. They crossed the last 20 yards in a low shuffle that got their knees and hands muddy. "God," whispered Mike. The yellow tape said, "Police scene, do not cross." The message repeated indefinitely, and the plastic stretched in a rough rectangle at least 50 feet on a side. Within that rectangle, the swath of harvested corn suddenly ended, and there was an area that had been trampled by many feet. Dale paused a second where the tape draped over the cornstalk, and then he crossed it, moving quickly to the cleared area. Mike followed. "God," Mike whispered again. Dale didn't know what he expected. The combine still to be there, maybe, a human outline chalked on the ground like in the TV shows he watched. There was only the trampled corn. He could see where the big machine had turned around, where the wheels had left deep gouges in the dirt, now turned to mud. It looked like the field where they held the old settlers' carnival each August, trampled by thousands of feet. Dale saw cigarettes lying in the wet and trampled cornstalks, a red pouch tobacco bag, scraps of paper, some plastic wrappers. It was hard to tell exactly where the combine had been, where the accident had happened. "Here," called Mike. Dale moved over, staying low in case Mr. McBride or anyone at the farm was looking this way. He couldn't see the pickup in the barnyard or drive, but the house and barn shielded much of the view. "What?" he said. Mike pointed. Some of the trampled corn here looked as if the stalks had been sprayed a deep reddish brown. Some of the color had faded because of the rain, but the undersides of the corn were still marked. Dale crouched, touched a plant, brought his fingers up. There was a faint, rusty residue there in the seconds before the rain washed it from his fingers. Dwayne's blood? The thought was unsupportable. He got up and began moving around the circle of ravaged plants, seeing the turmoil everywhere, remembering overhearing his father telling his mother that Barney said that the state troopers and the volunteer firemen had stomped up the scene so much that the Oak Hill police hadn't been able to reconstruct much. "Reconstruct," mused Dale. Strange word for figuring out the way something or someone is destroyed. "What are we looking for?" whispered Mike from 20 feet away. "There's just a lot of crap lying around." "Keep looking," Dale whispered. "We'll know when we find it." He stepped out into the corn beyond the police line, crouching as he moved down the row. Another 5 minutes, and he found it, less than 10 yards from the ravaged area. It was hard to see beneath the leaves of growing corn, but his sneaker had twisted in something, and he'd bent to investigate. Mike ran over when he waved. The two crouched on hands and knees, the rain pattering on cornstalks next to their ears. "A hole," whispered Dale. He measured it with his 2 hands, not quite a foot across, but the earth looked bunched and strange around it. He put his hand into it, but Mike quickly grabbed it and pulled it back. "Don't." "Why?" said Dale. "I just wanted to see if it was wider on the inside." "It is. Feel." Mike shook his head. "The sides feel funny, too," said Dale. "Sort of stiff. And the hole has ridges along the side." He raised his head. There was no movement from the McBride farm, but he had the distinct impression that they were being watched. "Let's see if there are any more." They found 6 more. The biggest was more than 18 inches across, the smallest hardly larger than a gopher hole. There was no pattern to them, although most of them were closer to the farm on either side of the harvested swath. Dale wanted to sneak up on the barn and look in to see if the combine was there. Why do you want to do that?" Mike whispered, pulling his friend down lower. They were too close. The boys could read the numbers on the tags in the ears of the few cows behind the barn. I need to. Dale took a breath. The sound of a door slamming sent both boys flopping into the mud between the rows. Lying there, hearing a truck engine starting up, Dale realized that it had almost stopped raining. The air was still bleeding a fine mist, but the downpour had stopped. "It's gone down the drive," whispered Mike, "but I think somebody's still there. Let's head back to the woods." "One peek in the barn," Dale whispered back and began to rise. Mike tugged him down. "I've seen those things before." Dale crouched and blinked at Mike's ponchoed figure. "What things?" "The holes. Those tunnels." "Where?" Mike turned back and began moving away from the farm. "Come on back with me and I'll tell you." He was gone, moving down the next row in a low crouch. Dale hesitated. He was only 100 feet or so from the barn. The feeling that he was being watched, observed, was still strong, but so was the desire to see the machine. There was little or no morbid curiosity in the desire. The thought of seeing the blades or gears or whatever that had actually killed his friend made him sick. But he had to know, to begin to understand. The rain had started up again. Dale looked toward the south, caught the slightest glimpse of Mike's poncho moving above the corn, and then he turned and followed. There'd be time. Chapter 21. It rained on and off for 3 weeks. Each morning the sky would be a rapidly shifting war between sunlight and clouds, but by 10 a.m. the drizzle would begin, and by lunchtime the rain would fall from lowering skies. The free show was canceled for June 25th and July 2nd, although the skies were clear and the evening gentle on that second Saturday. The next morning the rain returned. Around Elm Haven, the hungry Illinois earth seemed to drink the moisture and ask for more. The black earth turned blacker. In most of America, farmers spoke of corn being knee-high by the 4th of July. In central Illinois, the rule always had been waist-high by the 4th of July. But this summer the corn was closer to shoulder-high by the 4th. The 4th fell on a Monday, and although the adults seemed to enjoy the rare 3-day holiday, their pleasure was ruined a bit by the rain that canceled the town parade and the evening's fireworks. Elm Haven had no city budget for a formal fireworks show, but a century of tradition had people bringing their own Roman candles, skyrockets, and firecrackers to the school grounds. A few showed up this summer, but the wind had risen that evening. The nightly storm had blown in early, and the would-be revelers abandoned the effort after matches would not light and fuses failed. Dale and Lawrence watched the lightning storm that had replaced a fireworks show from the safety of their front porch. Explosions of white light ran along the southwestern horizon, silhouetting trees, outlining gabled rooftops, and illuminating the looming mass that was Old Central. In the dark lulls between flashes, the school still seemed to glow from some inner light, a soft fungal phosphorescence that painted the grounds a blue-green and seemed to build a haze of static electricity around the ancient elms that surrounded the block. One of those elms exploded and died as Dale and Lawrence watched on the evening of July the 4th. Whether struck by lightning or simply torn asunder by the wind, they did not know. The sound was deafening, even from 60 yards away. Half the tree remained standing, a jagged, broken tooth of a thing, while the leafy, living part of it fell onto the schoolyard with a lumberjack crash. Dale and Lawrence went in after the storm had passed. They'd set off a few firecrackers from the porch, swung sparklers and lighted glowworms on the stone steps, but the wind was cold and their hearts weren't really in it. Around the town, in the hush which followed the storm, the millions of acres of corn grew taller, forming a solid mass of greenery that turned the county roads into corridors between high walls, hid the horizon from sight, and seemed to leach substance from the next day's sunlight, until the brightest spot around was no brighter than the deep shadow under the elms of town. Dale's family brought food to Mr. McBride. Half the families in town had. Dale rode along as they drove out the familiar but strangely unfamiliar county road, past the cemetery and Uncle Henry's, and turned down the long lane. The corn seemed taller here than in any of the adjacent fields, the driveway a veritable tunnel. The first 2 times they tried, no one answered the door, despite the fact that Mr. McBride's pickup was in the yard. The 3rd time he opened the door, accepted the casseroles and pie with a mumbled litany of thanks, and mumbled something else when Dale's mother and father offered their regrets. Dale had always thought of Duane's dad as an older man than any of the other parents, but he was shocked at McBride's appearance. His remaining strands of hair seemed to have turned gray in the past month. His eyes were deep-set and bloodshot, the left one almost closed as if from a stroke. His face looked more like the bust of a cracked and poorly glued figurine than a man with wrinkles, and the gray stubble ran down his cheeks onto his neck and into his dirty undershirt. Dale's parents spoke in low, sad undertones to each other during the long ride back. No one knew for sure what arrangements had been made for Duane's funeral or memorial service. Word in town was that Mr. Taylor had released the body to a mortuary in Peoria, the same one that had arranged Duane's uncle's cremation. Word was that the boy was also cremated in a private service. No one knew what Mr. McBride had done with the ashes. At night, when he was drifting off to sleep, Dale thought of his friend, now existing only as a handful of ashes, and the thought brought him sitting up in bed, heart pounding with some deep realization that the universe was wrong. At times, when mowing the yard between rainstorms or doing something else that freed his subconscious, Dale imagined that Duane McBride was still alive, that he had faked his own death and was hiding out somewhere, like that comic strip character, the Spirit, or like Mickey Mouse in the comic adventures when he was trying to find the phantom blot. At those times Dale half expected to get a phone call from Duane, his friend's calm voice saying, "Meet me in the cave, I've got some information." Dale wondered what information Duane had been prepared to share at the meeting in the chicken house, the meeting that never happened. He couldn't imagine how Duane could have found out much about Tubby or the school, restricted as he was to his farm and a library. But over the 4 years Dale had known him, he'd learned never to underestimate Duane. After Mike's revelation about the tunnel he'd found in the cemetery and the similar tunnels under his home, the boys had seen less and less of each other. Each of them had seemed to withdraw into his own circle of family and daily chores, as if there would be safety from the encroaching darkness there. Lawrence feared the dark more than ever before. He wept now sometimes in his sleep, and insisted on a 40-watt bulb in the lamp on the dresser rather than the weak night light. Their mother often came in and turned off the brighter light after Lawrence had fallen asleep, but several times the 8-year-old had awakened screaming. Before their dad left on an 8-day selling trip through Indiana and northern Kentucky, their mother brought Lawrence and Dale to the local doctor to discuss their fears and the wild accusation Dale had made at dinner one night that grown-ups had murdered Duane and Tubby Cook. The doctor was named Viscus, was a Hungarian refugee who had been in the country only 18 months and still had problems with English. All the kids in town called him Dr. Vicious, because he was too cheap to buy new hypodermic needles and just kept sterilizing the old ones until the shots were pure agony. Dr. Viscus prescribed hard work and fresh air to cure the children's nonsense. Dale overheard Dr. Vicious tell his mom that it was a shame about the McBride boy and his uncle, but that accidents tend to happen in twos. Accidents happen in threes, thought Dale. The other kids got together occasionally. For 5 days after the 4th, Kev and Mike and Dale and Lawrence played almost non-stop Monopoly on the Stewarts' long front porch while the showers fell. They would leave the game out overnight, stones weighting their stacks of money and cards. When someone went broke, they changed the rules so that person could wander the board as a bum until the bank floated a loan or some old property brought in rent. With the rules changed, the game had no chance of being finished, and they played on, meeting after breakfast and playing until mothers called them home for supper. Dale dreamed Monopoly for 2 nights, and was glad of it. On the 5th day, the Grumbachers' stupid Labrador Brandy snuffled his way onto the porch while the boys were eating dinner, and scattered the money and chewed up 4 of the cards. They ended the game by silent assent, and for 2 days they did not see each other again. On July 10th, a Sunday which did not feel like a Sunday because Dale's dad was at the home office in Chicago, the basement flooded. Things would never be the same again. For 2 days, Dale's mom put up with the flooding, moving things from the floor onto the workbench and trying to keep the sump pump working. The basement had flooded twice before during their 4 years in the house, but both times their father had been able to stop the backup at a couple of inches. This time the water kept rising. On Tuesday morning the sump pump went out. By lunchtime the electricity went out in the house. Dale came down from his room when his mother called. The giant basement stairs led down to solid darkness. His mom stood on the next-to-last step, her skirts soaked, a bandana wrapped around her head. She looked close to tears. Dale stared. The water had risen over the first step. It was at least 2 feet deep, probably more. It lapped at the step his mother was standing on, like a dark sea. "Oh, Dale, it's just so damn frustrating." Dale looked at her. He didn't think he'd ever heard her curse before. "I'm sorry, honey, but I haven't been able to get the pump to work, and it's up to the level of the washing machine, and I have to go way back to the back room to put a new fuse in, and... Damn, I wish your father were here." "I'll do it, Mom." Dale was amazed to hear himself say it. He hated the goddamn basement at the best of times. Something floated near the step. It might have been a tangle of dust in the water, but it looked like the back of a drowned rat. "Go get your oldest jeans on," said his mother, "and bring your Boy Scout flashlight." Dale went upstairs to change clothes in a half-daze. The sense of removal and retreat he'd been feeling since Duane's death now folded on him like a thick wrapping of insulation. He looked down at his hands as if they belonged to someone else. Into the basement? In the dark? He changed clothes, pulled on his holiest pair of old sneakers, rolled up his pant legs, grabbed his flashlight from the extra room, tested it, and pounded down the stairs. His mother handed him the fuse. "It's right above the dryer, back in the... I know where it is." The water hadn't risen visibly in the past few minutes, but it was already overrunning the second step. The short corridor toward the furnace room looked like the unlighted entrance to some flooded crypt. "Just don't stand in the water when you put it in. Get up on the bench next to the dryer. Make sure your hands are dry and that the switch is on off, and yeah, Mom." He stepped off before he lost his nerve and ran back up the stairs and out the back door. The water came above his knees and was icy cold. His toes began to ache and cramp almost immediately. "The whole drainage system has backed up," he heard his mother say. as he moved down the narrow corridor, shining his light on the cinder-block walls. The beam was dim. He should have changed the batteries. The opening to the coal bin was a black rectangle to his right, the bottom of it just above the water line. Black water milled around the hopper, and there were dark lumps floating there that looked like human turds. Coal, thought Dale, and shined the dim light on the tentacled monster of the furnace itself. The water level wasn't quite to the grate yet. Dale had no idea what would happen if the furnace flooded. A sound to his right made him wheel, splashing backward into the wall and shining his light into the coal bin. It was dry in there, but something had rustled up near the ceiling on the far side, where the unfinished area began. Dale saw small pinpricks of reflected light in that darkness. Just the pipes, just the insulation. Not eyes. Not eyes. He turned left around the furnace. The water seemed deeper here, even though he knew it couldn't be. Maybe it could be. Maybe each room slants down a little bit. Maybe the back room is completely underwater. "Are you there yet?" came his mother's voice, distorted by stone and water and the curves of walls. "Almost," he yelled, although he was less than halfway back. There were no windows in this basement. It was too low. Dale's light skittered across the oily water and illuminated only a fraction of the furnace room. Pipes, something floating, a piece of wood, more pipes, a soaked piece of paper washed up against the wall, the door to the workroom. The workroom was a wide, black space. The water soaked higher into Dale's jeans until it was almost to his crotch. He'd have to be careful in the last room, because the sump pump was built over a hole at least 18 inches wide, a small well that pumped water into a jerry-rigged drainage system. Just like the tunnels Mike saw. The tunnels at Duane's farm. Dale realized that the flashlight beam was shaking. He steadied his right hand with his left, stepped deeper into the workroom, noted that his father's tools were high and dry, although they'd forgotten a small wooden toolbox in the corner, which was now floating under the bench. Lawrence had made that toolbox last winter. "I can call Mr. Grumbacher," called his mother. Her voice sounded light years away, a faint recording played in a distant room. "No," said Dale. He thought he said it. He might only have whispered it. The basement rooms were linked in almost an S shape, with the stairs being at the base of the S, the furnace room at the middle, the workroom just before the top curve, and the laundry room tucked back at the end of the curve, reaching back toward the coal bin and the unfinished crawl space. Dale shone his light into the laundry room. It seemed larger than it had been when the lights worked. The darkness created the illusion that the far wall had been removed and that only blackness stretched away from there, under the house, under the yards, across the street and the schoolyard, to the school itself. Dale found the sump pump, its motor just above the water line on its clumsy tripod of pipes. He gave it a wide berth as he circled to the south wall and the washer and dryer and laundry bench. It was wonderful to crawl up onto the bench and to lift his legs out of the water. He was shaking from the cold now, the flashlight beam whipping over the cobwebby rafters and maze of pipes above him. But at least the worst was over. With the new fuse in, the lights would come, the sump pump would begin working, and he could walk back without just the flashlight. He fumbled in his pocket with numb fingers, almost dropped the fuse into the water, and lifted it carefully in both hands. Holding the flashlight under his chin, Dale made sure the power lever was off, and then opened the access plate. It was immediately obvious which fuse had blown. The third one. Always the third one. His mother shouted something unintelligible from a great distance, but Dale was too busy to respond. If he moved his jaw to talk, the flashlight would have fallen. He set the new fuse in place and threw the switch. Light. The far wall was there. A stack of laundry still sat in a basket near the edge of the table. An assortment of junk he and his mother had tossed on top of the dryer and washer to keep dry resolved itself from ominous shadows to simple stacks of old magazines, an iron, a baseball Lawrence had lost. Just junk. His mother called again. Dale heard clapping. "Got it," he shouted uselessly. He stuck the Boy Scout flashlight on his belt, rolled his soaked pant legs a little higher, and jumped down into the water. The ripples moved across the room like the wake of a shark. Dale smiled at his own fears and started walking back, already imagining the story he'd tell his dad about all this. He was almost to the door of the workroom when he heard the audible click behind him. The lights went out. Goosebumps broke out over every inch of Dale's body. Someone had thrown the power switch to off. That click had been unmistakable. His mother called, but it was the most distant and useless of sounds. Dale was breathing through his mouth, trying to ignore the roar of his pulse in his ears, trying to hear. The water stirred a few feet from him. First he heard it, and then he felt the ripples washing against his bare legs. Dale backed up until he slammed into a wall. Cobwebs tangled in his hair and tickled his forehead, but he ignored them as he fumbled on his belt for the flashlight. "Don't drop it. Please, God, don't drop it, please." He thumbed it on. Nothing. The darkness was absolute. There was a sliding liquid noise 5 feet in front of him, as of an alligator sliding off the bank into dark water. Dale banged the base of the flashlight, pounded it on his upper thigh. A weak, filmy light illuminated rafters. He held the flashlight in front of him like a weapon, sweeping the dying beam back and forth. The distant dryer, washer, bench, blackness of the far wall, the silent sump pump, fuse box, handle off. Dale panted through his mouth. He felt suddenly dizzy and wanted to close his eyes, but he was afraid that he would lose his balance and fall into the water, into the dark water all around, into the water where things waited. Stop it, goddammit, stop it! The thought was so loud that for a moment he was sure that it was his mother shouting, "Stop it! Calm down, you damn sissy!" He took in short breaths and continued to command himself out of his panic. It helped a little. The switch wasn't set all the way. It fell down. How? I pushed it all the way up. No, you didn't. Go fix it. The flashlight beam died. Dale pounded it back into life. There were stirrings and ripples all across the room now. It was as if entire generations of spiders had come awake and lowered themselves from the rafters. The light flickered around the room, touching everything, illuminating nothing. There was more shadow than substance everywhere. Spider legs. Dale cursed himself for being a coward and took a step forward. Water milled around him. He took another step, tapping the flashlight every time the beam threatened to go out. The water was above his waist now. Impossible, but it was. Watch out for the sump pump hole. He moved left to stay nearer the wall. He was turned around now, not sure of which direction he was going. The flashlight beam was too weak to reach the walls or the washer or dryer. He was afraid he was walking to the back of the room where the wall did not meet the ceiling, and sharp little eyes stared out of the crawl space, even when there were lights, and— Stop it! Dale stopped. He pounded the base of the L-shaped Boy Scout flashlight, and for a second the beam was strong and straight. The bench was 10 paces to his left. He had gone the wrong way. Another 3 paces would have taken him to the sump pump hole. Dale turned and began wading toward the bench. The flashlight went off. Before Dale could bang it against his leg, something else touched his leg. Something long and cold. It seemed to be nuzzling against him like the snout of an old dog. Dale did not scream. He thought of floating newspapers and floating toolboxes, and he worked hard not to think of other things. The cold sliding against his leg lessened, returned, grew stronger. He did not scream. He pounded the flashlight, flicked the sliding switch, and tightened the lens. A weak glow trickled out, more like the spluttering of a tiny candle than a flashlight beam. Dale bent over and aimed the dying beam at the surface of the water. Tubby Cook's body floated inches under the surface. Dale recognized him at once, even though he was naked and his flesh was pure white, the white of rotting mushrooms, and terribly bloated. Even the face was bloated to 2 or 3 times the size of a human face, like a pastry that had risen until the white dough was ready to explode from internal pressures. The mouth was open wide under the water. There were no bubbles, and the gums had blackened and pulled far back from the teeth, so each molar and incisor stood far out like yellowed fangs. The body floated gently there, just under the surface, as if it had been there for weeks and would always be there. One hand floated near enough to the surface that Dale could see pure white fingers swollen to the size of albino sausages. They seemed to waggle slightly as a gentle current touched them. Then, 18 inches away from Dale's face, the tubby thing opened its eyes. Chapter 22. In those 3 weeks of rain and gloom, Mike learned who and what the soldier was and how to fight it. The death of Duane McBride had bothered Mike deeply, even though he hadn't considered himself a close friend the way Dale had. Mike realized that after he had flunked 4th grade, mostly because reading was so difficult for him, the letters in words seemed to rearrange themselves in random patterns, even as he concentrated on making sense of them. After he had flunked, he'd come to think of himself as the total opposite of Duane McBride. Duane read and wrote more easily and fluently than any adult Mike had ever known, with the possible exception of Father Kavanaugh, while Mike could barely sound his way through the newspaper he delivered every day. He'd never resented that difference. It wasn't Duane's fault that he was brilliant. Mike respected it with the same equanimity that he respected gifted athletes or born storytellers like Dale Stewart. But the abyss between 2 kids about the same age had been infinitely larger than the grade level that separated them. Mike had envied Duane McBride the infinite number of doors that were open to him. Not doors of privilege. Mike knew that the McBrides were almost as poor as the O'Rourkes, but doors of perception and comprehension that Mike barely glimpsed through conversation with Father C. He suspected that Duane had lived in those lofty realms of thought, listening to the voices of men long dead, rising from books, the way he'd once said he listened to late-night radio shows in his basement. Mike felt a terrible sense of not just loss, although loss there was, but of imbalance. It was as if he and Duane McBride had been on a seesaw together since they were tiny kids in Mrs. Blackwood's kindergarten, and now the corresponding weight was gone, the balance destroyed. Only the stupid kid remained. The rain did not keep the soldier away, nor the scrapings under the floor. Mike wasn't a fool. He told his dad that some weird guy was watching the house. He even told him about the tunnels in the crawl space. Mr. O'Rourke was too fat to fit under the house these days, but he sent Mike back with a rope to plumb the depths of the tunnels and poison to sprinkle on various forms of bait, as if some giant possum had taken up residence there. Mike went back under the house with his heart in his throat, but there was no reason for the fear. The holes were gone. His dad believed him about the weird guy in the army uniform. Mike had never lied to him as far as either one of them could remember, but he thought it was some teenage punk hanging around one of the girls. What could Mike say to that? It was something else? Something that wanted Memo? Maybe it was some soldier that Peg or Mary had met in Peoria and who was hanging around. The older girls denied it. None of them knew any soldiers except for Buzz Whitaker, who had gone into the army 8 months earlier. But Buzz Whitaker was stationed in Kaiserslautern, Germany, as his mother proudly told everyone, showing off his semi-literate letters and occasional color postcards. It wasn't Buzz Whitaker. Mike knew Buzz, and the soldier did not have his face. Strictly speaking, the soldier didn't have a face at all. Mike had heard a noise late on the 4th, sensed it really, and had padded downstairs, bat in hand, expecting to find Memo curled in her fetal position on the bed, the lamp burning, with moths batting at the window trying to reach the flame. He did, but the soldier was also at the window, his face pressed against the glass. Mike simply stood and stared. It was raining hard outside. The inside window was closed except for a small gap at the bottom, through which came the fresh smell of the moist fields across the road. But the soldier had pressed up against the screen until it had bent inward to touch glass. Mike could see the campaign hat with water pouring from the brim, the wet khaki of the shirt illuminated by Memo's lamp only 2 feet away, the Sam Brown belt and brass buckles. Water doesn't pour off a ghost's hat. The soldier's face was pressed against the window, not against the outside screen, but against the glass. Mouth agape, baseball bat hanging limply, Mike stepped between Memo and the apparition. He was less than 3 feet from the form at the window. The last time Mike had seen the soldier, his thought had been that the young man's face was shiny, greasy, less a face than a sketch of a face in soft wax. Now that soft wax face had flowed through the mesh of the screen and was flattening against the glass, flowing and widening against the glass like the fleshy pseudopod of some flesh-colored snail. As Mike watched, the soldier raised his hands and set them flat against the fine mesh screen. His fingers and palms flowed through the screen like a candle melting in high speed. They reformed against the glass and spread into waxy fingers, a shiny palm. The hand flowed out of the khaki sleeve like a slow-moving fountain of wax, the hand moving down the window glass. Mike raised his eyes to watch the face try to take shape, the eyes floating in the mess like raisins in a fleshy pudding. The hands slid lower, toward the opening. Mike screamed then, shouting for his father, his mother. He stepped forward and slammed the baseball bat down on the top of the window sash, slamming the window shut, just as 10 melted streams of fingers were reaching the crack there. The arms and hands, melted more than a yard long by now, flowed sideways like fleshy tentacles, hunting for a gap. Mike heard his mother's voice, his father rising with a groan of bed springs. Peg shouted down the stairs, and Kathleen began crying. His father growled something, and there came the sound of his bare feet in the hall. The soldier's fingers and face flowed away from the pane, back through the screen, reforming into the simulacrum of a human form with the speed of a movie run in fast reverse. Mike shouted again, dropped the bat, and leaned forward to slam the window tighter, knocking the kerosene lamp off the table as he did so. The chimney shattered, but the lamp landed on its base, and Mike knelt to catch it before it spilled fuel all over the carpet and ignited it. In that second, his father appeared at the door, and the shape at the window disappeared, arms at its sides, going straight down as if it were standing on a freight elevator. "What the hell?" shouted Jonathan O'Rourke. His wife rushed in to see to Memo, who lay there blinking wildly in the flickering light. "Did you see him?" shouted Mike, lifting the lamp with its open flame. He held it dangerously near the ancient curtains. "Did you see him?" His father glared at the broken lamp, the disarrayed table, the slammed window, and the ball bat on the floor. "God damn it, this has gone far enough." He ripped the curtains aside so roughly that the rod came off, and the entire assembly fell behind the table. The tall rectangle of window showed only night and rain dripping from the eaves. "There's no one out there, damn it!" Mike looked to his mother. "He was trying to get in." His father pushed the window up. The fresh breeze was pleasant after the stink of kerosene and fear in the room. His father's heavy hands slapped the sill. "The damned latch is on the screen. How could he get in?" He stared at Mike as though his son was losing his mind. "Was this soldier trying to tear the screen off? I would have heard it." Now that the electric lights were on, Mike shut off the lamp and set it on the table with shaking hands. "No, he was coming through." He stopped, hearing how lame it sounded. His mother came over and touched his shoulders, felt his forehead. "You're hot, dear. You have a fever." Mike did feel feverish. The room seemed to tilt and resettle around him, and his heart would not slow down. He looked at his father as steadily as he could. "Dad, I heard something and came down. He was leaning hard against the screen. It was bending in, almost ready to give way. I swear I'm not lying." Mr. O'Rourke looked at his son a minute, turned without a word, and came back a minute later with his trousers pulled over his pajama bottoms and his work boots on. "Stay here," he said softly. "Dad!" shouted Mike, grabbing him by the arm. He handed him the baseball bat. Mike's mother patted Memo's hair, hushed the girls back upstairs, and changed Memo's pillowcases while they waited. There was a shadow of movement outside. Mike flinched away from the window. His father stood there, a flashlight in his hand, the bottom of the window almost to his chest. Mike blinked. He'd seen most of the soldier's body. Yet his father was much taller than the soldier had been when Mike had seen him on Jubilee College Road. How was it that his dad seemed to be standing so much lower? Could the soldier have been standing on something out there? That would explain the way he had descended vertically. His father disappeared, was gone another 5 minutes, and came in the kitchen door with a great stamping of his feet. Mike went out to meet him in the hallway. His dad's pajama tops and trousers were soaked through, the boots smeared with mud. What little red hair he had left was now plastered over his ears. Beads of water glistened on his forehead and bald spot. He reached out a huge hand and pulled Mike into the kitchen. "There were no footprints," he said softly, obviously not wanting Mike's mother or sisters to overhear. "Everything's mud, Mike. It's been raining for days, but no footprints under the window. It's flower bed for 10 feet along that side of the house, but no footprints anywhere, and none in the yard." Mike felt his eyes scalding the way they used to when he was little and had allowed himself to cry. His chest hurt. "I saw him," was all he could say through the constriction in his throat. His dad looked at him for a long moment. "And you're the only one who's seen him. Outside Memo's window. That's the only place?" "And once following me on County 6 and the Jubilee Road," he said, instantly wishing he'd told his father earlier or not said anything now. His dad's stare lengthened. "He could have been on a ladder or something," Mike managed, hearing how desperate he sounded, even to himself. His father slowly shook his head. "No marks. Not a ladder. Nothing." His big hand came forward, palm covering Mike's forehead. "You are hot." Mike felt the shivering in him again and recognized the onset of flu. "But I didn't imagine the soldier. I swear. I saw him." Mr. O'Rourke had a broad, friendly face, heavy jowls, the remnants of 1,000 childhood freckles that he had passed on to all of his children, much to the dismay of 3 of his 4 daughters. Now his jowls shook slightly as he nodded. "I believe you saw something. I also think you're getting sick from staying up nights to catch this peeping Tom." Mike wanted to protest. This was no peeping Tom, but he knew it was better to keep his mouth shut right now. "You get up to bed. Let your mother take your temperature," his father was saying. "I'll move the cot downstairs to Memo's room and sleep in there for a while. I don't go on nights again at the brewery until a week from yesterday." He set the baseball bat aside, went to the locked pantry, fumbled the key from the crack over the sill, and brought out Memo's squirrel gun, a short-barreled shotgun with a pistol grip. "And if that soldier comes around again, he'll get more than a Louisville Slugger." Mike wanted to say something, but he felt actually dizzy from relief and the fever that he felt now as a pounding in his ears and a general light-headedness. He hugged his father and turned away before tears came. His mother stepped into the room, frowning but gentle, as she hustled him upstairs to bed. Mike was in bed for 4 days. At times the fever was so bad that he found himself awakening from dreams only to find that the awakening was a dream. He did not dream about the soldier or Dwayne McBride or any of the things that had been haunting him. Mostly he dreamt about St. Malachi's and saying Mass with Father Kavanaugh. Only in his fever dreams it was he, Mike, who was the priest, and Father C. was a little kid in an oversized cassock and surplice, who kept screwing up his responses despite the laminated card with printed lines lying right there on the altar step where the boy-man knelt. Mike dreamt that he was consecrating the Eucharist, lifting the host high in the most sacred moment a Catholic could experience, much less actually perform. The strange part of the dream was that St. Malachi's was now a vast cavern, and there was no congregation, only dark shapes that moved just beyond the circle of light generated by the altar candles. And in his dream, Mike knew that the altar boy, Father C., was messing up his Latin responses because he was afraid of that dark and the things in it. But as long as the dream priest, Michael O'Brien O'Rourke, was holding the Eucharist high, as long as he was whispering the sacred and magical words of the High Mass, he would be safe enough. Beyond the cone of light, large things circled and waited. Jim Harlan was thinking that this is the summer that wasn't. First, he breaks his goddamn arm and busts his skull open and loses his memory of how he did it. The face is just a dream, only a nightmare. And then, when he finally gets well enough to get out and about, one of the guys he knows gets killed in some dumbass farm accident, and the others seem to have retreated to their houses like turtles pulling in their dumb shit heads. And, of course, there was the rain. Weeks of rain. The first few weeks he was home, his ma stayed home every night, rushed to get him things when he was hungry and thirsty, and sat and watched TV with him. It was almost like the old days, minus his dad, of course. Harlan had been nervous as hell when the Stewarts had invited his ma to go with them out to Dale's Uncle Henry's place. Ma had the habit of drinking too much, laughing too loud, and generally making a drunken asshole of herself. But the evening had turned out pretty well, actually. Harlan hadn't talked a whole lot, but he'd sort of enjoyed being with his buddies and listening, even when the McBride kid was talking about interstellar travel and time-space continuums and a bunch of stuff that Harlan had no fix on whatsoever. Still, it had been a pretty good night. Dwayne McBride's getting killed excepted. Harlan's accident and long stay in the hospital had given him a different outlook on death. It was something he'd heard and smelled and come close to. The old guy in the next room who wasn't there the morning after all the nurses and doctors had rushed in there with a cart, and he had no intention of coming close to it again for another 60 or 70 years, thank you. McBride's death had rattled him. He admitted it to himself. But that kind of shit is what happened when you lived on a farm and screwed around with tractors and plows and shit like that. Harlan's ma didn't spend every evening with him any more. She snapped at him now when he didn't make his bed or pick up his breakfast dishes. He still complained of headaches, but the heavy cast had come off, and even with the sling, which Harlan thought was sort of romantic, it should knock Michelle Staffney right out of her lacy pants if he got invited to her birthday party on the 14th. Even with the sling, the lighter cast didn't create quite that much sympathy in his mother. Or perhaps she'd used up all the sympathy she could spare. Occasionally she'd be sweet and talk to him in that soft, slightly apologetic voice she'd used during the week or so after the accident, but more and more now she just snapped or reverted to the silence that had lain between them for so long. Many weekend nights now she wasn't there at all. At first she'd paid Mona Shepherd to come over and watch him. Actually, it was Harlan who watched Mona, always trying to get a glimpse of the 16-year-old's tits or a shot up her skirt. Mona teased him sometimes, like leaving the bathroom door open a little bit when she was taking a leak, and then shouting at him when he tiptoed up to it. But mostly she ignored him. Ma might as well have been home, and frequently she made him go to bed early so she could call one of her limp-dick boyfriends over. Harlan hated the sounds he heard coming up from the living room. He hated his reaction to them. He wondered if O'Rourke was right, and you went blind if you did it enough. Anyway, he'd threatened Mona that he was going to tell his ma all about the little panting sessions on the divan, so she stayed away. Ma was pissed that Mona was always busy, and there was hardly anyone else to call this summer. The O'Rourke girls used to babysit, but they were too busy panting in the back seats of cars this summer. So Harlan stayed home alone a lot. Sometimes he went out riding his bike, although he was forbidden by the doctor to do so until the second cast came off. It wasn't hard riding one-handed. Hell, he'd ridden no-handed enough times, and so had everybody else in that sissy bike patrol club they used to have. Only it was a little trickier with a cast. He'd ridden down to the free show on the 9th of July, expecting to see a repeat of Somebody Up There Likes Me, a boxing movie that Mr. A.M. had shown a few summers ago. Everybody'd liked it so much that he brought it back every summer. Only instead of the movie, Harlan found Bandstand Park empty, except for a couple of hick farm families who, like him, hadn't got the word that the thing had been canceled for the third Saturday in a row because of rotten weather. But the weather wasn't rotten. The almost nightly storms had held off this night. The sunlight was low and rich across long yards where the grass was growing as you watched it. Harlan hated the fact that the yards were so damned big around here, almost fields, although they were all tidily mowed. There were almost no fences, and it was hard to tell where one yard ran into the next. He wasn't sure why he hated it, but he knew that yards weren't supposed to be like that. They didn't look that way in the TV shows he liked. Naked City, for example. There weren't any yards at all in the Naked City. 8 million stories, but no damn yards. Harlan had ridden his bike around town that night, oblivious of night falling, until the bats came and started screeching against the sky. By habit, he'd stayed away from the school. It was one of the reasons he didn't go up to see Stewart and those dickheads more often, but he found that even pedaling down Main or Broad in the dark made him nervous. He turned left on Church Street to avoid Mrs. Dubbett's place, not sure why he did it even as he did so, and pedaled fast through the dark stretches down there where the houses were smaller and the streetlights few and farther between. There were bright lights around O'Rourke's dinky little church and the priest place next to it, and Harlan tarried there on the corner a minute before turning up West End Drive, the narrow and poorly lighted lane that led up to his house in the old depot. He was moving fast, pedaling hard, confident that nobody could catch him in the dark sections between pole lights, unless they stuck an arm in the spokes and sent you hurtling, then moved in on you, that no one could catch him. He shook his head as he pedaled, the moist air a breeze in his short hair, trying to get rid of the bad thoughts. God damn her. She won't be home until 1 or 2, if then. I'll watch the Late Show again. No, damn it, it's the Creature Feature on Channel 19. Can't watch that. Harlan decided he'd play the radio real loud, maybe get into Ma's stash of bottles in the bottom of the buffet again. He found, if he measured them real carefully and filled them up to the mark with water when he was done, she'd never notice. She'd probably never notice anyway, because she was always putting new bottles in there or slurping from the old ones when she was tipsy. He'd listen to the radio, playing the rock and roll stuff real loud, and have a few drinks mixed with Coke, the way he liked it. He passed the depot at full speed. The place had always given him the willies, even when he was little, and skidded around the broad corner onto Depot Street. He could see the long 3 blocks down the street. They'd be at least 7 or 8 city blocks in a real city, he knew. It was just here they were longer because they didn't have enough streets. All the way down the tunnel of branches and leaf shadow and half-hidden lights and porches to where Stewart and old Grumpybacker lived. And the school. He shook his head and wheeled into the drive, sliding to a stop by the garage and sticking his bike under the overhang. Ma wasn't home. The Rambler was still gone. All the lights were on just like he'd left them. Harlan started for the back door. Something moved in front of the light in his room upstairs. Harlan paused, one hand still on the doorknob. Ma was home. The goddamn car had broken down again, or one of her new boyfriends had given her a lift because she'd had too much to drink. Christ, he was going to catch hell for being out of the house after dark. He'd tell her that Dale and his little father-knows-best family had come by to take him to the free show. She'd never know that it had been canceled. The shadow moved in front of the light again. What the hell's she doing poking around my room? With a sudden flush of guilt, he thought of the new magazines he'd bought from Archie Creck and hidden under the floorboard. She'd found and thrown out all his old ones while he was in the hospital, although she hadn't yelled at him about it for more than 2 weeks after he came home. Blushing, cold with the thought of the confrontation, especially if she was tipsy, Harlan took 3 steps back toward the garage, trying to think of something. Maybe they're Mona's, yeah, or one of her boyfriends. She put them there. If she denies it, I'll tell Ma about the condom I found floating in the toilet the last time she was over to babysit. He took a breath. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than nothing. He glanced up, trying to see if she was going through his closet. It wasn't Ma. The woman in his room crossed the lighted rectangle of window again. He caught a glimpse of a rotted-looking sweater, humped back, tendrils of white hair gleaming on a too small head. Harlan moved blindly away from the back door, backed into his bike. It fell and hit the garage door with a resounding racket. The shadow eclipsed his light again. A face pressed against the window and looked down at him. The face, looking at him, turning and looking at him. Harlan fell to his knees, vomited on the gravel of the pavement, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and was up and on his bike, pedaling like mad, away from the house before the shadow even left the window. He did not look back as he roared down Depot Street, swerving wildly as if someone were shooting at him, trying to stay close to the few streetlights. C.J. Congdon, Archie Crick, and a few of their punk friends were sitting on the hoods of some cars parked on the dirt lawn of J.P.'s place, and they screamed something nasty at him over the blare of their car radios. Harlan didn't pause or look back. He skidded to a stop at the wide intersection of Depot and Broad. Old Central was straight ahead. Double Butts and Mrs. Duggan's place was to the right. The face at the window. Holes where the eyes should be. Maggots under the tongue. Teeth glistening. In my room! Harlan hung over the handlebars, panting, trying not to throw up again. Down Depot Street a block, where the school lights still glowed through the elms there, the black silhouette of a truck turned left from 3rd and came his way. The rendering truck. He could smell it. Harlan pedaled north on Broad. The trees were huge here, overhanging even the 30-foot wide street, the shadows deep. But there were more porch lights and street lights. He could hear the truck approaching the intersection behind him, grinding up through gears. Harlan clattered up onto the sidewalk, bounced across tilted paving stones there, and swerved down a driveway. There were barns back here, garages, and endless yards, all interconnected without fences. He thought he was passing Dr. Staffney's place when a dog ahead of him went wild, barking and tugging at a clothesline leash, teeth gleaming in the yellow light from the back porch. Harlan swerved left, skidded into the cinder-paved alley that ran behind the barns and garages, continued north. He could hear the truck coming up Broad, even over the wild sound of all the dogs going crazy on the block. He had no idea where he was going. He'd think of something. Dale Stewart dropped his flashlight and ran through the thigh-deep water, screaming for his mother, striking a wall in the darkness and bouncing backward, stunned, losing his balance. He fell into black iciness up to his neck and screamed again when something under the water nudged his bare arm. He struggled to his feet and waded ahead, not sure of which way he was going in the almost absolute darkness of the basement. What if I'm heading back toward the back room, back toward the sump pump hole? He didn't care. He couldn't stand there in the midnight blackness, water swirling around his legs like cold oil, and wait for the damn thing to find him. He imagined the tubby thing opening that dead mouth wider, those long exposed teeth sinking into his leg under the water. Dale quit imagining and concentrated on running, crashing into something that might have been his dad's workbench in the second room, or maybe the laundry bench in the back room. He spun to his left, went to all fours again, in water suddenly warm as urine or blood, and then staggered forward, thinking that he saw, a rectangle of somewhat lesser darkness that might have been the door from the workroom to the furnace room. He crashed into something hollow and echoing, cutting his forehead but not carrying. The furnace! Go right, around it, find the corridor past the coal bin. He shouted again, hearing his mother's answering screams, mixing with his own cries in the echoing maze. There was a sound of something sliding through the water behind him, and he turned to see it, could see nothing, staggered backward again, struck something harder than the furnace or hopper, and went face forward into the water, tasting the sewage and black soil foulness of it, mixing with the salt sweetness of blood in his mouth. Arms closed around him, hands forced him deeper and then lifted him. Dale kicked and clawed and thrashed at the force. His face went under again and then was pulled against wet wool. "Dale! Dale, stop it! Stop it! Calm down! It's Mom! Dale!" She did not slap him, but the words had the same effect. He went limp, trying not to whimper, but thinking of the dark water all around. "It'll trap us both. It'll cut us off and pull us down." His mother was helping him slosh through the corridor, the water somehow much shallower here. He could see the weak lights now from the winding staircase. His mother hugged him tighter to her as his shaking began in earnest. "It's all right," she said, although she was shaking too as they climbed the oversized stairs. "It's okay," she whispered as they went out, not into the kitchen, but through the outside door, out into rich afternoon sunlight, staggering away from the house like two survivors of an accident, trying to put distance between themselves and the wreckage. They collapsed onto the lawn under the small apple tree, both of them wet and shaking, Dale blinking and half-blinded by the light. The heat and sunlight and color seemed unreal, a dream after the nightmare reality of the darkness and dead thing under the water. He shut his eyes and concentrated on not shaking. Mr. Grumbacher had been mowing his yard on the riding mower, and Dale heard the engine die, heard the man shout, asking if anything was wrong, and then came the long strides across the grass. Dale tried to explain without sounding insane. Something under the water," he said, furious that his teeth were chattering so. "Something tried to grab me." His mother was hugging him, reassuring him, making jokes, her voice on the verge of tears. Mr. Grumbacher looked down. He was tall and was wearing the same gray uniform he wore each day to drive the milk truck. It made him look official somehow. And then he was gone, and Dale's mother hugged him again and told him it was all right. And then Mr. Grumbacher was back, Kevin standing in the door of their ranch house and looking curiously across the broad lawn at them, sprawled under the apple tree. And there was a blanket around Dale's shoulders and his mother's, and then Mr. Grumbacher was going through their door, down into the basement. "Don't!" screamed Dale in spite of himself. He tried to smile. "Please don't go down there." Mr. Grumbacher glanced back at Kevin, still staring from the doorway. He motioned him back, tapped a long 5-cell flashlight in his hand, and closed the screen door. The basement stairs descended from an enclosed little anteroom on the alley side of the kitchen. It kept the cold out in winter. They hung their extra coats on nails on the landing. It was waiting for them down there. Mr. Grumbacher wouldn't have a chance. Dale shivered a moment and then got up, shrugging off the blanket. His mother grabbed his wrist, but he squirmed out of her grip. "I've got to show him where it was, got to warn him about—" The screen door opened. Kevin's dad came out, his neatly pressed gray work pants wet to the knee, his work boots making squeegee sounds on the flagstone. He clicked off the long flashlight that was in his left hand. He was carrying something else in his right. Something long and white and wet. "Is it dead?" asked his mother. It was a foolish question. The corpse was bloated to twice its normal size. Mr. Grumbacher nodded. "Probably didn't drown," he said in that soft but decisive voice Dale had heard directed at Kevin so many times. "May have eaten poison or something. Maybe it came in with the backwash when the drain pipes backed up." "Is it one of Mrs. Moon's?" asked his mother, stepping closer. Dale could feel her body shivering now. Mr. Grumbacher shrugged and laid the corpse on the grass near the driveway. Dale heard it squish slightly, and a bit of water drained out from between sharp teeth. He stepped closer, prodding it with the toe of his sneaker. "Dale," said his mother. He pulled his foot back. "This isn't what I saw," he said, trying to keep from shivering, trying to keep from sounding wild. "It wasn't a cat. This is a cat." He prodded the bloated thing again. Mr. Grumbacher showed one of his small, tight smiles. "It's the only thing down there, other than a floating toolbox and some little junk. The power's back on. The pump's beginning to work." Dale glanced at the house. The switch had been down. Off! Kevin came down the hill and stood holding his elbows the way he did when he was a little nervous. He looked at Dale's pale face, soaked clothes, and wet hair, licked his lips as if he was going to say something sarcastic, caught the look from his father, and just nodded at Dale. He also poked at the dead cat with his sneaker. More water gurgled out. "I think it is one of Mrs. Moon's," said Dale's mother, as if that settled things. Mr. Grumbacher slapped Dale on the back. "Don't blame you for getting a little spooked. Stepping on puss here in the dark, with a foot of water like that, well, it'd scare anyone, son." Dale wanted to pull away and tell Grumpbacker that he wasn't his son, and that the dead cat wasn't what spooked him. Instead, he managed to nod. He still tasted the bitter, sour flatness of the water he'd swallowed. "Tubby's still down there." "Let's go up and change clothes," his mom said at last. "We can talk about it later." Dale nodded, took a step toward the screen door, and stopped. "Can we go in the front way?" he asked. Jim Harlan pedaled through the dark, hearing the dogs going crazy up and down the block, and listening hard for the sound of the rendering truck. It seemed to be staying at the intersection of Depot and Broad. Cutting me off. The alley that he was racing blindly along went north and south, between the barns, garages, and long yards behind the homes of Broad and Fifth. The yards were so deep, the houses so surrounded by shrubs and foliage, the alley itself so bedecked in foliage made thick by the recent monsoon rains, that Harlan knew that there must be 100 dark places to hide up ahead. Barn lofts, open garages, that patch of black trees, the Miller orchard to the left up ahead, the empty houses up on Catton Drive. That's just what they want me to do. Harlan skidded his bike to a stop on the black cinders of the alley. The dogs stopped barking. Even the moisture in the air seemed to hang suspended, a slight fog misting the air between the distant back porch lights and Harlan, waiting for his decision. Harlan decided. His mama didn't raise no fools. He cut across a backyard, pedaling hard through a vegetable garden, tires flinging mud behind him, leaving the dark protection of the alley and swishing right by a startled Labrador that swung around in such surprise that it almost hanged itself on its rope before remembering to bark. Harlan ducked quickly, seeing the wire clothesline a second and a half before it decapitated him, leaned left to avoid the pole, almost dumping his bike because of his slinged left arm being off balance, caught himself, skidded down the Staffneys' long driveway, giving the black mass of their old barn a wide berth, and skidded to a halt on their front walk, 4 feet from the gas pole lamp they kept burning there. Half a long block away, the dark shape of a truck with high sides revved its engine and began moving in Harlan's direction under the tunnel of branches spanning the street. It had no lights. Jim Harlan leaped off his bike, jumped the 5 steps to land on the Staffney's porch, and leaned on the doorbell. The truck picked up speed. It was less than 200 feet away, pulling to this side of the wide street. The Staffney house was 60 or 70 feet away from the curb, with elms, a long yard, and a bunch of flower beds separating it from the street. But Harlan wouldn't have been happy with anything less than tank traps and moats between him and the truck. He banged on the door with his good fist while ringing the bell with the elbow of his cast. The door swung wide. Michelle Staffney was there in her nightgown, the light behind her shining through the thin cotton and creating a nimbus around her long red hair. Ordinarily Jim Harlan would have lingered to enjoy the view, but now he pushed past her into the well-lighted entry hall. "Jimmy, what are you—" "Hey!" managed the redhead before he had pushed past her. She shut the door and scowled at him. Harlan paused under the chandelier, looking around. He'd just been in Michelle's home 3 times, once each year during her July 14th birthday party that seemed to be such a big deal for her and her folks, but he remembered the big rooms, high ceilings, and tall windows. Way too many windows. Harlan was wondering if they had a bathroom or something on the first floor with no windows and lots of strong locks, when Dr. Staffney said from the stairway, "Can we help you, young man?" Harlan put on his best lost, waif on the verge of tears face. It didn't require much acting, he found, and cried, "My mom's gone, and nobody's supposed to be home, but I came home from the free show. They didn't have it because of the rain, I guess, and there was some strange lady on the 2nd floor, and people were chasing me, and a truck was after me, and I wonder, could you help me? Please?" Michelle Staffney stared at him with her pretty blue eyes wide and her head cocked to one side, as if he'd come in and taken a leak on her floor. Dr. Staffney was standing there in his suit pants and vest and tie and stuff. He looked at Harlan, put on his glasses, took them off, and came down the staircase. "Say that again," he said. Harlan said it again, sticking to the high points. Some strange woman was in his house. He didn't mention that she was dead and still moving around. Some guys in a truck had come after him. Never mind for now that it was the rendering truck. His mother had to go out on an important errand to Peoria, probably to get laid, but no need to fill them in on that right now. He was frightened. No shit. Mrs. Staffney came in from the dining room. Harlan had heard from C.J. Congdon or Archie Creck or one of those guys that if you wanted to see how a girl would look in a few years, bazooms and all, check out her mom. Michelle Staffney had a lot to look forward to. Michelle's mom fussed around Harlan. She said that she remembered him from all the birthday parties, but Harlan knew that there'd been too many kids there, and he'd just been invited because everyone else in the class had been. And she insisted that he come into the kitchen for a cup of cocoa while Dr. Staffney called the constable. The doctor looked a little confused, if not downright skeptical, but he checked out the door. Naturally, the truck wasn't in sight. Harlan peeked out behind him, and then went to the phone to call Barney. Mrs. Staffney insisted that they lock all the doors while they waited. Harlan was all for that. He wouldn't have minded shutting all those big windows either. But as rich as these folks were, they didn't have air conditioning in the huge house, and it would probably get very warm very quickly without the screens open. Harlan contented himself with feeling secure while Mrs. S. bustled around the kitchen, warming up some leftover pot roast for him. He'd said he hadn't had dinner, although he'd warmed up the spaghetti Ma had left in the Tupperware. And while Dr. S. questioned him for about the 4th time, and while Michelle just stared at him with a wide-eyed look that could have meant anything, from hero worship at his bravery in escaping to pure contempt for what an asshole he was being. Harlan didn't really care at that moment. The old lady in his room, her face at the window looking down. He thought at first that it was old Doublebutt, but then something had told him that it was Mrs. Duggan, the other one, the dead one, the dream, the face at the window, falling. Harlan shivered, and Mrs. S. brought him some cake. Dr. Staffney kept asking how frequently did his mother run these errands and leave him alone in the house. Was she aware that there were statutes about leaving children unattended? Harlan tried to answer, but it was difficult. He had a mouthful of cake, and he didn't want to look gross in front of Michelle. Barney arrived only about 35 minutes after he was called, probably a new town record, Harlan figured. He told his story again, with a bit less sincere panic this time, but in a more well-oiled manner. When he got to the part about the face in the window and the truck on the street, his voice quavered realistically enough. Actually, he was thinking about how close he had come to riding up the alley and hiding in one of those dark barns or empty houses on Catton Drive, wondering what might have been waiting there. There were real tears in his eyes when he finished describing the situation to the constable, but he blinked them back. No way was he going to cry in front of Michelle Staffney. He just wished she hadn't run upstairs to get into a flannel robe when her mother was fixing the hot chocolate. As it was, the sexy bit of peekaboo when he came in was already mixing with the memory of pure terror and the physical surge from the adrenaline that had preceded it. Constable Barney drove him home. Dr. Staffney came along and sat in the car with him while Barney searched the house. The place was just as Harlan had left it, lights blazing, door unlocked, but Barney had gone to the back door and knocked before going in. Harlan would have gone in low and fast with his revolver out and aimed, just like the cops on Naked City. Barney didn't even have a revolver, or at least not with him. Harlan answered questions from Dr. S. about his ma's weekend travel habits, while all the time he was waiting for a scream from inside the house. Barney came out and waved them in. No sign of any forcible entry, he said, as they went up the back steps. Harlan realized that the constable was talking to the doctor, not him. The place looks like it's been tossed about a bit, as if someone were looking for something. He turned to Harlan. "Is that the case, son, or is it always like this?" Harlan looked around the kitchen and dining room with fresh eyes. The pans on the burner filled with old grease, the stack of dirty dishes in the sink, on the counter, even on the table, the stack of old magazines, boxes, and crap on the floor, the overflowing garbage bags. The living room wasn't much better. Harlan knew that there was a couch under all those papers and TV dinner trays and clothes and stuff, but he could see why maybe the cop and doctor couldn't be sure. He shrugged. "Ma's not the neatest person." He hated the way his voice sounded when he said that, as if he had to apologize to these two assholes. "Do you see anything missing, Jimmy?" asked Barney, as if he'd just remembered his name. Harlan hated being called Jimmy more than anything except being hit in the face. Except when Michelle said it tonight. He shook his head and walked from room to room in the small downstairs, unobtrusively trying to straighten a few things as he passed. He said, "I don't think there's anything missing, but I'm not sure." What the fuck would they steal? Ma's electric back warmer? Our old TV dinners? My nudie magazines? Harlan suddenly blushed at the thought of Barney or the FBI or somebody doing a real search and finding those under the loose floorboard of his closet. "The old lady was upstairs, not down here," he said a bit more belligerently than he'd meant to. "I looked upstairs," said the constable. He looked at Dr. S. A lot of mess, but no sign of theft or overt vandalism. The three of them went upstairs, Harlan feeling shittier by the minute. He could imagine the prissy doctor telling his prissy wife and kid all about the mess he'd seen. He'd probably go home to wake Michelle up to tell her to keep away from this slob of a Harlan kid. She'd said Jimmy. "Anything missing?" asked Barney from the hallway, while Harlan peered into his ma's room, then his. God damn it, at least she could have made her goddamn bed, or picked up the fucking Kleenex or magazines or something. He said, hearing how stupid he sounded. The boy's a slob and retarded to boot, he imagined the well-dressed doctor telling Mrs. S. and Michelle at breakfast the next morning. "I don't think so," he added, then with real urgency in his voice. "Did you check the closets?" "First thing," said Barney, "but we'll look again together." Harlan hung back while the constable and the doctor peered in the closets. "They're humoring me. Then, when they're gone, that rotting corpse is going to come lurching up out of somewhere and bite my heart out." As if reading his mind, Barney said, "I'll wait until your mom gets home, son." "So will I," said the doctor. He exchanged glances with the cop. "Jim, do you know when she might be back?" Harlan bit his underlip. If he grunted those 2 syllables once more, he was going to find his dad's old revolver and blow his brains out right in front of these 2. The gun. Didn't he leave it with Ma so she could protect herself? Gears started turning. "You get into your PJs, son," said the constable. For the life of him, Harlan couldn't remember Barney's real name. "Do you have any coffee?" "Some instant," said Harlan. He'd almost said, "On the counter, in the kitchen, downstairs." Schmuck. We just all walked through the kitchen. "You get ready for bed," the constable said again. He went downstairs with the doctor. It was a small house. He could hear them easily enough. He and his ma couldn't fart without the other person hearing it. Harlan sometimes wondered if that's why his dad had taken off with the bimbo. But tonight the house wasn't small enough. He went out on the small landing. "Did you check under the beds, sir?" he called down. Barney came to the foot of the stairs. "Sure did, and in the corners. No one's up there, no one's down here. Doc just looked around the yard. I'll check the garage in a minute. You don't have a basement, do you, son?" Said Harlan. "Damn." Barney nodded and went back in the kitchen. Harlan heard Michelle's dad say something about the health department. Harlan went in without closing the door, kicked his tennis shoes in the corner, tossed his socks on the floor, snaked out of his jeans and T-shirt. Then he went over and picked up his socks and pants and tossed them into the closet out of sight, without getting too close. She stood right over there, by the window. She went back and forth. He sat on the edge of the bed. His alarm clock said 10:48. Early. These guys would be here another 4 or 5 hours if it was a typical Saturday night. Would they really stay? Harlan was going to run along behind the constable's car when they left if they didn't. No way was he staying here alone tonight. Where the fuck does she keep the gun? It wasn't a big gun, but it was blue steel and deadly looking. There'd been a white and blue box of shells. His dad had told him never to touch the gun or bullets. They'd used to be in Dad's drawer, but Ma had hidden it when he'd gone away with the bimbo. Where? Probably illegal. Barney would find it and throw both of them in jail. The back door banged. Harlan was pulling on his pajamas, and he jumped at the sound. He heard their voices. There were footsteps, and Barney's voice came up the stairs much more loudly. "Care for some hot chocolate before you turn in, son?" Harlan's stomach was gurgling from about a gallon of the stuff that Mrs. Staffney had forced on him. "Yeah," he yelled back. "Be right down." He lifted his pillow to pull his pajama tops out from where he kept them there. There was some sort of gray, snotty crap on them. Harlan frowned at his hands, wiped them on his pajama bottoms, pulled back the spread on his bed. The sheet looked like it had been smeared with several gallons of something resembling a cross between snot and semen. The stuff glistened in the light from the desk lamp and overhead bulb. It was like the bed had been sandwich bread, and someone had ladled on tons of gray jam, thick, slick, mucusy stuff that caught the light, soaked the sheets, and was already drying into little curds and ridges. It smelled like someone had left a wet towel in a dirt hole to mildew for about 3 years, then had a bunch of dogs piss on it. Harlan staggered back, dropped the pajama tops, and leaned against the door frame. He felt like he was going to throw up. The wooden floor seemed to pitch like the deck of a small ship on a rough sea. Harlan went out to lean on the wobbly railing. "Sir? Constable?" "Yeah, son?" Barney was calling from the kitchen. Harlan could smell the instant coffee and milk heating. Harlan looked back into the room, half expecting to see the sheets clean, or at least the kind of grimy clean they had been this morning, sort of like in the movies where guys have hallucinations or see mirages. The gray mucus gleamed almost white in the light. "Yes?" said Barney, coming to the bottom of the stairs. The man's forehead was wrinkled, as if he cared. His dark eyes looked, what, worried? Caring, maybe. "Nothing," said Harlan. "I'll be right down for the cocoa." He went into the room, stripped the bed while trying not to touch the crap, tossed the whole mess and his pajamas, tops and bottoms, into the corner of the closet, found some pajamas in the bottom drawer of his dresser that were too little for him, but clean, checked his ratty old robe, went in to wash his hands, and then went downstairs to join them. Even later, Jim Harlan couldn't say why he had chosen not to show the two men this hard evidence that someone or something had been in his home. Perhaps he knew at that moment that he would have to handle this himself, or perhaps it was just that some things were too embarrassing to share, that showing them the bed would be too much like pulling the magazines out of their hiding place and bragging about them. She was here. It was here. The hot chocolate was pretty good. Dr. Staffney had cleaned off the kitchen table, and the three men sat there and talked until about 12:30, when Harlan's mother came through the back door. Harlan went upstairs then, found an extra blanket in the closet, and pulled it up over him without worrying about sheets. He went right to sleep, smiling slightly at the sound of angry voices from downstairs. It was a lot like when Dad used to live there. Chapter 23. During the worst part of his fever, Mike dreamed that he was talking to Duane McBride. Duane didn't look dead. He wasn't all torn to shreds the way everyone in town said he'd been. He didn't lurch around like a zombie or anything. He was just the Duane that Mike had known all those years, heavy, slow-moving, corduroy pants and plaid flannel shirt. Even in the dream, Duane would take time to adjust his black-rimmed glasses every once in a while. They were in some place that was unknown to Mike, but quite familiar, a rolling pasture with high, rich grass. Mike wasn't sure what he was doing there, but he saw Duane and joined him on a rock near the edge of a cliff. The cliff was higher than anything Mike had seen in real life, higher even than Starved Rock State Park, where his family had gone when he was 6. The view stretched on forever. There were cities down there, and a wide river with slow-moving barges on it. Duane wasn't even looking at the view. He was writing in his notebook. He looked up when Mike sat next to him. "Sorry you're sick," said Duane, and adjusted his glasses. He put his notebook away. Mike nodded. He wasn't sure whether to say what he wanted to say, but he said it anyway. "Sorry you got killed." Dwayne shrugged. Mike bit his lip. He had to ask, "Did it hurt? Getting killed, I mean?" Dwayne was eating an apple now. He paused to swallow. "Sure it hurt." "Sorry." Mike couldn't think of anything else to say. There was a puppy playing with a chew toy over on the other side of Dwayne's rock, but Mike noticed, with the kind of calm acceptance that's so much a part of dreams, that it wasn't a dog. It was some sort of little dinosaur. The chew toy was a green gorilla. "You're having a real problem with that soldier," said Dwayne. He offered a bite of the apple to Mike. Mike shook his head. "Yeah, the other guys are having problems too, you know." "Yeah?" said Mike. "There was an airplane that was part bird blocking the sun. It soared out over the valley." "What other guys?" "You know, the other guys." That explained it to Mike. He was talking about Dale and Harlan, maybe Kev. "If you guys try to keep fighting this thing by yourselves," said Dwayne, adjusting his glasses and finally looking out at the view, "you're going to end up like me." "What can we do?" asked Mike. He was vaguely aware that a dog was barking somewhere. A real dog, and there were sounds in the background that reminded him more of his house in the afternoon than this place. Dwayne didn't look at him. "Find out about who these guys are. Start with the soldier." Mike stood up and walked to the edge of the cliff. He couldn't see anything down there now. It was all fog or clouds or something. "How do I do that?" Dwayne sighed. "Well, who is it after?" Mike didn't even think it was strange that Dwayne had said it rather than he. The soldier was an it. "It's after Memo." Dwayne nodded and adjusted his glasses with an impatient move of his finger. "Well, then, ask Memo." "Okay," agreed Mike. "But what about figuring out all the rest of the junk? I mean, we're not as smart as you were." Dwayne hadn't moved, but somehow he was sitting much farther away now. The same rock, but far off. And they weren't on a hilltop any longer, but on a city street. It was dark, sort of cold. A winter day, maybe. Dwayne's rock was really a bench. It looked like he was waiting for a bus. He was frowning at Mike, looking almost angry. "You can always ask me," said Dwayne. When he saw that Mike didn't understand that, he added, "Plus, you are smart." Mike started to protest, to tell Dwayne how he didn't understand half of what the bigger boy was talking about usually, and read about one book a year. But he noticed that Dwayne was getting on his bus. Only it wasn't a bus. It was some sort of gigantic farm machine with windows on the side, a little wheelhouse on top, like those Mike had seen in pictures of riverboats, and a paddle wheel on front, made of what looked like revolving razor blades. Dwayne leaned out one of the windows. "You're smart," he called down to Mike. "Smarter than you think. Plus, you've got a real advantage." "What's that?" shouted Mike, running to keep up with the bus machine now. He couldn't tell which of the heads and waving arms belonged to Dwayne McBride. "You're alive," came Dwayne's voice. The street was empty. Mike woke up. He was still hot and he ached all over, but his pajamas and sheets were soaked through with sweat. It felt like early afternoon. Reflected sunlight and a slow stirring of air came through the screens. It must be 100 degrees up here, even with the hall fan turning. Mike could hear his mother or one of his sisters vacuuming downstairs. Mike was dying for a drink of water, but he felt too weak to get up right then, and he knew they couldn't hear him downstairs over the sound of the Hoover. He contented himself with rolling closer to the window, so a bit of breeze found him. He could see the grass on the front yard near the bird bath his grandfather had given them years before. Ask Memo. Okay, as soon as he felt well enough to get into his jeans and get downstairs, he'd do it. All the next day, Sunday the 10th, Harlan's ma was mad at him, as if he'd yelled at her instead of Barney and Dr. Staffney. The house was full of the kind of silent tension that Harlan remembered from the fights Ma and his dad used to have. An hour or two of yelling and 3 weeks of cold silence. Harlan didn't give a shit. If it'd keep her home, keep her between him and the face at the window, he'd call the constable over every other night to give her a good yelling at. "It's not as if I abandon you," she'd snapped at him when he was heating some soup for his lunch. It was the first time she'd spoken to him all day. "God knows I spend enough hours working my fingers to the bone taking care of you, taking care of the house." Harlan glanced toward the living room. The only empty surfaces were the ones he or the 2 men had cleared off the night before. Barney had washed the dishes the night before, and the clean counter looked alien to Harlan. "Don't you dare take that tone with me, young man," Ma snapped. Harlan stared at her. He hadn't said a word. "You know what I mean. These 2 intruders come in here and presume to lecture me on watching out for my child. Reckless abandonment, he calls it." Her voice was shaking. She paused to light a cigarette, and her hands were shaking as well. She fanned the match out, exhaled smoke, and stood tapping her lacquered nails on the counter. Harlan stared at the ring of lipstick on the cigarette. He hated that, the lipstick on cigarette butts around the house, more than anything else. It drove him crazy, and he had no idea why. "After all," she continued, in control of her voice now, "you are 11 years old, almost a young man. Why, when I was 11, I was taking care of 3 younger children in the family and working part-time at the 151 diner over in Princeville." Harlan nodded. He'd heard the story. His mother inhaled smoke and turned away, the fingers of her left hand still tapping out a fast tattoo on the counter, the cigarette jutting aggressively in the other hand, the way only women held it. The nerve of those idiots. Harlan poured his tomato soup into a bowl, found a spoon, and hunkered over it, letting it cool. "Ma, they were only here because that crazy lady was in the house. They were worried she'd come back." She did not turn back toward him. Her back had the same rigid look he'd seen turned toward his father so many times. He tried the soup. It was too hot. "Really, Ma," he said, "they didn't mean anything. They only—" "Don't tell me what they meant, James Richard," she snapped, finally turning toward him, one arm crossed in front of her, the other arm vertical, smoke still rising. "I understand an insult when I hear it. What they didn't understand is that you almost certainly imagined seeing someone through the window. They didn't understand that Dr. Armitage at the hospital said that you had a very serious blow to the head, a subdural subdural hematoma," said Harlan. The soup was cool enough now. "A very serious concussion," she finished and took a drag. "Dr. Armitage warned me that you might experience some whatchamacallums, hallucinations. I mean, it's not as if you saw somebody you knew, right? Somebody real?" "There are real people in the world who I don't know," Harlan was tempted to reply. He didn't. One day of this cold shoulder was enough. He said. Ma nodded as if the point was made. She turned to stare out the kitchen window as she finished her cigarette. "I'd like to know where those high and mighty gentlemen were when I was spending 24 hours a day at your bedside at the hospital," she muttered. Harlan concentrated on finishing his soup. He went to the fridge, but the only milk carton had been there a long, long time, and he had no intention of opening it. He filled a jelly glass with water from the tap. "You're right, Ma. but I was glad to see you when you came home." The sudden rigidness of her back told him not to pursue that topic. "Weren't you going over to Adele's salon today to get your hair done?" "If I do, I suppose you'll have that cop back here filing charges that I'm an unfit mother," she said, her voice carrying a freight of sarcasm he hadn't heard since Dad left. The smoke rose above her stack of dark hair and caught the sunlight in a pale halo. "Ma," he said, "it's daytime. I'm not afraid of anything in the daytime." "She's not going to come back in the daytime." Actually, Harlan knew that only the first of those 3 statements was definitely true. The second was a lie. The third, he didn't know. Ma touched her hair, stubbed the cigarette out in the sink. "All right, I'll be back in about an hour, maybe a little more. You got Adele's number?" "Yeah." He rinsed the soup bowl out and stacked it with the breakfast dishes. The Nash made its usual loud noises as it disappeared down Depot Street. Harlan waited 2 more minutes. Ma often forgot something and came rushing back in, hunting for it. But when it was certain that she was gone, he went slowly upstairs into her room. His heart was beating like crazy. That morning, while Ma was sleeping, he'd rinsed the sheets and pillowcases out in the tub, then thrown them onto the washing machine in the utility room. The pajamas he'd tossed into the garbage can along the side of the garage. No way was he going to sleep in those again. Now he went through his ma's dresser drawers, poking under the silken underwear, feeling an excitement like the first time he'd bought one of those magazines from C.J. and brought it home. It was hot in the room. The thick sunlight lay over the tangled sheets and spread of Ma's bed. He could smell her perfume, thick and heavy. The Sunday papers lay scattered where she'd left them on the bed. The gun wasn't in the dresser. Harlan checked in the nightstand next to her bed, shoving aside the empty cigarette packs and an almost full package of Trojans. Rings, ballpoint pens that didn't work, matches from different supper clubs and nightclubs, pieces of paper, and napkins with guys' names scribbled on them. Some sort of mechanical muscle relaxer thing. A paperback. No gun. Harlan sat on the bed and looked around the room. The closet just had her dresses and shoes and crud. Wait. He pulled over a chair so he could reach to the back of the only shelf, feeling around behind hat boxes and folded sweaters. His hand fell on cold metal. He pulled out a framed photo. His dad was smiling, one arm around Ma and the other around a grinning, dumb 4-year-old that Harlan vaguely recognized as himself. One of the kids' front teeth was missing, but he didn't seem to care. The 3 of them were standing in front of a picnic table. Harlan recognized Bandstand Park downtown. Maybe it was before a free show. He tossed the picture onto the bed and felt under the last old sweater up there. A curved handle, metal trigger guard. He lowered it slowly in both hands, taking care to keep his finger away from the trigger. The thing was surprisingly heavy for its size. The metal parts were a dark blue steel. The barrel was surprisingly short, maybe 2 inches. The stock was a nice knurled wood, checked. It looked a lot like a toy .38 Harlan had played with when he was little, a year or 2 ago, and his guess was that this was a real .38. What had his dad called it when he was showing Ma how to hold it years ago? A belly gun. Harlan wasn't sure whether that was because it was small enough to carry around in your belt, if you were a man, of course, or if it was meant to be shot into somebody's belly. He hopped down, found a catch that slid aside so that he could peer into the cylinder. He sure as hell wasn't going to turn it around so the muzzle was aimed at his face. The one hole was empty. It took another minute before he found out how to move the cylinder around freely. All the holes were empty. Harlan cursed, stuck the pistol in his belt, feeling the cold steel warm against the skin of his belly, and searched the rest of the shelf for bullets. Nothing. Ma probably threw them all out. He straightened the shelf up, put the chair back, took the gun out, and stood there holding it. What the hell good was this thing if he didn't have bullets? He looked under Ma's bed again, checked the whole room out, even emptied the junk in her cedar blanket chest. No bullets. He was sure that they'd been in a box. Harlan checked one last time that he hadn't left any telltale signs of his search. It was hard to tell in the messy room, and then went downstairs. Where the hell can I buy some bullets? Do they sell them to kids? Could I just go into Myers Hardware or Jensen's A&P and ask for some .38 caliber bullets? Harlan didn't think the A&P carried them, and Mr. Myers didn't like him. He'd almost refused to sell him nails when he was working on his treehouse last summer. No way was he going to sell him bullets. Harlan had one last idea. His ma kept a lot of booze in the liquor cabinet, but she always had a bottle hidden away on the last shelf of the kitchen, way up on top. Like someone was going to steal the other stuff, and she needed some hidden away. There were other bottles and crap up there. Harlan stood on the counter, the snub-nosed revolver in his bandaged left hand while he searched. There were 2 bottles of vodka hidden away there, some sort of jar filled with rice, another with what looked like peas. The 3rd jar had a metallic glint to it. Harlan lifted it out into the light. The bullets were all tumbled loose into the bottom of the canning jar. The lid was sealed. Harlan counted at least 30 or more. He found a knife, cut the seal, levered the lid open, and dumped the cartridges onto the counter. He was more excited than when he'd brought home C.J.'s dirty magazines for the first time. It took Harlan only a few seconds to figure out how to load the empty chambers, then spin the cylinder to make sure it was fully loaded. He filled the pockets of his jeans with the other bullets, put the jar back where it had been, and went out back, climbing the fence and heading into the orchard, hunting for some place to practice, and for something to practice on. Memo was awake. Sometimes her eyes were open, but she was not really aware. This was not one of those times. Mike crouched by her bedside. His mother was home. It was Sunday, on the 10th of July, the first Sunday Mass Mike had missed serving at in almost 3 years, and the vacuum was running, upstairs in his room now. Mike leaned close to the bed, seeing Memo's brown eyes following him. One of her hands was curved on the coverlet like a claw, the fingers gnarled, the back of her hand routed with veins. "Can you hear me, Memo?" He was whispering, his mouth not too far from her ear. He leaned back and watched her eyes. Blink. Yes. The code had been once for yes, twice for no, 3 times for I don't know or I don't understand. It's how they communicated the most simple things to her, when it was time to change her linen or clothing, time to use the bedpan, things like that. "Memo," whispered Mike, his lips still parched from the 4 days of fever. "Did you see the soldier at the window?" Blink. Yes. "Have you seen him before?" Yes. "Are you afraid of him?" Yes. "Do you think he's here to hurt us?" Yes. "Do you still think he's death?" Blink, blink, blink. "I don't know." Mike took a breath. The weight of his fever dreams hung on him like chains. Did you recognize him?" Yes. "Is he someone you know?" Yes. "Is he someone Mom and Dad would know?" No. "Would I know him?" No. "But you do?" Memo closed her eyes for a long time, as if in pain or exasperation. Mike felt like an idiot, but he didn't know what else to ask. She blinked once. Yes. She definitely knew him. "Someone who is alive now?" No. Mike was not surprised. "Someone you know is dead, then?" Yes. But a real person? I mean, someone who used to be alive? Yes. Do you think it's a ghost, Memo? 3 blinks. A pause. Then 1. Is this somebody you and Grandpa knew? Pause. Yes. A friend? She did not blink at all. Her dark eyes burned at Mike, demanding that he ask the right question. A friend of Grandpa's? No. An enemy of Grandpa's? She hesitated, blinked once. Her mouth and chin were moist with saliva. Mike used the linen handkerchief on the night table to dry it. So he was an enemy of Grandpa's and yours? No. Mike was sure that she had blinked twice, but he didn't understand why. She'd just said, "An enemy of Grandpa's," he whispered. The vacuum had quit running upstairs, but he could hear his mother humming as she dusted in the girls' rooms. "An enemy of Grandpa's, but not of yours?" "Yes." "This soldier was your friend?" "Yes." Mike rocked on his heels. Fine, now what? How could he find out who this person had been, why he was haunting Memo? "Do you know why he's come back, Memo?" "No." "But you're scared of him?" It was a stupid question, Mike knew. "Yes." Pause. "Yes." Pause. "Yes." "Were you scared of him when he was alive?" "Yes." "Is there a way I can find out who he was?" "Yes." "Yes." Mike stood and paced in the small space. A car went by on First Avenue beyond the screen. The scent of flowers and new-mown grass came in the window. Mike realized with a guilty start that his father must have mowed the yard while he was sick. He crouched next to Memo again. "Memo, can I go through your stuff? Do you mind if I look at your stuff?" Mike realized that he'd phrased it so she couldn't answer. She looked at him, waiting. "Do I have your permission?" he whispered. "Yes." Memo's trunk was in the corner. All of the kids were under strict orders not to get into it. The things there were their grandmother's most prized and private possessions, and Mike's mom kept them as if the old lady would have use for them some day. Mike dug down through clothes until he came to the package of letters, most of them from his grandfather during his sales trips through the state. "In here, Memo?" "No." There was a box of photos, most of them sepia-tinted. Mike held them up. "Yes." He thumbed through them quickly, aware that his mom was finishing with the girls' rooms and had only his room to go. He was supposed to be resting in the living room while she aired the room out and changed linen. There must have been 100 pictures in the box. Oval portraits of known relatives and unknown faces. Brownie snapshots of their grandpa when he was young, tall, and strong. Grandpa in front of his Pierce Arrow. Grandpa posing proudly with 2 other men in front of the cigar store they had owned briefly and disastrously in Oak Hill. Grandpa and Memo in Chicago at the World's Fair. Pictures of the family. Pictures of picnics and holidays and idle moments on the porch. A photo of an infant dressed in a white gown and apparently sleeping on a silken pillow. Mike realized with a shock that it was his dad's twin brother who had died as a baby. The photo was taken after the baby died. What a terrible custom. Mike thumbed through the pictures faster. Photos of Memo as an older lady now. Grandpa pitching horseshoes. A family picture when Mike was a baby. The older girls smiling into the camera. More old pictures. Mike actually gasped. He dropped the rest of the photos into the box and held the one cardboard-framed picture at arm's length as if it were diseased. The soldier stared out proudly. The same khaki uniform, the same leggings, whatever the hell Dwayne had called them, the same campaign hat and Sam Brown belt, and it was the same soldier. Only here The face wasn't sketched in on wax. It was a human face, small eyes narrowed at the camera, a thin-lipped smile, a hint of greased-back hair over large ears, a small chin, predominant nose. Mike turned the photo over. In his grandmother's perfect Palmer script, the legend said, William Campbell Phillips, November 9th, 1917. Mike held the picture up. Yes. This is it, then? It's really him? Yes. Is there anything else in the trunk memo? Anything else to tell me about him? Mike couldn't believe there was. He wanted to get things closed up before his mom came down. Yes. He blinked his surprise. He held up the box of photos. No. What else? Nothing but a small leather notebook. He lifted it, opened it to a page halfway through. The entry was in his grandmother's hand. The date read January 1918. A diary, he breathed. Yes, yes. The old lady closed her eyes and did not open them. Mike slammed the trunk shut, kept the photo in the diary, and moved quickly to her bedside, lowering his face until his cheek was almost touching her mouth. A soft, dry breath moved through her lips. He touched her hair once gently, and then hid the diary and photo in his shirt and went out to the couch to rest. Jim Harlan found out that his father's phrase, belly gun, probably meant that you had to stick the damn thing in someone's belly to hit anything. The little gun couldn't hit shit. He'd gone about 200 feet into the small orchard behind his house in the Congdons, found a tree that looked like a good target, stepped off about 20 paces, raised his good arm straight and steady, and squeezed the trigger. Nothing happened, or, rather, the hammer rose a bit and fell back. Harlan wondered if there was some sort of safety on the damn thing. No, there weren't any switches or doodads except for the one that had given him access to the cylinder. It was just harder to pull the trigger than he'd thought. Plus, the damn cast was sort of throwing him off balance. He crouched a bit and used the crook of his thumb to pull the hammer back until it clicked and cocked. Readjusting his hand on the grip, Harlan aimed the thing at the tree, wishing all the time it had a better sight than the little nub of metal at the end of the tiny barrel, and squeezed again. The blast almost made him drop the gun. It was a fairly small pistol. He'd expected the sound and recoil to be small, sort of like the .22 rifle Congdon let him fire every once in a while. It wasn't. The loud crack had made Harlan's ears ring. Dogs started barking in the yards along Fifth Avenue. Harlan smelled what he thought was gunpowder, although it didn't smell a lot like the gunpowder stink of the firecrackers he'd fired off a week earlier, and his wrist carried the memory of energy expended. He walked over to see where the bullet had struck. Nothing. He hadn't touched the tree. 18 inches across, and he'd missed the whole damn thing. Harlan stepped off 15 paces this time, took care cocking the damn thing, took greater care aiming, held his breath, and squeezed off another shot. The pistol roared and leaped in his hand. The dogs went nuts again. Harlan ran up to the tree, expecting to see a hole dead center. Nothing. He looked around on the ground as if there might be a visible bullet hole there. "Fuck this," he whispered. He walked back 10 short steps, took careful aim, and fired again. This time, he found, he'd just nicked the bark on the right side, about 4 feet higher than he'd aimed. From 10 fucking feet away. The dogs were going crazy, and somewhere beyond the trees a screen door slammed open. Harlan cut west to the tracks and headed north away from town, out past the empty grain elevators, almost to the tallow factory. There was a swampy tangle of trees and shrubs west of the tracks there, and he figured he could use the embankment as a backstop. He hadn't thought of that before, and felt a cold flush as he wondered if one of the bullets had traveled all the way across Catton's Road into the pasture, and maybe one of the dairy cows there. "Surprise, bossy." Safely hidden in the thickets, half a mile south of the dump, Harlan reloaded, found some bottles and cans along the dirt road heading out to the dump, set them as targets against the weedy embankment, braced the grip against his thigh as he reloaded, and began practicing. The gun didn't shoot worth shit. Oh, it fired all right. Harlan's wrist ached and his ears were echoing, but the bullets didn't go where he aimed them. It looked so easy when Hugh O'Brien as Wyatt Earp shot somebody from 50 or 60 feet away, and that was to wing them. Harlan's favorite hero had been the Texas Ranger Hobie Gilman in Trackdown, starring Robert Culp. Hobie had a real neat pistol, and Harlan had enjoyed the shows right up to the time Trackdown had gone off the air the year before. Maybe it was the short barrel on his dad's stupid gun. Whatever it was, Harlan found that he had to be 10 feet away from something to hit it, and then it took 3 or 4 shots just to get the damn beer can or whatever. He did get better at cocking it, although he had the feeling that you were supposed to pull the trigger and let the hammer rise and fall on its own. He managed to do that, but it took enough strength that it screwed up his aim even more. Well, if I use this cocksucker on someone, I'll have to wait until I can set it against their chest or head or whatever, so I don't miss. Harlan had fired 12 of the bullets and was loading 6 more when he heard a slight sound behind him. He whirled, with the pistol half raised, but the cylinder loading gate thing was still open, and only 2 cartridges stayed in it. The others dropped to the grass. Cordy Cook stepped out of the trees behind him. She was carrying a double-barreled shotgun that was as tall as she was, but it was broken open at the breech, the way Harlan had seen men carrying the guns out hunting. She looked at him with her piggy little eyes scrunched up. Jesus, thought Harlan, I'd forgotten how ugly she is. Cordy's face reminded him of a cream pie that someone had stuck eyes, skinny lips, and a lumpy potato of a nose in. Her hair was hacked just below her ears and hung down over her eyes in greasy strands. She wore the same shapeless bag of a dress Harlan remembered from class, although it looked sweatier and dirtier now. Gray socks that had once been white, and lumpy brown shoes. Her little snaggly teeth were about the same tone of gray as her socks. "Hey, Cordy," he said, lowering the pistol to his side and trying to look casual. "What's happening?" She continued squinting at him. It was hard to tell if her eyes were even open under those bangs. She took 3 steps toward him. "Dropped your bullets," she said in that nasal monotone that Harlan had imitated more than a few times to make the other kids laugh. He twitched a smile at her and crouched to pick them up. He could only find 2. "One's behind your left foot," she said. "T'other one's under your left foot." Harlan found them, stuck them in his pocket rather than finish loading now, closed the loading gate, and stuck the pistol in the waistband of his jeans. "Better watch it," drawled Cordy. "You'll shoot your weenie off." Harlan felt a flush rise from his neck to his cheeks. He adjusted his sling and frowned at the girl. "What the hell do you want?" She shrugged, moving the massive shotgun from one arm to the other. "Just curious who was banging away over here. Thought maybe that C.J.'d got a bigger gun." Harlan remembered Dale Stewart's story about his confrontation with Congdon. "That why you're carrying around that cannon?" he asked as sarcastically as he could. I ain't afraid of C.J. It's them others I gotta watch for." "What others?" She squinted more narrowly at him. "That piece of dog-poop Roon, Van Syke, them what took Tubby." "You think they kidnapped Tubby?" The girl turned her flat face toward the sun and the railroad embankment. "They didn't kidnap him none. They killed him." "Killed him?" Harlan felt his insides contracting. "How do you know?" She shrugged and set the shotgun on a stump. Her arms looked like skinny, pale pipes. She picked at a scab on her wrist. "I seen him." Harlan gaped. "You saw your brother's body? Where?" "My window." The face at the window. No, that was the old lady, Mrs. Duggan. "You're lying," he said. Cordy looked at him with eyes the color of old dishwater. "I don't lie." "You saw him out your window? Of your house?" "What other window do I have, dipshit?" Harlan considered shoving her flat face in. He glanced at the shotgun and hesitated. "Why didn't the police come get him?" "'Cause he wouldn't have been there when they got there, and we ain't got a phone to call." "Wouldn't have been there?" It was a hot day. The sun was out. Harlan's T-shirt was plastered to his back, and his arm was sweating freely under his cast. It itched, but he shivered right then. Cordy stepped closer until she could whisper and be heard. "He wouldn't have been there, 'cause he was moving around. He was at my window, and then he went under the house, where the dogs usually stay, but they won't go there no more." "But you said he was dead." "Yeah," said Cordy. "I thought maybe they just took him, but when I seen him, I knew he was dead." She walked over and looked at his row of bottles and cans. Only 2 of the cans had holes in them, and all of the bottles were intact. She shook her head. "My ma, she seen him too, only she thinks he's a ghost. She thinks he just wants to come home." "Does he?" Harlan was amazed to hear that his voice was a hoarse whisper. "Nah." Cordy walked closer, stood staring at him through her bangs. Harlan could smell the dirty towel scent of her. "It ain't really Tubby. Tubby's dead. It's just his body that they're using somehow. He's trying to get me, 'cause of what I did to Roon." "What did you do to Dr. Roon?" asked Harlan. The .38 was a cold weight against his stomach. While the shotgun was open, he'd seen that there were 2 brass circles showing. Cordy was carrying it around loaded, and she was crazy. He wondered if he could get the pistol out in time if she snapped the shotgun shut and started to aim it at him. "I shot him," Cordy said in the same flat tones. "Didn't kill him, though. Wished I had." "You shot Dr. Roon, our principal?" "Yep." Suddenly she reached over, tugged up his T-shirt, and pulled out the pistol. Harlan was too surprised to stop her. "God damn, where'd you get this little thing?" She held it close, almost sniffing the cylinder. "My dad," managed Harlan. "I had me and Uncle had one of these. Little snub-nosed thing ain't worth shit over 20 feet or so," she said, still holding the shotgun in the crook of her left arm and pivoting to aim the pistol at the row of bottles. "Kapow!" she said. She handed it back, butt first. "I wasn't kiddin' about not putting it in your pants like that," she said. "My uncle, he almost blew his weenie off once when he stuck it in there when he was drunk and it was still cocked. Keep it in your back pocket and tug your shirt down." Harlan did so. It was bulky and clumsy, but he could get at it quickly if he had to. "Why'd you shoot at Dr. Roon?" "A few days ago," she said, "right after the night Tubby come after me. I knew Roon had sicked him on me." "Not when," said Harlan. "Why?" Cordy shook her head as if he were the slowest thing in the world. "'Cause he killed my brother and sent that body thing after me," she said patiently. "Something damn strange is going on this summer. Mama knows it. Pap does too, but he ain't hanging around to pay attention." "You didn't kill him?" said Harlan. The woods were suddenly dark and ominous around them. "Kill who?" "Roon." "Nah," she sighed. "I was too goddamn far away. Pellets just tore the shit out of the side of his old Plymouth and hurt him a mite in the arm. Maybe I got him some in the ass, too, but I ain't sure." "Where?" "In the arm and the ass," she repeated, exasperated. "No, I mean, whereabouts did you shoot at him? In town?" Cordy sat on the embankment. Her underpants were visible between skinny, pale thighs. Harlan had never thought he'd see a girl's underpants on a girl, without being interested in the sight. He wasn't interested now. They were as gray as her socks. "If I shot him in town, shithead, don't you think I'd be in jail or something?" Harlan nodded. I shot at him when he was out to the tallow factory. Just got out of his goddamn car. I would have got closer, but the woods stop about 40 feet from the front door. He hopped. That's why I think I got him in the ass. I could see where the lining on the arm of his suit was tore up, and then he jumped in that truck and took off with Van Syke. I think they seen me, though." "What truck?" asked Harlan. He knew. "You know what truck," sighed Cordy. "The goddamn renderin' truck." She grabbed Harlan by the wrist and tugged hard. He went to his knees next to her on the railroad embankment. Somewhere in the woods a woodpecker started up. Harlan could hear a car or truck on Catton Road, a quarter of a mile to the southeast. "Look," said Cordy, still hanging on to his wrist. "It don't take much in the way of brains to know that you seen something in Old Central. That's why you fell and busted yourself up. And maybe you seen something else, too." Harlan shook his head, but she ignored him. "They killed your friend, too," she said. "Duane. I don't know how they done it, but I know it was them." She looked away then, and a strange, vague look came over her face. "It's funny. I've been in Duane McBride's class since we was all in kindergarten together, but I don't know if he ever said anything to me. I always thought he was real nice, though. Always thinkin', but I didn't hold that against him. I used to imagine that maybe him and me would go for a walk some day, just talkin' about stuff and—" Her eyes focused, and she looked down at Harlan's wrist, released it. "Listen, you're not out here shooting your daddy's gun 'cause you're tired of beating your weenie and you need some fresh air. You're scared shitless, and I know what scared you." Harlan took a deep breath. "Okay," he said, voice rasping. "What do we do about it?" Cordy Cook nodded, as if it was about time. "We get your buddies," she said. "All of them what's seen some of this stuff. We get 'em together, and we go after Roone and the others, the dead ones and live ones. All of them that are after us." "And then what?" Harlan was leaning so close that he could see the fine hairs on Cordy's upper lip. "Then we kill the live ones," said Cordy, and smiled, showing her gray teeth. "Kill the live ones, and the dead ones, well, we'll think of something." Suddenly she reached over and put her hand on Harlan's crotch, squeezing him through his jeans. He jumped. No girl had ever done that. Now that one had, he seriously considered shooting her to get her to let go. "You want to take that out of there?" she whispered, her voice a caricature of seduction. "Want both of us to take our clothes off? Ain't nobody around." Harlan licked his lips. "Not now," he managed. "Maybe later." Cordy sighed, shrugged, stood, and hefted the shotgun. She clicked the breech shut. "Okay, dokie. What do you say we go into town and find some of your buddies and get this show on the road?" "Now?" "Kill the live ones," echoed in Harlan's brain. He remembered Barney's kind eyes from the night before and wondered how kind they'd be when he and the state troopers came to handcuff him for shooting the school principal, custodian, and God knows who else. "Sure now," said Cordy. "What the hell's the use in waitin'? It's going to be dark before too long. Then they'll come out again." "All right," Harlan heard himself say. He got up, dusted his jeans off, adjusted his father's revolver in his hip pocket, and followed Cordy down the train tracks toward town. Chapter 24. Mike had to go to the cemetery. There was no way in hell that he was going by himself, so he convinced his mother that they were overdue in bringing flowers to Grandpa's grave. His dad started the night shift the next day, so it seemed like a good Sunday to visit the cemetery as a family. He'd felt like a sneak reading Memo's diaries, hiding them under the quilt when his mother checked in on him. But it had been Memo's idea, hadn't it? The journal was leather-bound and thick, keeping at least 3 years of Memo's almost daily entries, running from December of 1916 through the end of 1919. It told Mike what he wanted to know. The photograph had said William Campbell Phillips, and he was mentioned as early as the summer of 1916. Evidently Phillips had been a schoolmate of Memo's. More than that, a childhood sweetheart. Mike had paused then, finding it strange to think of Memo as a schoolgirl. Phillips had graduated from high school the same year Memo had, 1904, but when Memo went off to business school in Chicago, where Mike knew from family stories she'd met Grandpa in an automat on Madison Street, William Campbell Phillips evidently had gone to Jubilee College down the road and had been trained as a teacher. He was a teacher at Old Central, as far as Mike could tell from the entries in perfect Palmer script, when Memo had returned from Chicago in 1910 as a wife and mother. But according to the circumspect notes in Memo's diary in 1916, Phillips had not ceased showing signs of his affections. Several times he had stopped by the house with gifts while Grandpa was off working at the grain elevator. Evidently he had sent letters, and although the diary did not mention the contents, Mike could guess. Memo burned them. One entry fascinated Mike. July 29, 1917. Ran into that vile Mr. Phillips while at the bazaar with Katrina and Eloise today. I remember William Campbell as a quiet and gentle boy, rarely speaking, always watching the world with those deep dark eyes of his. But there has been a change. Katrina commented on it. Mothers have spoken to the principal about Mr. Phillips' temper. He canes the children at the slightest provocation. I am glad that little John will not be in his grade for some years yet. The gentleman's advances are quite upsetting. Today he insisted on enjoining me in conversation, despite my obvious reluctance. I told Mr. Phillips years ago that there could be no social intercourse between us while he continued to show such inappropriate behavior. It does not help. Ryan thinks that it is a joke. Evidently the men of the town feel that William Campbell is still a mommy's boy and no threat to anyone. Of course, I have never told Ryan about the letters I burned. And Mike found an interesting note in late October of that same year. October 27. With the menfolk beginning to relax after the hard work of the harvest, talk of the town has turned to Mr. Phillips, the schoolteacher, enlisting to fight the Hun. At first it seemed a joke, since the gentleman is almost 30, but he returned to his mother's house from Peoria yesterday, already in uniform. Katrina says that he looked quite handsome, but she also added that rumors abound that Mr. Phillips had to leave town because he was about to be dismissed from his position. Ever since the parents of that Catton child wrote to the school board about Mr. Phillips' excessive use of force, of actual beatings in the classroom, Tommy Catton was hospitalized at Oak Hill for several days, although Mr. P. contended that the boy fell down the stairs after having been detained after class. Ever since then, other parents have been complaining. Well, for whatever reason, it is an honorable choice he has made. Ryan says that he would go in a minute if it were not for John and Catherine and Ryan, Jr. And on November 9, 1917. Mr. Phillips stopped here today. I cannot write about what ensued, but I will be forever grateful that the iceman stopped by a few minutes after the teacher arrived. Otherwise, he insists that he will return for me. The man is a cad, recognizing none of the sanctity of my marriage vows, nor the sacred trust I hold as a parent to my 3 little ones. Everyone speaks of how handsome the man looks in his uniform, but I found him pathetic, a child in a baggy costume. I hope he never comes back. And the final mention of him on April 27, 1918. Much of the town turned out for the funeral of Mr. William Campbell Phillips today. I could not attend because of my headache. Ryan says that the army was prepared to bury him alongside the other men who had fallen in battle in an American cemetery in France, but that his mother insisted that the government send his body home. His last letter to me arrived after we had heard of his death. I made the mistake of reading it, out of sentiment, I suppose. He had written it while recovering in the French hospital, not knowing that the influenza would finish what the German bullets had begun. In the letter, he said that his resolve had sharpened in the trenches, that nothing would stop him from returning to claim me. Those were his words, claim me. But something did stop him. My headache is very bad this afternoon. I must rest. I will not mention this sad, obsessive person again. Grandpa's grave was near the front of Calvary Cemetery, to the left of the pedestrian gate and about 3 rows back. All of the O'Rourkes and Rileys were there, and there was more space to the north, where Mike's parents and he and his sisters would someday lie. They set the flowers in place and said their usual silent prayers. Then, while the others busied themselves with plucking weeds and tidying up the area, Mike quickly walked the rows. He didn't have to look at all the headstones. Many he knew, but the biggest help were the tiny American flags the Scouts had put there on Memorial Day. They were faded now, the colors bleached by the heavy rains and bright sunlight, but most of the flags were still in evidence, marking the veterans' graves. There were a lot of veterans. Phillips was far toward the back on the opposite side of the cemetery. The memorial read, William Campbell Phillips, August 9, 1888 to March 3, 1918. He died so that democracy might live. The ground above the grave was freshly churned as if someone had been digging there recently and had tossed the soil back in haphazardly. There were several circular depressions nearby, some almost 18 inches across, where the concave earth had seemed to sag. Mike's parents were calling to him from the parking strip of grass beyond the black fence. He ran to join them. Father C. was glad to see him. Rusty can't get the Latin right even when he reads it, said the priest. Here, have another cookie. Mike's appetite still hadn't returned, but he took the cookie. I need help, Father, he said between bites. Your help. Anything, Michael, said the priest, anything at all. Mike took a deep breath and began, telling the whole story. He'd resolved to do it during the lucid periods of his fever, but now that he'd started, it sounded even crazier than he'd thought, but he kept going. When he finished, there was a brief silence. Father Kavanaugh looked at him with hooded eyes. The priest's 5 o'clock shadow was in evidence. Michael, you're serious about this? You wouldn't be pulling my leg, would you? Mike stared. No, I guess you wouldn't, Father C. let out a long sigh. So you think that you've seen this soldier's ghost? Mike began vehemently. That is, I don't think it's a ghost. I could see where it bent the screen in. It was solid. Father C. nodded, still watching Mike carefully. But it could hardly be the William Campbell, whatever. Phillips. William Campbell Phillips, yes. It could hardly be him after 42 years. So we're talking about a ghost or some sort of spiritual manifestation, correct? It was Mike's turn to nod. And you want me to do what, Michael? An exorcism, Father. I've read about them in True, and the priest shook his head. Michael. Exorcisms were a product of the Middle Ages, a form of folk magic done to drive demons out of people when everyone thought that everything from illness to bedsores was caused by demons. You don't think this apparition you saw when you were suffering from fever was a demon, do you? Mike didn't correct Father C. about when he saw the soldier. I don't know, he said truthfully. All I know is that it's after Memo, and that I think you can do something about it. Will you go with me to the cemetery? Father Kavanaugh frowned. Calvary Cemetery is sanctified ground, Michael. There's little I could do there that has not already been done. The dead lie there peacefully, but an exorcism is meant to drive spirits out of a body or place they are possessing, interrupted the priest. You're not suggesting that the spirit of this soldier has inhabited either your grandmother or your home, are you? Mike hesitated. No, and exorcisms are used against demonic forces, not the spirits of the departed. You know that we say prayers for our dead, don't you, Michael? We don't subscribe to the primitive tribal beliefs that the souls of the dead are malevolent things to be avoided. Mike shook his head, confused. But will you come out to the cemetery with me, Father? He did not know why it was so important, but he knew that it was. Of course. We can go right now. Mike glanced toward the rectory windows. It was almost dark. No, I meant tomorrow, Father. Tomorrow I have to leave right after early Mass to meet a Jesuit friend in Peoria, said the priest. I'll be gone until very late. Tuesday and Wednesday I'll be back on retreat at St. Mary's. Can it wait until Thursday? Mike chewed his lips. Let's go now, he said. There was still some light. Can you bring something? Father Kavanaugh hesitated in the act of pulling on his windbreaker. What do you mean? You know, a crucifix. Better yet, a host from the altar. Something in case it's there. The older man shook his head. The death of your friend has bothered you, hasn't it, Michael? Are we living a vampire movie now? Would you have me remove the body of our Lord from its sanctuary for a game? Some holy water, then, said Mike. He pulled a plastic water bottle from his pocket. I brought this. Very well, sighed Father C. You get our liquid ammunition while I get the Pope-mobile out of the garage. We'll have to hurry if we're going to get out there before the vampires arise for the night. He chuckled, but Mike didn't hear it. He was already out the door and running for St. Malachi's, water bottle in hand. Dale's mother had called Dr. Viscus the day before, on Saturday. The Hungarian refugee had given Dale a hurried physical, noting the chattering teeth and the subdued symptoms of terror, announced that he was not a child zygologist, prescribed warm soup and no more comic books or Saturday monster movies for the boy, and gone off mumbling to himself. Dale's mom had been upset, calling friends to find the name of an Oak Hill or Peoria doctor who was a child psychologist, calling Chicago twice to leave messages at her husband's hotel. But Dale had calmed her down. I'm sorry, Mom, he'd said while sitting up in bed, restraining shivers and fighting to control his voice. It helped that it was daylight. I've just always been scared of the basement, he said. When the lights went out again and I felt that cat under the water, well, he managed to look ashamed and chagrined and sane again. Only the last part was difficult. His mother calmed down, bringing him enough hot soup to drown the dead cat all over again. Kevin came over, but was told that Dale was resting. Lawrence came back from visiting his friend, waited until their mother was back downstairs, and whispered, "Did you really see something?" Dale hesitated a second. Lawrence had his fair share of annoying kid-brother habits, but telling secrets wasn't one of them. "Yeah," he said. "What was it?" whispered Lawrence, coming closer to Dale's bed, but not getting his legs too near his own bed. He didn't trust the dark under there, even in the daytime. "Tubby Cook," whispered Dale, feeling the terror well up in him like nausea just from saying the words. "He was dead, but his eyes opened." As soon as Dale said it, he was glad that he hadn't been that specific with his mom or Mr. Grumbacher. He'd probably be sitting in a padded cell somewhere by now if he had. Lawrence just nodded. Dale realized with a shock that his brother believed him immediately, implicitly, and without reservation. "It probably won't come back till tonight," said Lawrence. "We'll get Mom to leave all the lights on." Dale let out a long breath. He just wished everything could be solved as simply as Lawrence thought it could. Leave the lights on. They'd left the lights on Saturday night, and taken turns sleeping and standing watch. Lying watch, rather, for Dale lay reading Superman comics and watching the shadowed corners. Once, sometime around 3, there came the slightest of sounds from beneath Lawrence's bed, the faintest rustle as of a kitten stirring from its nap, and Dale sat up and gripped the tennis racket he'd brought to bed with him. But the scratching was not repeated. Toward dawn, when the spaces between the black leaves beyond the screens began to be lighter than the leaves themselves, Dale allowed himself to sleep. His mother came in to rouse them for church around 8, but finding both boys so dead tired, she allowed them to go back to bed. It was Sunday evening after supper, the same hour that Mike O'Rourke was riding out Jubilee College Road with Father C. to the cemetery, and Dale and Lawrence were in the backyard, using the last of the evening light to play catch, when they heard a quiet "ee-yaw-kee" from the front yard. Jim Harlan was there with Cordy Cook. The pair of them struck Dale as so odd, so infinitely mismatched, he had never even seen them speak to one another in class, that he would have laughed if it had not been for Harlan's grim countenance, the black sling and cast on his left arm, and the shotgun the Cook girl was carrying. "Geez," whispered Lawrence, pointing toward the gun, "you're going to get in real trouble carrying that around." "You all shut up your face," Cordy said flatly. Lawrence changed colors, clenched his fists, and took a step toward the girl, but Dale stepped in close and hugged his brother into immobility and silence. "What?" he said to the two. "Things are happening," whispered Harlan. He looked up and frowned as Kevin Grumbacher came down the small hill from his driveway. Kev looked at Cordy, did a slow double take at the shotgun, raised both eyebrows almost to the line of his crew cut, and folded his arms. He waited. "Kev's one of us," said Dale. "Things are happening," Harlan whispered again. "Let's get O'Rourke and talk." Dale nodded and let go of Lawrence, warning him with a look not to start anything. They got their bikes from the side yard. Kev coasted downhill to join them. Cordy had no bike, so the 4 mounted boys walked theirs down the sidewalk at her pace. Dale wished they'd hurry up before some grown-up drove by, saw the shotgun, and slammed to a halt. There were no cars. Depot was an empty tunnel, brightest to the west. 3rd and 2nd Avenues were abandoned to the hard road, and no traffic moved there either. The streets were Sunday empty. Through the leaves they could see clouds still catching fire from the last rays of sunlight, but it was almost dark here under the elms. The rows of corn at the east end of Depot Street were taller than their heads and had become a solid dark green wall with the loss of the day's light. Mike didn't respond to their ee-aw-keys, despite the fact that his bike was propped against the back porch. Lights had come on in the O'Rourke house, and as they watched from behind the pear trees out back, Mr. O'Rourke came out dressed in his gray work clothes, started up their car, and headed south down First toward the hard road. Whispering, moving softly, the 5 of them moved into the concealment of the chicken house to wait for Mike's return. Riding in the Pope-mobile, with Father C. between the high rows of corn bordering Jubilee County Road, Mike had the feeling, "Watch out, here comes my big brother." He'd never had a big brother to shield him from bullies or pull him out of scrapes. Too often Mike had served that purpose for younger kids, and it felt good now to hand the problem over to someone else. Mike's fear of making a fool of himself in front of Father C. was balanced, and then some, by his fear for Memo and his fear of whatever was sending the soldier to her window at night. Mike touched the small plastic water bottle in his pants pocket as they turned onto County 6 and drove past the dark and empty Black Tree Tavern, closed on Sunday evening. It was dark at the bottom of the hill. The woods were black, the foliage on either side of the road thick and dust-covered. Mike was thankful that he wasn't in the cave beneath the road. It was better in the relative open at the top of the hill. The sun had set, but high cirrus clouds glowed coral and pink. Granite headstones caught the reflected light from above and glowed warmly. There were no shadows. Father Kavanaugh paused as they clicked the black gate shut behind them. He pointed to the bronze-green statue of Christ, far to the rear of the long cemetery. "You see, Michael, this place is one of peace. He watches over the dead with as much care as he watches over the living." Mike nodded, although the thought that went through his head at that second was of Duane McBride, alone on his farm, facing whatever he had faced. But Duane wasn't Catholic, part of his mind insisted. Mike knew that meant nothing. "This way, Father." He led the way right through the long rows of graves. A breeze had come up and moved leaves on the few trees along the fence line and the tiny veterans' flags amidst the headstones. The soldier's grave was as he had left it earlier, the soil still tossed around as if worried at by shovels. Father Kavanaugh rubbed his chin. "Does the condition of the grave bother you, Michael?" "Well, yeah. It's nothing," said the priest. "Sometimes the older graves have a habit of settling, and the groundsmen fill them with a bit of dirt from beyond the fence. See, there's been grass seed sprinkled here. In 2 weeks the grass will cover it again." Mike chewed on a fingernail. "Carl Van Sykes, a groundskeeper here," he said softly. "Yes?" Mike shook his head. "Can you bless the grave, Father?" Father C. frowned slightly. "An exorcism, Michael?" He smiled easily. "I'm afraid it's not that easy, my friend. Only a few priests even know how to do an exorcism. It's an almost abandoned ritual, thank God. And even they must receive permission from an archbishop or the Vatican itself before proceeding." Mike shrugged. "Just a blessing," he said. The priest sighed. The wind moving around them was cooler now, as if blowing in ahead of some unseen storm. The light had paled to the point where color was fading from the world. The headstones gray, the long sweep of grass a monochrome pale, the line of trees growing black as the last sunlight drained away. Even the clouds had lost their roseate glow. A star burned above the eastern horizon. "I suppose a blessing is overdue for this poor soldier," Father Kavanaugh said. Mike reached for the holy water, but the priest had already moved his right hand, 3 fingers raised, thumb and little finger touching in what Mike always thought was the most powerful of motions. "In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti," said the priest. "Amen." Mike handed him the water bottle with some sense of urgency. Father C. shook his head and smiled, but sprinkled a few drops on the grave and made the sign of the cross again. Belatedly, so did Mike. "Satisfied?" asked Father Kavanaugh. Mike stared intently at the grave. No growls from beneath the sod, no wisps of smoke where the droplets of holy water had landed. He wondered if he'd been an idiot. They walked slowly back toward the car, Father C. talking softly about the burial customs of ages past. "Father," said Mike, grabbing the sleeve of the priest's windbreaker and stopping. He pointed. It was only a few rows in from the fence. The evergreens were some sort of juniper, thick branches, prickly needles, rising only 15 feet or so. They were as old as the turn-of-the-century headstones there. The 3 trees grew in a rough triangle, creating a dark space between them. The soldier stood just within the cusp of branches. The last of the twilight showed his campaign hat, the brass on his Sam-Brown belt, the muddy wrappings of puttees. Something in Mike soared with exultation, even as his heart rate accelerated. "He's real! Father C. sees him! He's real!" Father Kavanaugh did see him. The priest's body grew rigid for a moment, then relaxed. He glanced at Mike, smiled slightly. "So, Michael," he whispered, "I should have known that whoever was doing the teasing, it wasn't you." The soldier did not move. His face was shadow under the broad-brimmed hat. Father Kavanaugh took 3 steps toward him, moving his arm away as Mike tried to pull him back. Mike did not follow him. "Son," said the priest, "come out of there." His voice was soft, persuasive, as if coaxing a kitten from a tree. "Come out and talk to us." There was no movement from the shadows. The soldier might have been a monument made of gray stone. "Son, let's talk a moment," said Father Kavanaugh. He took another 2 steps toward the shadows, stopping perhaps 5 feet from the silent figure. "Father!" Mike whispered urgently. Father Kavanaugh glanced over his shoulder and smiled. "Whatever game's being played, Michael, I think we can—" The soldier did not so much leap as seem to be catapulted out of the ring of trees. It made a sound that reminded Mike of the mad dog that Memo had fought off years ago. Father C. was a foot taller than the soldier, but the khaki-clad figure hit him high, arms and legs scrabbling like a big cat on loose shale, and the 2 of them went down in a heap, rolling, the priest too surprised to make any sound but a grunt, the soldier's growling coming from deep in its chest. They rolled across the close-cut grass until they slammed up against an ancient headstone, the soldier straddling Father C., its long fingers around the priest's throat. Father Kavanaugh's eyes were wide, his mouth wider, as he finally tried to cry out. Nothing but a gargling sound emerged. The soldier's hat was still on, but the brim had been shoved back on his head now, and Mike could see the smooth wax face and eyes like white marbles. The soldier's mouth opened. No, not opened. It grew round like a hole being carved in clay, and Mike could see teeth in there. Too many teeth, an entire ring of short white teeth surrounding the inside of the round, lipless ring of a mouth. "Michael!" gasped Father C. He was obviously straining with all of his considerable strength just to keep the soldier's incredibly long fingers from choking him into unconsciousness. Father C. writhed and wriggled, but the smaller figure stayed planted across his midsection, khaki-clad knees seeming to grip the grass. "Michael!" Mike unfroze, ran across the 10 feet separating him from the struggling pair, and began pounding on the soldier's narrow back. It was not like striking flesh, more like touching a bag of writhing eels. The thing's back twisted and squirmed under the shirt fabric. Mike swung at the soldier's head, knocking the hat flying behind a tombstone. The top of the soldier's skull was hairless, pink-white. He hit the thing on the head again. The soldier freed a hand from Father C.'s throat, slashed backward. Mike's T-shirt ripped, and he found himself flung 6 feet into the darkness under the juniper trees. He rolled, got to his knees, and ripped a heavy branch from the nearest trunk. The soldier was lowering its face toward Father C.'s neck and chest. The soldier's cheeks seemed to bulge as if a wad of chewing tobacco were forcing its way forward, the mouth itself elongating as if a set of dentures were wedged in front of its gums. Father Kavanaugh had his left hand free now, and his large fist struck at the soldier's face and chest. Mike could see marks appear in the thing's cheeks and brow, a sculptor's angry fist making indentations in clay. The marks filled in within seconds. The soldier's face flowed and reshaped itself, the white marble eyes moving in flesh, fixing on the priest with no hint of blindness. The thing's mouth rippled, grew longer, became a sort of flesh-rimmed funnel, extending, even as Mike stared, and Father Kavanaugh screamed. The obscene proboscis was 5 inches long now, 8, as it lowered toward Father C's throat. Mike ran forward, planted his feet as if he were stepping to the plate, and swung the heavy branch in a roundhouse swing, catching the soldier above and behind the ear. The sound echoed across the cemetery and into the tree. For an instant, Mike thought that he had literally knocked the creature's head off. The soldier's skull and jaw flew sideways at an impossible angle, hanging from an elongated strand of neck, resting on the thing's right shoulder. No spine could have withstood that angle. White eyes slid through flesh still writhing like flesh-colored liquid mud, and focused on Mike. The soldier's left arm shot up, quicker than a snake, grasped the branch, and wrested it from Mike's grasp. It crumpled the 3-inch thick bough like someone snapping a matchstick. The soldier's head righted itself, reformed. The lamprey snout grew longer, lowered toward Father Kavanaugh's struggling form. "My God!" cried Father C. The sound was choked off as the soldier vomited on him. Mike stepped back, eyes widening in horror as he saw that the torrent, dropping from the elongated jaws, was a brown and writhing mass of maggots. The slugs fell on Father C's face, neck, and chest. They pattered against the priest's closed eyelids and tumbled into the open collar of his shirt. A few fell into his open mouth. Father Kavanaugh spluttered and whimpered, trying to spit the live maggots onto the grass, trying to pull his head to one side. But the soldier leaned closer, face still lengthening, and held the priest's face in impossibly long fingers, like a lover steadying his loved one for a long-awaited kiss. Maggots continued to stream from his full cheeks and open funnel of a mouth. Mike stepped forward and stopped, heart freezing with a new level of horror as he saw some of those brown maggots wriggling on Father C's chest and then burrowing under flesh, disappearing into Father Kavanaugh. Others burrowed into the priest's cheek and straining neck. Mike screamed, reached for the broken branch, and then remembered the plastic bottle in his pocket. He grabbed the bunched fabric of the soldier's collar, felt the rough wool and the malleable substance beneath, and emptied the bottle down the length of the thing's back, expecting no more result than there had been when the grave had been blessed. There was more of a reaction. The holy water made a sound like acid burning through meat. A line of holes appeared in the khaki fabric, stitching across the back of the soldier's uniform like machine-gun bullets. The soldier made a sound like a large animal dropped in scalding water, more hiss and gurgle than scream, and it arched backward, bending impossibly far, the back of its waxy head almost touching the heels of its combat boots. Boneless arms twisted and flailed like tentacles, the fingers 10 inches long and bladed now. Mike jumped back and flung the last of the contents of the bottle onto the thing's front. There was the stench of sulfur. The front of the soldier's tunic burst into green flame, and the creature rolled away at an impossible speed, writhing in postures impossible for a human skeleton to assume. Father Kavanaugh rolled free and lay retching against a headstone. Mike stepped forward, realized that he had used the last of his holy water, and stopped 5 feet from the circle of junipers as the soldier scrabbled into the darkness there, lay its face and forearms against the bare soil, and burrowed, sliding into the black dirt and dead needles there as easily as the maggots had burrowed into Father C's flesh. The soldier was gone, out of sight in 20 seconds. Mike stepped closer, saw the raw, ridged tunnel there, smelled the sewage and decayed meat stench, and blinked as the tunnel folded in on itself and collapsed, becoming merely another depression of fresh-turned soil. He turned back to Father C. The priest had reached his knees, but was bent across the headstone, head down, vomiting repeatedly until there was nothing left to vomit. There was no sign of the slugs, except for red marks on the priest's cheeks and chest. He had evidently ripped open his own shirt to find them. Between dry retches and gasps for air, the priest was whispering, "Oh, Jesus, 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 Jesus." It was a litany. Mike took a breath, stepped closer, and put his arm around the man. Father Kavanaugh was weeping now. He allowed Mike to help him to his feet. He leaned on Mike as they staggered toward the gate of the cemetery. It was quite dark now. The Pope-mobile was a dark shape beyond the black iron. Every breeze rustled leaves and the corn across the way, and made Mike think of the sound of things sliding across the grass behind him, tunneling under the soil they walked on. He tried to get Father C. to hurry. It was difficult to stay in contact with the priest. Mike imagined the brown-black slugs sliding through flesh from the other man to him. But Father C. could not stand alone. They made the gate, the parking area. He tumbled Father Kavanaugh behind the steering wheel, ran around to get in, and leaned across the moaning man to lock the power doors and windows. Father C. had left the key in the ignition, and now Mike turned it. The Pope-mobile started, and Mike immediately switched on the lights, illuminating headstones and the clump of junipers 30 feet away. The tall cross at the back of the cemetery was beyond the reach of the lights. The priest whispered something between labored gasps for air. "What?" said Mike, having trouble breathing himself. "Are those dark shapes moving in the cemetery?" It was hard to tell. "You'll have to drive," gasped Father Kavanaugh. He slumped sideways, blocking the seat. Mike counted to 3, unlocked the doors, and ran around to the driver's side, shoving the priest's moaning body aside as he set himself behind the wheel and locked the doors again. Something had been moving out there, near the storage shed at the back of the cemetery. Mike had driven his dad's car a few times, and Father C. had let him steer the Pope-mobile down a grassy lane once when they were on a pastoral visit. Mike could hardly see over the Lincoln Town Car's high dashboard and hood, but his feet could reach the pedals. He thanked God that it was an automatic transmission. Mike got the thing into gear, backed out onto County 6 without looking for traffic, almost ran it into the ditch on the other side, and stalled it when he stopped too quickly. He smelled gasoline when he restarted it, but it roared to life quickly enough. Shadows among the headstones, moving toward the gate. Mike peeled out, throwing gravel 30 feet behind him as he roared down the steep hill, still accelerating over the cave and up past the black tree, seeing only the darkness of the woods in his peripheral vision, almost not making the turn onto Jubilee Road, finally slowing as he realized that he was approaching the town water tower at 78 miles per hour. He crept through the dark streets of Elmhaven, sure that Barney or someone would see him and stop him, half wishing that they would. Father Kavanaugh lay silent and shivering on the front seat. Mike shut off the engine and almost wept when he parked under the pole light alongside the rectory. He went around the other side to help Father C. out. The priest was pale and feverish, eyes almost rolled up in his head under fluttering eyelids. The marks on his chest and cheeks looked like ringworm scars. They were livid in the harsh overhead light. Mike stood shouting at the rectory door, praying that Mrs. McCafferty, the priest's housekeeper, was still waiting dinner on Father C. The porch lights came on, and the short woman stepped out, face flushed, apron still on. "Good heavens!" she exclaimed, rough hands rising toward her face. "What on earth?" She glowered at Mike as if the boy had assaulted her young priest. "He got sick," was all that Mike could say. Mrs. McCafferty looked at Father C's appearance, nodded once, and helped Mike get him up the stairs to his bedroom. Mike thought it was strange that this lady helped undress the priest, pulling on an old-fashioned nightshirt as the priest sat moaning on the edge of the bed, but then he figured that she was like a mother to Father C. Finally, the priest was under the clean sheets, moaning slightly, face filmed with sweat. Mrs. McCafferty had already taken his temperature, 103, and was mopping his face with damp washcloths. "What are these marks?" she asked, finger almost touching one of the ringworm crescents. Mike shrugged, not trusting himself to talk. When she had been out of the room, he'd tugged up his shirt and checked his own chest, looking in the dresser mirror to make sure that there were no marks on his own face and neck. They burrowed right into him. The adrenaline rush of the battle was fading now, and Mike felt the nausea and slight vertigo of its aftermath. "I'll call the doctor," said Mrs. McCafferty. "Not that viscous fellow, but Dr. Staffney." Mike nodded. Dr. Staffney did not have a local practice. He was an orthopedic surgeon based at St. Francis Hospital in Peoria. But he was Catholic, sort of. Mike noticed him at Mass about twice a year, and Mrs. McM didn't trust the Protestant Hungarian doctor. "You'll stay," she said. It was not a question. She expected Mike to hang around to tell the doctor anything he could. The maggots, burrowing under flesh. Mike shook his head. He wanted to, but it was dark, and his dad had to work the night shift starting tonight. Memo's home alone, except for Mom and the girls. He shook his head again. Mrs. McCafferty started to reprimand him, but he touched Father C's hand. It was cold and clammy, and ran down the stairs and out into the night on shaky legs. He was half a block away before he thought of something. Panting, close to tears, he jogged back to the rectory, went past it, and let himself in the side door of St. Malachi's. He picked up a clean linen altar cloth from the dressing-room and went into the darkened sanctuary. The interior of the church was warm and silent, smelling of incense from masses long past, the red lights from the votive candles giving a soft illumination to the stations of the cross on the walls. Mike filled his plastic bottle from the font of holy water at the front entrance, genuflected, and approached the altar again. He knelt there for a moment, knowing in his heart that what he was about to do had to be a mortal sin. He was not allowed to touch the host with his hands, even if it fell during communion, and Mike missed it with the small bronze plate he held beneath the communicant's chin. Only Father Kavanaugh, an ordained priest, was allowed to touch the wafer of bread once it was consecrated as the literal body of Christ. Mike said a silent act of contrition, climbed the steps, and removed a consecrated Eucharist from its closed and curtained alcove in the small sanctuary atop the altar. He genuflected again, said a short prayer, wrapped the host in the clean linen, and put it in his pocket. He ran all the way home. Mike was headed for the back door when he heard a movement in the darkness behind the outhouse, near the chicken house. He paused, heart pounding, but emotions oddly numb. He took out the bottle of holy water and thumbed off the lid, holding it high. There was movement in the darkness of the chicken house. "Come on, God damn you," whispered Mike, stepping closer. "Come on if you're coming." "Hey, O'Rourke," came Jim Harlan's voice. "What the hell kept you?" A lighter flared, and Mike could see the faces of Harlan, Kev, Dale, Lawrence, and Cordy Cook. Even the girls' improbable presence did not surprise him. He stepped into the darkened shed. Harlan's lighter flicked off and would not relight. Mike let his eyes adjust to the dark. "You're not going to believe what's been happening," began Dale Stewart, voice taut. Mike smiled, knowing they couldn't see the smile in the dark. "Try me," he whispered. Chapter 25. The boys left for Duane's farm in the morning. They were all on bikes, and there was some nervousness about the ride, but Mike suggested a strategy if the rendering truck appeared. Half go into the fields on the north side of the road, half on the south. It had been Harlan who said, "Duane was in a field. They got him." No one had a better idea. It had been Dale's idea to go out to Duane's farm. They'd talked for over an hour in the chicken house on Sunday night, each person telling a story. The rule was that nobody keep any secrets if it had to do with the weird goings-on this summer. Each story seemed stranger than the last, ending with Mike's, but nobody challenged anybody else or called anyone crazy. "Okie dokie," Cordy Cook had said at last. "We heard what everybody had to say. Some goddamn somebody's killed my brother and your friend and's trying to kill the rest of us. What do we do?" There'd been a general babble at that point. It was Kevin who said, "How come you guys didn't tell the grown-ups?" "I did," said Dale. "I told your dad there was something awful in the basement. He found a dead cat." "Yeah, but that's not what I saw." "I believe you," said Kevin, "but why didn't you tell him and your mom that it was Tubby Cook? His body, I mean." "Sorry, Cordy." "I seen him too," said Cordy. "So why didn't you tell?" Kev asked Dale. "Or you, Jim? Why didn't you show Barney and Dr. Snaffney the evidence?" Harlan hesitated. "I guess I thought they'd think I was nuts and put me away somewhere. It didn't make any sense. When I said it was just an intruder, they paid attention." "Yeah," said Dale. "Look, I just got a little crazy in the basement, and my mom was ready to send me to a child psychologist in Oak Hill. Think of what she'd have done if "I told my ma," Cordy said softly. There was a silence in the dark shed while everyone waited. "She believed me," said Cordy. "Of course, the next night, she saw Tubby's corpse a-lurchin' around the yard, too." "What'd she do about it?" asked Mike. Cordy had shrugged. "What could she do about it? She told my old man, but he hit her and told her to shut up. She keeps the littler kids inside at night and bars the door. What else can she do? She thinks it's Tubby's spirit trying to come home. Ma growed up in the South and heard a lot of them nigger stories about spooks." Dale winced at the word nigger. No one said anything for a minute. Finally Harlan said, "Look, O'Rourke, you told someone. See what good that did." Mike had sighed. "At least Father C. knows what's going on." "Yeah, if he doesn't die of worms in his insides," said Harlan. "Shut up." Mike had paced back and forth. "I know what you guys mean. My dad believed me when I said there was some guy peeping in our window. If I told him it was an old boyfriend of Memo's coming back from the cemetery, my dad'd think I was nuts. He'd never believe me." "We need proof," said Lawrence. Everyone looked at him in the darkness. Lawrence hadn't spoken since he described the thing from the closet that had run under his bed. "What do we know?" said Kevin in that little professor voice of his. "We know you're a dipshit," volunteered Harlan. "No, shut up, he's right," said Mike. "Let's think. Who are we fighting?" "Your soldier," said Dale, "unless you killed it with your sacred water." "Holy water," said Mike. It wasn't dead. I mean, destroyed, I could tell that. He's still out there somewhere." Mike stood up and looked through the window toward the house. "It's okay," Dale said softly. "Your mom and sisters are still up. Your grandma's all right." Mike nodded. "The soldier," he said, as if ticking off a list. "Rune," said Cordy. "That pissant." "Are we sure Rune's in on it?" asked Harlan from the dark mass of the couch. "Yep," said Cordy. There was no arguing with that tone of voice. "The soldier and Rune," said Mike. "Who else?" "Van Syke," said Dale. Duane was fairly sure it had been Van Syke who tried to run him down on the road. "Maybe it was him who finally got him at home," said Harlan. Dale made a pained sound from where he sat against the old console radio. "Roone, the soldier, Van Syke," said Mike. "Old Double-Butt and Mrs. Duggan," Harlan said in a strained voice. "Duggan's like Tubby, sort of," said Kevin. "It may be some thing that's being used. We don't know about Mrs. Dubbitt." "I saw them," snapped Harlan. "Together." Mike paced back and forth. "All right. Old Double-Butt's either one of them or with them." "What's the difference?" asked Kevin from the back corner. "Shut up," said Mike, still pacing. "We've got the soldier, Van Syke, Roone, the Duggan thing, Mrs. Dubbitt. Who are we forgetting?" "Terence," said Cordy. Her voice was so soft they could hardly hear her. "Who?" asked 5 voices. "Terence Mulready Cook," she said. "Tubby." "Oh, yeah," said Mike. He ticked off the names again, adding Tubby. "That's at least 6 of them. Who else?" "Congdon," said Dale. Mike stopped pacing. "J.P. or his kid C.J.? Dale shrugged. "Maybe both." "I don't think so," said Harlan. "At least with C.J. He's too stupid. His old man hangs around Van Syke, but I don't think he's part of whatever's going on." "We'll put J.P. on the list," said Mike, "until we know." "All right, that's at least 7 of them. Some of them are human, some of them are dead," furnished Dale. "Things they're using somehow." "Oh, Jesus Christ," whispered Harlan. "What? What if they have Duane McBride come back like Tubby? What if his corpse comes scratching at our windows like Tubby's did?" "Can't," said Dale. He could barely speak. "His dad cremated the remains." "You sure?" asked Kevin. "Yeah." Mike moved to the center of the circle and crouched there. "So what do we do?" he whispered. Dale broke the silence. "I think Duane had figured something out. That's why he wanted to meet with us that Saturday." Harlan cleared his throat. "But he's—" "Yes," said Dale, "but you remember how Duane was always writing stuff down?" Mike snapped his fingers. "His notebooks! But how are we going to get them?" "Let's go now," said Cordy. "It's not even 10 yet." There was a chorus of reasons no one could go that night, all of them valid. Mike had to stay with Memo. Harlan's mother would skin him if he didn't get home soon, after he had made her stay home. Kevin was out after curfew as it was, and Dale was still on the sick list at home. No one mentioned the real reason they couldn't go then. It was dark. "Chicken shits," said Cordy. "We'll go early tomorrow," said Dale. 8 at the latest. "All of us?" said Harlan. "Why not? They might think twice about jumping us if we're all together. The things are always trying to get us alone. Look at what happened to Duane." "Yeah," said Harlan. "Or maybe they're just waiting for us to get together in one lump." Mike ended the debate. "We'll go together in the morning, but only one of us will go up to the house. The rest of us will stand watch and help if we need to." Cordy cleared her throat and spat on the wood floor. "There's one other thing," she said. "What's that?" "I mean, really, one other thing. At least one." "What the fuck are you talking about, Cook?" asked Harlan. Cordy shifted in the sprung armchair. The barrels of the shotgun shifted with her until they were pointed in Jim Harlan's general direction. "Don't go giving me none of your profane mouth," she said to him. "What I mean is, I seen something else. Something movin' in the ground near the house." "The soldier disappeared in the ground," said Mike. This'n was big, longer'n any person, sort of like a snake or something." The kids looked at each other in the dim light. "Under the ground?" said Harlan. "Yep. The holes Dale said to no one in particular. The idea of something else, something they hadn't seen yet, made him sick to his stomach. "Maybe it's like the thing that went under my bed," suggested Lawrence. Dale had heard the conversation from a distance at that point, as if he were eavesdropping on talk in an insane asylum, and he was one of the inmates. "It's settled," said Mike. "We meet tomorrow at 8 to go to Duane's house and see if he left any notes that could help us." No one had wanted to go home alone in the dark. They'd left in clusters, hanging together as long as they could, until one by one they'd run for porch lights and the light behind screen doors. In the end, only Cordy Cook had gone off in the darkness alone. Mike pedaled to keep up with the group. As early as it was, the day was very hot, the sky cloudless, and small mirages and heat ripples were rising from the long gravel road ahead of them, and Mike was tired. He'd been up with Memo much of the night, sneaking down after his mother was asleep. He'd sprinkled some of the holy water on the window frame, although he had no idea if that would help. Did the effect wear off when the water dried up? At any rate, there'd been no visitor in the night, and only one time that Mike had startled himself awake at what might have been a sound from beneath the house, and might as easily have been the house settling. The chorus of crickets and buzz of cicadas had been quite loud through the screens, and Mike seemed to remember silence descending before he saw the soldier at the window before. Mike had delivered his papers on time, yawning from his hour or two of snatched sleep, and then rushed to the rectory to see Father C. before Mass. There was no Mass said today. Mrs. McCafferty had hushed Mike and moved the conversation from the rectory kitchen to the back step. The priest was very ill. Dr. Staffney had recommended total bed rest and hospitalization if Father C. weren't better by Tuesday. In the meantime, said the housekeeper, Father Dinman, the assistant pastor at St. Bonaventure's in Oak Hill, had agreed to come say morning Mass on Wednesday. Mike was to tell the parishioners. Mike argued that he had to see Father C., that it was extremely urgent, but Mrs. McCafferty had been unrelenting. Perhaps that evening, if the father were feeling better. So Mike had stayed around the church long enough to inform the half-dozen or so elderly parishioners and to restock on holy water. He'd brought his canteen this time and emptied one of the fonts into it, and then he was off to meet Dale and the others. He had his doubts about going back to the McBride farm. It meant passing the cemetery for one thing, but the bright sunlight and presence of the 4 other boys made it hard to say no. Besides, Dale might be right. Perhaps Duane had left some clue for them. They pulled the bikes into the cornfield, right at the entrance to the McBride driveway, and went forward on foot, stopping at the last row of corn and peering at the McBride farm. The house was dark and silent. They couldn't see Mr. McBride's pickup in the lot anywhere, and the barn holding the combine and other equipment was shut and sealed. They could see the heavy padlock and chain on the door. "I think he's gone," whispered Harlan. The ride out and crouching run through the corn seemed to have worn the smaller boy out. Harlan's face was pale and sheened with sweat. He scratched at his sling and cast every other minute. The heat was worse now, pressing down on the fields like a hot fist. "Don't bet on it," whispered Mike. "Can I look through those?" he asked Kev, who'd thought to bring his binoculars. "Let's have a drink," hissed Harlan, and reached for the canteen slung over Mike's shoulder. Mike pulled it away. "Lawrence has a water bottle. Get some of his." "Greedy asshole," whispered Harlan, and made beckoning motions toward Lawrence. Dale's brother shook his head, but pulled the plastic bottle from the small Cub Scout pack he was wearing. "I don't see anything," said Mike, handing the binoculars to Dale, "but we've got to think that he's in there." Dale took the water bottle from Harlan. After rinsing his mouth out and spitting into the dusty soil, he peered between the corn stalks again. "I'll go in." Mike shook his head. "We'll all go." "No," said Dale. "It makes sense that I'd come out. And if there's trouble, I want you guys out here ready to help." "I'll help," whispered Harlan, and pulled a small pistol from the depths of his sling. "Jesus," hissed Dale. "Is that real?" "Wow," said Lawrence, leaning closer. "Oh, shit," sighed Kevin. "Don't point that thing in my direction." "Put it away," ordered Mike, his voice flat. "Eat snot and die," said Harlan. But he put the pistol away and said to Dale, "You bet your ass it's real. We should all have something like it. The other side's playing for real. I think—" "We'll talk about it later," whispered Mike. He handed the binoculars back to Kevin. "Go ahead, Dale. We'll watch." It was a long 20 yards from the field to the house. Dale couldn't see the pickup in the lot or part of the barnyard that was now visible, but all the way across the yard and driveway he had the feeling he was being watched. He knocked on the back door, just as he had the dozens of times he'd come out to visit Duane. He half expected to hear Wittgenstein barking from the garage. Then, hobbling quickly forward, his tail wagging as he got Dale's scent. Then Duane would step out of the house, hitching up his corduroys and adjusting his glasses. No one answered. The door was unlocked. Dale hesitated a second and then opened the screen, cringing at the squeak it let out. The kitchen was dark, but not cool. The heat filled the little space. There was the smell of stale air and heated garbage. Dale could see dirty dishes in the sink spilling across the counter. The table was cluttered. Dale moved as softly as he could across the room, walking on the toes of his sneakers. The house had a silent and abandoned feel to it, bolstering his confidence that Duane's father wasn't home. He stopped to look into the dining room before going downstairs to where Duane had slept. A dark form was sitting in a chair near the workbench that had been the dining room table. He was holding something. Dale could see a shotgun barrel aimed in his direction. Dale froze, still on his tiptoes, his heart stopping, then giving a thud, then stopping again. "What do you want, boy?" It was Mr. McBride's voice, slow, slurred, strangely without emphasis, but definitely his voice. "I'm sorry," managed Dale, feeling his heart go thud and stop again. "I thought you were gone. I knocked." He could see the man now as his eyes adapted to the dark. Mr. McBride sat in his undershirt and a dark pair of work pants. His shoulders sagged as if there were a great weight on them. There were bottles across the tabletop and on the floor. The gun was a pump shotgun, and the muzzle did not waver an inch. "What do you want, boy?" Dale considered various lies and discarded them. "I came to see if Duane left a notebook." "Why?" Dale felt a great ache in his chest as his heart strained, lurched, and then began to race. He wanted to raise his hands like in the movies, but he was afraid to make any move. "I think Duane had some information that'd help us find out who killed him," he said. "Who's us?" asked the shadow. "Other kids, friends of his," managed Dale. He could see Mr. McBride's face now. It looked terrible, worse even than when Dale's family had brought the food out a couple of weeks earlier. The gray stubble made Duane's dad look like an old man, and his cheeks and nose were reddened with burst capillaries. The eyes were almost invisible, they were so deep in their sockets. Dale could smell the sweat and whiskey stink of the man. "You think somebody killed my Duane?" It was a challenge. The shotgun remained trained on Dale's face. "Yeah," said Dale. His knees felt funny, as if they couldn't hold him up much longer. Mr. McBride lowered the shotgun. "Boy, you're the only one who thinks that besides me." He took a drink from one of the bottles on the table. "I told that son of a bitch constable, told the Oak Hill police, told the state patrol, told everybody who'd listen, only no one would." He lifted the bottle high, emptied it, then tossed it onto the floor. He belched. I told him to ask that miserable fuck Congdon. He stole Art's car, took the door off so we couldn't see the paint. Dale had no idea what Mr. McBride was talking about, but he had no intention of interrupting to ask a question. Told him to ask Congdon who killed my boy. Dwayne's father fumbled through the bottles until he found one that wasn't empty. He drank deeply. Told him Congdon knows something about who killed my boy. They said my boy wasn't in his right mind 'cause of Art's death. Did you know my brother died, boy? Yes, sir, breathed Dale. They killed him, too. Killed him first. Then they killed my boy. They killed Dwayne. He raised the shotgun as if he'd forgotten it was on his lap, set it back, patted it, and squinted at Dale. What's your name, boy? Dale told him. Oh, yeah. You've been out here before to play with Duaney, haven't you? Yes, sir, said Dale, and thought, Duaney? Do you know who killed my boy? No, sir, said Dale. Not for sure. Not until I see Duane's notebooks. Mr. McBride drained another bottle. I told him, ask that fuck Congdon, that fake justice of the peace. They say Congdon's been missing since the day after my Duaney died, and what did I know about it? They think I killed him? Dumb sons of bitches. He fumbled on the table, knocking over more bottles, but could not find one with anything left in it. McBride stood up, staggered to a couch against one wall, brushed some junk from it, and collapsed there, still holding the shotgun across his legs. I should have killed him. Should have made him tell who did this to Art and my boy. Then killed him. He sat up suddenly. What did you say you wanted, boy? Duane isn't here. Dale felt a chill go down his back. Yes, sir, I know that. I came to find a notebook Duane kept, maybe more than one. He had something in it for me. Mr. McBride shook his head, then grabbed the back of the couch to steady himself. He just kept his story ideas in his notebooks, boy. Not for you. Not for me. He lowered his head to the arm of the couch and closed his eyes. Maybe I shouldn't have kept his funeral to myself the way I did, he whispered. It was easy to forget that he had his own friends. Yes, sir, whispered Dale. I wasn't sure where to spread his ashes, mumbled Mr. McBride, as if talking in his sleep. They call 'em ashes, but there's still bits of bone in there. Did you know that, boy? No, sir. The man on the couch continued mumbling. So I sprinkled some of them in the river where Art's went. Duaney'd like that, I think. Spread the rest out in the field where he and the dog used to play, where the dog's buried. Mr. McBride opened his eyes and fixed them on Dale. You think I did wrong, splitting it up like that, boy? Dale swallowed. His throat ached, and it was difficult to speak. No, sir, he whispered. Me neither, whispered Duane's father, and closed his eyes again. Could I look at them, sir? Asked Dale. What, boy? It was a sleepy, distracted voice. Duane's notebooks, the ones we were talking about. Couldn't find 'em, said Mr. McBride, his eyes still shut. Looked downstairs, everywhere. Couldn't find Duaney's notebooks. Like the fucking door of the Cadillac. His voice trailed off. Dale waited a full minute, heard the man's breathing turn into a snore, and then he took a step toward the basement stairs. Mr. McBride pumped the action on the shotgun. Go away, boy, he mumbled. Go on now. Get far away from here. Dale glanced at the stairway, so close, and then said, Yes, sir, and went back out through the kitchen door. The light was very bright. Dale walked 100 feet down the driveway, feeling his T-shirt plastered to his skin, and then ducked behind the Chinese elms and into the cornfield. He didn't think that Mr. McBride had gone into the kitchen to watch him leave. He cut back through the tight rows of corn until he almost stumbled over Mike and the others still waiting there. Jesus, hissed Harlan, what kept you in there? Dale told them. Mike sighed and rolled over onto his back, squinting up through the cornstalks at the blazing sky. "That does it for today. He probably won't go into town until he wakes up tonight." Said Dale. "I'm going back in." The window had been skinnier than Dale had guessed. He'd ripped his t-shirt and taken some skin off getting in. There was another work table under the window. The damn house seemed full of them, and Dale had placed his feet carefully and lowered himself onto it, hearing the trestles creak under him. The basement was much cooler than outside, and smelled like a basement. Faint odors of mildew, laundry detergent, backed-up drain pipes, sawdust, cement, and ozone, probably from all the radios and electronic kits that lay around on every surface. Dale had visited Duane's basement room before, and he knew that he'd come into the back part of the basement where the shower and laundry stuff was. Duane's bedroom corner was near the stairs. Great, where the man upstairs can hear me, and where I can't get to this window to wave. He tiptoed across the back room, pausing at the open door to listen. No noise from the stairway or the upper floors. Dale wished that the doorway to the stairs had been closed. It was darker in this room. There were no windows here. No way out. There were various lights, a hanging cord for an overhead bulb, a lamp next to the dark mass of a bed, an artist's type of suspensor light on the big table near the bed, but Dale couldn't turn one of them on. The light would reflect up the staircase. He won't see it if he's asleep. A less foolhardy part of Dale's mind reminded him that the man with the shotgun would see it if he were awake. Even the sound might tip him off. Dale was having trouble breathing as he crouched near the bed, waiting for his eyes to adapt to the near blackness. What if something comes out from under the bed? A white arm. Duane. Duane's face all bloated and dead like Tubby's was. Of course, shredded and torn the way Digger said that he... Dale forced himself to stop it. The bed was neatly made, and as Dale's eyes adapted, he could see the faint furrows and ridges on the spread. Nothing came out from under the bed. There were books everywhere, books in homemade bookcases, stacks of books on furniture beyond the bed, rows of books on the desktop and windowsill, cartons of books under the desk, even long rows of paperbacks on the cement ledges that ran around the basement. The only thing that competed with books was the number of radios. Clock radios and tabletop models, old radios in Art Deco, Bakelite curves, and naked radios made from kits, tiny transistor radios, and one full-size Atwater Kent console job between Duane's bed and his desk that stood at least 4 feet tall. Dale started looking along the shelves, in the cartons of books. He remembered what Duane's notebooks looked like, little spiral jobs, some as large as a school notebook, but most of them smaller. They must be somewhere. The desk had yellow legal pads, cups filled with pencils and pens, even a stack of typewriter paper and an old Smith Corona typewriter, but no notebooks. Dale tiptoed to the bed, felt under the mattress, tossed the pillows. Nothing. He had moved into the makeshift closet and was patting down Duane's few flannel shirts and carefully folded corduroy pants there, feeling weirder and weirder about going through his dead friend's stuff, when his knee brushed one of the low tables by the bed and a stack of books tumbled to the floor. Dale froze. "Who's there?" Mr. McBride's voice was filled with phlegm and confusion, but it seemed to be just up the stairs. "Who's down there, God damn it?" Heavy footsteps moved overhead, going from the dining room to the short hall by the kitchen where the stairway was. Dale looked across the long room through the open doorway at the glint of light from the small window on the far wall. He'd never make it to the window, much less through it. Mr. McBride had just awakened from his drunken sleep. He probably didn't even remember Dale's visit, and Dale would just be a dark shape scrambling in the basement. His back itched at the thought of buckshot blowing his spine out through the front of his body. Footsteps in the hall. "I'm coming down, God damn you, I've got you." Dale heard the shotgun being pumped again. The shell Mr. McBride had chambered earlier skittered across the floor above. Then footsteps on the top stairs. Under the bed, thought Dale. No, it'd be the first place the man looked. He had about 10 seconds before McBride reached the bottom of the stairs, turned into the room itself. Dale remembered the way they screwed around sometimes with the empty console radio shell in Mike's chicken house. The boot steps were halfway down the stairs as he bounced over the bed, pulled the Atwater Kent away from the wall, crouched behind it, and pulled it back, just as the heavy footsteps reached the bottom. "I see you, goddammit!" It was a fierce cry. "Think you're going to get me the way you did my brother and my boy?" Footsteps staggered into the center of the room. There was a clothesline hanging there, and Dale could hear something striking it. The barrel of the shotgun, perhaps. Then the sound of the line being ripped down. "Come out of there, goddamn you!" The radio had its working parts there, but there was just room for Dale to curl up at the bottom of the console. He covered his face with his forearms, trying not to whimper, but imagining the shotgun aimed at him from 8 feet away. Dale had fired his father's pump-action 12-gauge and his own 410 over and under. He knew the flimsy wood wouldn't shelter him for a second. He would have cried out then, called a surrender as if they were 2 kids playing hide-and-seek, but his voice would not work. He panted to keep from screaming. "I see you!" cried the dead boy's father, but his footsteps receded into the other part of the basement. "God damn it, I know somebody's down here. Come out now." He didn't see me. Something sharp, part of a pipe, maybe, was digging into Dale's back. Electronic stuff scratched his bowed neck. There was some sort of shelf down here that cut into his shoulder. Dale was not about to move to get more comfortable. The footsteps came back into the bedroom part of the basement. They moved slowly, stalking, to the far wall, across to the closet, back to the base of the stairs, then, stealthily, up to the desk, not 3 feet from where Dale crouched behind the Atwater Kent. There was a sudden noise as Mr. McBride crouched, flung back the bedspread, and scraped the shotgun barrel under the bed. He stood up then, almost leaning on the radio. Dale knew. He could smell the man. Can he smell me? For a long moment there was silence so deep that Dale was sure that the half-crazy father could hear his heart beating behind the radio shell. Then Dale heard something that almost made him cry aloud. "Duaney?" came Mr. McBride's voice. No longer fierce, no longer threatening, only cracked and broken. "Duaney? Is that you, son?" Dale held his breath. After an eternity, the heavy footsteps, heavier now, moved back to the staircase, paused, and went up the stairs. There was the sound of breaking glass in the dining room as bottles were thrown around. Footsteps. The kitchen door banged open and shut. A moment later there came the sound of a truck engine starting up from behind the house. We couldn't see it back there. And tires crunching gravel, turning down the drive. Dale waited another 4 or 5 minutes, his back and neck aching wildly now, but making sure that the silence was real. Then he shoved the radio away from the wall and crawled out, massaging his arm where it had been pinched against the shelf or something. He paused by the bed, still on all fours, then pulled the radio cabinet farther out. There was just enough light to see by. Duane's spiral notebooks were stacked on the shelf, at least several dozen of them. Dale could see how easy it had been to lean over from the bed or desk and set them in place. Dale tugged off his T-shirt, ripped and sweaty as it was, wrapped the notebooks in them, and went into the other room to climb out the window. He could have gone up the stairs and out through the kitchen with less scraping to his hide, but he wasn't sure that Mr. McBride had driven off. Dale was heading for the place he'd left the others when half a dozen arms lurched out from the first row of corn and pulled him in. He tumbled into the cornstalks. A dirty hand covered his mouth. "God," whispered Mike, "we'd just decided he'd killed you. Let him go, Harlan." Jim Harlan removed his hands. Dale spat and mopped blood from a cut lip. "Why'd you do that, shithead?" Harlan glared at him but said nothing. "You got 'em," cried Lawrence, holding up the bundle of notebooks. The boys started pouring through them. "Shit," said Harlan. "Hey," said Kevin. He looked quizzically at Dale. "Do you get this?" Dale shook his head. The notebooks were filled with scriggles and scrawls, strange loops and dashes and curlicues. It was either some sort of impossible code or Martian. "We're screwed," said Harlan. "Let's go home." "Wait," said Mike. He was frowning at one of the small notebooks. Suddenly he grinned. "I know this." "You can read it?" Lawrence's voice was awestruck. Said Mike. "I can't read it, but I know it." Dale leaned closer. "You can figure out this code?" "It isn't code," said Mike, grin still in place. "My stupid sister Peg took a course in this stuff. It's shorthand. You know, the sort of fast writing secretaries do." The boys whooped and hollered until Kevin suggested they get quiet. They set the notebooks in Lawrence's backpack as carefully as if they'd been new-gathered eggs, then ran in a commando crouch back to where they'd left their bikes. Dale felt the sun burning his neck and arms, despite his tan, long before they got to Jubilee College Road. The distant water tower shimmered in the rising heat waves as if the entire town were an illusion, a mirage on the verge of disappearing. They were halfway to town when the cloud of dust rose behind them, a truck closing rapidly. Mike gestured, and he and Harlan and Kev took one side, Dale and Lawrence the other. They crossed the ditch, dropped their bikes, and made ready to climb the fence into the fields. The truck slowed, the dark cab shimmering badly in the heat from the road and its own engine. The driver stared curiously as he crept by. The truck stopped and backed up. "What are you doing?" called Kevin's father from the high cab of the milk truck. The long trailer tank gleamed of polished steel, almost too bright to look at in the midday sun. "What are you guys up to?" Kevin grinned, made a meaningless gesture toward town. "Just riding." His father squinted at the boys perched on the fence wire like birds ready to take wing. "Get home quick," he said. "I need help cleaning out the tank, and your mother wanted you to weed the garden this afternoon." "Yes, sir," said Kevin and gave a salute. His dad frowned, and the long truck geared up, disappearing into its own dust. They stood a minute on the road, holding their bikes a while before remounting. Dale wondered if the others had wobbly legs. There were no more cars or trucks before they reached the shade of town. It was dimmer there. The light filtered through a dozen layers of leaves everywhere along the streets, but the day was just as hot, summer still crushing them beneath its heel, as they met briefly in the chicken house and then fanned out for lunch and their various chores. Mike kept the notebooks. His sister still had one of her Gregg shorthand textbooks around, and he promised to find it and start decoding. Dale came over after lunch to help. Mike checked on Memo, found Peg's book on a shelf next to her stupid diary — she'd kill him if she caught him in her room — and took the whole batch of books out to the chicken house. He and Dale started looking just to confirm it was shorthand, decided to decode a line or two, found it tough going at first, and then fell into the rhythm of it. Dwayne McBride's squiggles weren't quite the same as the ones in the textbook, but they were close enough. Mike went back into the house, found a Big Chief tablet and 2 pencils, and went back to the chicken house. The boys worked in silence. 6 hours later, they were still reading when Mike's mother called him in for supper. Chapter 26. Mike volunteered to go talk to Mrs. Moon. He knew her best. The evening before, after supper, and during the long, slow waning of the day's heat and light, everybody but Cordy had rendezvoused at the chicken house to hear what was in the notebooks. "Where's the girl?" asked Mike. Jim Harlan shrugged. "I went out to her rat trap of a house." "Alone?" interrupted Lawrence. Harlan squinted at the younger boy, then ignored him. "I went out there this afternoon, but nobody was home." "Maybe they were out shopping or something," said Dale. Harlan shook his head. He looked pale and oddly vulnerable in his cast and sling this evening. I mean, it was empty. Crap scattered around everywhere, old newspapers, bits of furniture, an axe, like the family threw everything in the back of a truck and took off. "Not a bad idea," whispered Mike. He had finished decoding Duane's journals. "Huh?" said Kevin. "Listen," said Mike O'Rourke, lifting the pertinent notebooks and beginning to read. The four boys listened for almost an hour, Dale finishing reading when Mike's voice began to get raspy. Dale had read it all before. He and Mike had compared notes as they decoded the stuff, but just hearing it out loud, even in his own voice, made his legs feel shaky. "Jesus Christ," whispered Harlan as they finished the stuff about the Borgia Bell and Duane's uncle. "Holy shit," he added in the same reverent tone. Kevin crossed his arms. It was getting quite dark out, and Kev's T-shirt glowed the brightest of any of them there. "That bell was hanging up there all the time we were in school? All those years?" "Mr. Ashley Montague told Duane that it had been removed and melted down and everything," said Dale. "It's in one of the notebooks here, and I heard it myself at the free show last month." "There hasn't been a free show for a long time," whined Lawrence. "Shut up," said Dale. "Here, I'm going to skip some of this stuff. This is from when Duane talked to Mrs. Moon. It was the same day we all had dinner out at Uncle Henry's, the same day that Duane was killed," finished Mike. "Yeah," said Dale. "Listen." He read the notes verbatim. June 17. Talking to Mrs. Emma Moon. Remembers the bell. Talking about a terrible thing. Says her Orville wasn't involved. A terrible thing about the bell. Winter of 1899-1900. Several children in town, one on a farm, she thinks, disappeared. Mr. Ashley, no Montague then, before the families joined names, offered a $1,000 reward. No clues. Then, in January, Mrs. M's pretty sure it was January 1900, they found a body of an 11-year-old girl who had disappeared just before Christmas. Name, Sarah Llewellyn Campbell. Check in records. Why no newspaper accounts? Mrs. Moon's sure. Sarah L. Campbell. Doesn't want to talk about it, but I keep asking questions. Girl was killed, possibly raped, decapitated, and partially eaten. Mrs. M's sure about the last part. Caught a Negro, colored man, sleeping out behind the tallow factory. Posse formed. Says her husband Orville wasn't even in the county, was on a horse-buying trip to Galesburg. 4-day trip. Check later what his job is. The Klan was big in Elm Haven then. Mrs. M says that her Orville went to the meetings. Most of the men did, but he wasn't a night rider. Besides, he was out of town, buying horses. The other men in the town, led by Mr. Ashley, the one who bought the bell, and Mr. Ashley's son, 21 years old, dragged the Negro to Old Central. Mrs. M doesn't know the Negro's name, a vagrant. They had a sort of trial. Klan justice condemned him right there, hanged him that night. From the bell. Mrs. Moon remembers hearing the bell ringing late that night. Her husband told her it was because the Negro kept swinging and kicking. Mrs. M forgetting that her husband was supposed to be in Galesburg. Note: regular hangings Executions. Drop the condemned to break his neck. This man swung for a long time. In the belfry? Mrs. Moon doesn't know. Thinks so. Or in the central stairwell. She won't tell me the worst part. Coaxing. The worst part is that they left the Negro's body in the belfry, sealed up the belfry and left it there. Why? She doesn't know. Her Orville didn't know. Mr. Ashley insisted that they leave the Negro's body there. Got to check with Ashley Montague, visit his house, see the historical society books he stole. Mrs. M. crying. Why? Says that there was something worse. I wait. These cookies are awful. Waiting. She's talking to her cats now, more than me. She says that the worst part, worse than the hanging, is that 2 months after the Negro was lynched there, another child disappeared. They'd hanged the wrong man. There's more, said Dale, but it's just going over the same stuff. His last notes were about planning to see Mr. Dennis Ashley Montague in person to get more details. The 5 boys in the chicken house looked at each other. The Borgia Bill, whispered Kevin. Cripes. Fucking cripes, whispered Harlan. Something about it still working. Still evil. Mike crouched, touched one of the notebooks as if it were a talisman. You think it's all centered around the bell? He asked Dale. Dale nodded. You think Roon and Van Syke and old Double Butt are part of it because they're with the school? Asked Mike. Yeah, whispered Dale. I don't know how or why. Somehow. Me too, said Mike. He turned to look at Jim Harlan. You still got your pistol? Harlan reached into his sling with his right hand, came out with the snub-nosed revolver. Mike's head moved up and down. Dale, you have guns in the house, don't you? Dale looked at his little brother, then returned Mike's gaze. Yes. Dad has a shotgun. I have the Savage. Mike did not blink. The thing he lets you go quail hunting with? Uh-huh. It'll be my gun when I'm 12. It's a shotgun, right? 410 on the bottom, said Dale. 22 on top. Fires just 1 shell from each barrel, right? Mike's voice sounded flat, almost distracted. Yeah, said Dale. You open it to reload. Mike nodded. Can you get it? Dale was silent for a moment. Dad'd kill me if I took it out of the house without permission, without him along. He looked out the door at the darkness there. Fireflies winked against the line of apple trees in Mike's backyard. Yes, said Dale, I can get it. Good. Mike turned toward Kevin. Do you have something? Kev rubbed his cheek. No, I mean, my dad has his .45 service automatic, semi-automatic really, but it's in the bottom drawer of his desk, locked. Could you get it? Kevin paced back and forth, rubbing his cheek. It's his service pistol. It's like a trophy or souvenir the guys in his platoon gave him. He was an officer in World War II, and... Kevin stopped pacing. You think guns will do any good against these things that killed Duane? Mike was a crouched and curled shape in the semi-darkness, poised like some animal waiting to pounce. But all the tension was in the posture of his body, not in his voice. I don't know, he said softly, so softly that his voice was barely discernible beneath the insect sounds from the garden beyond the chicken house. But I think Roon and Van Syke were part of it, and nobody said they couldn't be hurt. Can you get the gun? Yes, said Kevin after 30 seconds of silence. Some bullets for it? Yes, my father keeps them in the same drawer. We'll keep the stuff here, said Mike. If we need it, we can get at it. I have an idea. What about you? Said Dale. Your dad doesn't hunt, does he? No, said Mike, but there's Memo's squirrel gun. What's that? Mike held his hands about 18 inches apart. You know, that long gun that Wyatt Earp used on the show. The Buntline Special, said Harlan. his voice too loud. "Your grandma has a bunt-line special?" Said Mike, "but it looks sort of like that. My grandpa had it made in Chicago for her about 40 years ago. It's a 410 shotgun like Dale's, only it's on a pistol, whatchamacallit." "Grip," said Kevin. "Yeah, the barrel's about 1.5 feet long, and it's got this nice wooden pistol grip. Memo always called it her squirrel gun, but I think Grandpa got it for her 'cause the place they lived in, Cicero, was real tough back then." Kevin Grumbacher whistled. "Boy, that kind of gun is as illegal as all get out. It's a sawed-off shotgun is what it is. Was your grandpa part of Capone's mob, Mike?" "Shut up, Grumbacher," Mike said without heat. "Okay, we get the guns and as much ammunition as we can get. We don't let our folks know they're gone, and we hide them." He looked around, poking the sprung couch. "Behind the big radio," said Dale. Mike turned slowly, his grin visible even in the poor light. "Got it. Tomorrow we've got some things to do. Who wants to go talk to Mrs. Moon?" The boys shifted position and stayed silent. Finally Lawrence said, "I will." "No," Mike said gently. "We're going to need you for some other important stuff." "Like what?" said Lawrence, kicking at a can on the wooden floor. "I don't even have a gun like the rest of you." "You're too young," began Dale harshly. Mike touched Dale's arm, spoke to Lawrence. "If you need one, you'll share Dale's over and under. Did you ever fire it?" "Yeah, lots of times. Well, a couple." "Good," said Mike. "In the meantime, we're going to need someone who can ride really fast on his bike to try to find Roone and report back." Lawrence nodded, obviously knowing that he was being bought off, but figuring that was the best deal he was going to get. "I'll talk to Mrs. Moon," said Mike. "I know her pretty well from mowing her yard and taking her for walks and stuff. I'll just see if she's got any information she didn't give Duane." They sat there another few moments, knowing that the meeting was over, but not wanting to go home in the dark. "What are you going to do if the soldier guy comes tonight?" Harlan asked Mike. "I'm going to find the squirrel gun," whispered Mike, "but I'll try the holy water first." He snapped his fingers as if remembering something. "I'll get some more for you guys. Get some sort of bottle to carry it in." Kevin folded his arms. "How come only your Catholic holy water works? Wouldn't my Lutheran stuff work? Or Dale's Presbyterian junk?" "Don't call my Presbyterian stuff junk," snapped Dale. Mike looked curious. "Do you guys have holy water in your churches?" 3 boys shook their heads. Harlan said, "Nobody has that weird stuff but you Catholics, dipshit." Mike shrugged. "It worked on the soldier. At least the holy water. I haven't tried the consecrated host yet. Don't you guys have communion?" "Yeah," answered Dale and Kevin. "We could get some of the communion bread," Dale said to Lawrence. "How?" asked his little brother. Dale thought a moment. "You're right. It's easier to steal the over and under than to get the communion stuff." He gestured toward Mike. "Okay, since we know your stuff works, get some of your holy water for us." "We could fill water balloons with it," said Harlan. "Bomb these fuckers. Make 'em hiss and shrivel like slugs getting salted." The others didn't know if Harlan was pulling their chains or not. They decided to adjourn and think about it until morning. Mike did his paper route in record time and was at the rectory by 7 a.m. Mrs. McCafferty was already there. "He's sleeping," she whispered in the downstairs hall. "Dr. Powell gave him something." Mike was puzzled. "Who's Dr. Powell?" The diminutive housekeeper kept wringing her hands in her apron. "He's a doctor from Peoria that Dr. Staffney brought yesterday evening." "It's that serious?" whispered Mike, but part of him was remembering. The brown slugs falling from the soldier's funnel-shaped mouth, the maggots writhing, burrowing. Mrs. McCafferty put one of her reddened hands over her mouth as if she were about to cry. "They don't know what it is. I heard Dr. Powell Tell Dr. Staffney that they'd have to move him into St. Francis today if his fever didn't go down." "St. Francis," whispered Mike, glancing up the staircase. "All the way to Peoria?" "They have iron lungs there," whispered the old lady, and then seemed unable to go on. Almost to herself, she said, "I was up all night saying the rosary, asking the Virgin to help the poor young man." "Can I just look in on him?" insisted Mike. "Oh, no, they're afraid it's contagious. No one's allowed to go in but me and the doctors." "I was with him when he got sick," said Mike, not pointing out to her that she'd already let him in the house, exposing him if she were a carrier. He didn't think the slugs would travel to another person, but the thought of it made him queasy for a moment. "Please," he asked, putting on his most angelic altar-boy look, "I won't even go in the room. Just peek in." She relented. They tiptoed down the hall together, pushing open the dark mahogany door as carefully as they could. It did not squeak. The smell rolled out of the room even before the blast of superheated air made Mike stagger a step backward. The smell was like the stench from the rendering truck and the inside of one of those tunnels, only worse, riding on the waves of hot, stuffy air in the darkened room. Mike lifted his hand to his mouth and nose. "We keep the windows closed," Mrs. McCafferty said a bit apologetically. "He's had the chills so bad the last 2 nights." "The smell," managed Mike, close to being ill now. The housekeeper frowned at him. "The medicine, you mean? I change the linen every day. Does that little bit of medicine smell bother you?" Medicine smell? Mike thought that it was a medicine smell if you made medicine out of dead and rotting bodies. It was a medicine smell if you counted the coppery scent of blood and the stench of week-old decay as medicinal. He looked at Mrs. McM. She obviously didn't smell it. "Is it in my mind?" Mike stepped closer, hand still over his face, blinking into the darkness, fully expecting to see a rotting corpse on the bed. Father C. looked bad, but he wasn't a rotting corpse. Not quite. But the young priest obviously was very, very sick. His eyes were closed, but sunken in pools of blue-black. His lips were white and cracked as if he had been out in a desert for days. His skin glowed, not with the healthy sheen of sunburn, but with the radioactive internal glow of the most intense fever. His hair was matted and spiky, and his hands were curled on his chest like animal claws. Father C.'s mouth was open wide, and a thin line of drool ran down onto his pajama collar, and his breathing rattled in his throat like loose stones. He didn't look much like a priest at that moment. "Enough," whispered Mrs. McCafferty, shooing Mike toward the stairs. It had been enough. Mike pedaled toward Mrs. Moon so fast that the wind brought tears to his eyes. She was dead. He'd expected it when he knocked on the screen door and there was no answer. He'd known it when he'd stepped into the small, dark parlor and wasn't instantly surrounded by her cats. He knew that Miss Moon, the librarian, usually walked over from her apartment, actually a floor she rented in a big old house on Broad that she shared with Mrs. Grossaint, the 4th-grade teacher, to have breakfast with her mother around 8. It wasn't quite 7:30 now. Mike moved from room to room in the small house, feeling the same nausea he'd had at the rectory. Quit being so weird. She went out walking early. The cats went with her. He knew that the cats wouldn't be caught dead outside the small white frame house. Okay, the cats ran off in the night, and she went hunting for them. Or maybe Miss Moon finally took Mrs. M. to the Oak Hill home in the past couple of days. It's past time. That was the logical answer. Mike knew that it wasn't the right one. He found her on the tiny landing at the head of the stairs. The second floor was small, big enough just for Mrs. Moon's bedroom and a minuscule bathroom, and the landing was barely large enough to hold a small body. Mike crouched on the top step, his heart pounding with such ferocity that it threatened to knock him off balance and tumble him back down the stairs. Except for the funeral of his paternal grandpa years earlier, he had never seen a dead body, if one did not count the soldier. Now Mike stared with a terrible mixture of sadness, horror, and curiosity. She'd been dead long enough for her hands and arms to go rigid. The left one was crooked around the banister, as if she had fallen and had been on the verge of pulling herself back up. The right hand rose vertically from the green carpet, with the fingers curled as if clawing the air or warding off something terrible. Mrs. Moon's eyes were open. Mike realized that of all the hundreds of dead people he'd seen while watching other people's TVs, usually Dale's, none of the corpses ever had their eyes open. But Mrs. Moon's were so wide that they seemed to be bulging from their sockets. There was no question that she could see anything. Mike looked at the glazed and cloudy orbs and thought, "This is what dead is." The liver marks on her face stood out almost three-dimensionally because of the blood drained away from the skin. Her neck was tense even in death, the muscles and tendons of her throat corded and stretched as if to the point of snapping from tension. She was wearing a quilted robe over some sort of pink nightgown, and her bony legs jutted straight out, as if she'd fallen straight-legged and stiff, like a comic doing a pratfall in a silent film. One pink fluffy slipper had come off. The old lady had painted her toenails the same color as the slipper, but that just made her wrinkled, warty, knotted foot look all the more bizarre, staring skyward with its old lady toes. Mike leaned forward, touched Mrs. Moon's left hand gingerly, and snatched his hand back. She was very cold, despite the intense heat of the house. He forced himself to look at the most terrible part of all this, her expression. Mrs. Moon's mouth was open, very, very wide, as if she had died while screaming. Her dentures had come loose and hung in the dark cavity like some bright and alien piece of plastic that had fallen in from somewhere else. The lines of her face had been molded and rearranged in a sculpture of pure terror. Mike turned away and thumped down the carpeted stairs on his rear end, too shaky to rise to his feet. There had been only the slightest hint of decay in the air, like flowers that had died and been left in a sealed car on a hot day. Nothing as bad as the rectory. Whoever killed her might still be in the house, might be waiting behind the bedroom door up there. Mike didn't stand to look or run. He had to sit there for a minute. There was a very loud noise in his ears, as if the crickets had started up again in the daylight, and he realized that small black spots were dancing in the periphery of his vision. He lowered his head between his knees, rubbed his cheeks hard. "Miss Moon will be here in a few minutes. She'll find her mother like this." Mike wasn't crazy about the spinsterish librarian. She'd once asked Mike why he even came by the library if he was so slow that he'd flunked 4th grade. Mike had grinned at her and said he was with friends. It had been true that day, but for some reason her comment had hurt him for many nights after that, in those seconds before drifting off to sleep. Still, nobody deserves to find her mother like this. Mike knew that he, if he were Duane, or maybe even Dale, he'd think of some clever boy detective things to do. Find some clues or something. He did not doubt for a second that the same force that had killed Duane and his uncle had murdered Mrs. Moon. But all Mike could think to do was clear his throat and call, "Here, Kitty, Kitty, Kitty," Here, kitty." No movement from the upstairs bedroom or bathroom. Both doors were slightly ajar, and no motion from the shadows in the kitchen or back hall. Standing on shaky legs, Mike forced himself to go up the stairs, to stay standing this time, and to look down one final time at Mrs. Moon. She was even tinier and older looking from this angle. Mike had the powerful urge to remove the loose dentures from her gaping mouth so she wouldn't choke. Then he imagined that snapping tortoise jaw coming up, the beak of a mouth snapping down, and his hand caught in the corpse's mouth as the dead eyes blinked and fixed on him. "Stop it, dipshit." When Mike cursed, he often heard Jim Harlan's voice in his mind, supplying the vocabulary. Right now, Harlan's mental voice was telling him to get the fuck out of the house. Mike raised his right hand in the motion he'd watched Father Kavanaugh perform 1,000 times, and blessed the old lady's body, making the sign of the cross over her. He knew that Mrs. Moon wasn't Catholic, but if he'd known the words to the ritual, Mike would have performed the last rites at that second. Instead, he said a short and silent prayer, and then stepped to the slightly open door to the bedroom. The door was ajar just far enough to allow him to get his head in without touching the wood of the door or frame. The cats were there. Many of the torn and shredded little corpses were lying on the carefully made bed. Some had been impaled on 3 of the 4 bedposts. The heads of several more of the cats were lined up on Mrs. Moon's dresser, next to her brushes and bottles of perfume and hand lotion. One cat, a tawny one that Mike remembered as the old lady's favorite, hung from the beaded chain of the overhead light. He had one blue eye and one yellow eye, and both stared at Mike every time the surprisingly long body revolved in its slow and silent turning. Mike slammed down the stairs and was almost to the back door when he stopped, his throat burning with the urge to vomit. "I can't let Miss Moon come in and find this." He had only minutes, perhaps less. The old antique against the parlor wall was some sort of writing desk. Lavender stationery lay handy. Mike lifted an old-fashioned nibbed pen, dipped it in ink, and wrote in huge capital letters, "Do not come in. Call police." He didn't know if wiping the pen and ink lid would get fingerprints off, so he stuck them in his pocket, set the note between the frame and screen where anyone coming to the door would see it first thing, opened the door with his T-shirt around his hand, brushed the outer knob as he closed the door from the outside, and then jumped the azaleas and irises, leaped over the lower of the 2 bird baths and the low hedge, and was in the alley behind the Somerset's house, running toward home at full speed and thanking heaven for the thick foliage that turned the alley into a tunnel all of its own. He climbed into the highest level of the treehouse above Depot Street, sitting there concealed in the foliage, shaking hard. Then the stem of the pen started poking into his thigh. Thank God he'd had the minimal brains to stick it in with the nib pointed out, or he'd have a huge ink stain on his jeans now. He could see the headline, "Dim-wit local murderer incriminates self with ink stain." So Mike stuck both pen and lid in a natural crack in the wood and hid them behind some leaves he plucked from nearby branches. It was possible that someone could find them in the fall when the leaves turned and fell, but Mike figured that he would worry about that in the fall, if any of us live that long. He sat with his back to the large bole of the tree, hearing the occasional rumble of traffic on the street 30 feet below, and the soft scrape of his sister Kathleen playing hopscotch by herself on the sidewalk. And he thought. At first Mike tried to think through things, just to rid his mind of the terrible images he had seen already this hot and beautiful morning. But then he realized that he would never be rid of them. Father C's fevered breathing, Mrs. Moon's breathless gape of a mouth. So he put his fear and adrenaline to work, trying to come up with a plan. Mike sat in the treehouse for almost 3 hours. Early on, he heard cars stopping down the block, then the howl of a siren, so rare in Elm Haven, and the babble of adult voices from a block away, and he knew that the authorities had come for Mrs. M. But Mike was deep in thought by then, turning his plan over and over like a baseball being inspected for scratches or missed stitches. It was late morning by the time Mike came down from the treehouse. His legs had cramped from sitting on the small platform for so long. There was sap on the back of his jeans and T-shirt, but he did not notice. He found his bike and rode to Dale's house. Both the Stewart kids were wide-eyed with excitement and concern at the news of the death of Mrs. Moon. Had she merely been found dead, with the cat still alive, there would have been no thought of foul play. But the mutilation of the cats had agitated the small town as had nothing in recent months. Mike shook his head at that. Duane McBride was dead, as was Duane's uncle, but people accepted death by accident, even the terrible death of a child, while the mutilation of a few cats would keep them whispering and locking their doors for weeks or months to come. To Mike, Mrs. Moon's death had already receded to a distant place. It was part of the terrible blackness that had been hanging over Memo and him and the other kids all summer, merely one more storm cloud in the darkening sky. "Come on," he said to Dale and Lawrence, tugging them toward their bikes. "We'll get Kev and Harlan and go somewhere real private. I have something I want to talk about." Mike couldn't help looking at Old Central as they rode past on their way west to Harlan's house. The school seemed bigger and uglier than ever, its secrets all boarded up inside where it was dark all the time now, no matter how bright the sun shone out here in the world. And Mike knew the damn place was waiting for him.